computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Computer evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Computer is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello and welcome everybody to the eRacing GP. This is the Endurance Edition, round number 3. My name is Victor Cax. You could still recognize me even though I don't have my glasses because I seem to have forgotten it at home today.
You don't look any different, bro.
Still same old Victor over here. On the side, I got Ammo to join us here today, and we're going to be bringing you guys the continuation of this year's Endurance Edition. This time around, it's going to be a bit of an interesting one because we also have a someone new who's going to be joining us on the broadcast here. So, like the page Primer Ice T, are you on the line with us today?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Victor, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Primer Ice T. What else should I tell?
Apart from the Truman Show opening.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's great.
You do.
Yeah, it's great to have you on the broadcast with us, Primer T. So, Primer Ice T, I should be more specific that way. And yeah, you'll be joining us in the broadcast for today. So it's not just the two of us for this round, and as well. It's going to be another 4-hour-long endurance race here. We're going to be running it at ACC. And yeah, if you guys have been joining us for the past couple of rounds, thanks for continuing to support us here at the eRacing GP.
Yep, indeed. And well, when we passed the 2-hour mark last time out in Valencia, we're already in the halfway part in the season. So, as they say, it's squeaky bum time, and we're getting ready to go for this third round. A return to Paul Ricard. By the looks of it, it's not going to be raining yet. Hopefully it isn't, because it will bring back certain unwanted memories from when we were here last time. But as you can see, the first 2 rounds are done. From Barcelona to Valencia. Now we're in Paul Ricard in Le Castellet, in the south of France, just up from the road in the Côte d'Azur. This is now the halfway point of the season. As you can see, after that is Imola and Spa. But to get a further idea of what it looks like, the Paul Ricard circuit has been around since the 1960s, but this modern iteration was only around since the mid-80s up to the present day, where it became more or less of a test track. If you can see on the road after this, it's full of red and blue markings on the outside. But 13 corners, this is the layout that we use for GT racing, not the F1 layout where there's a chicane past the Mistral straight. But apart from that, the rest of the way is what we see in GT racing, Vic.
Exactly. This has been the host of the French Grand Prix for quite a long time, and I was surprised to find out when I looked up who Paul Ricard was that he was not, in fact, a racer, just someone who really loves the sport of motor racing. But nevertheless, it's still quite an interesting track for all of us here today, particularly the long straight, the Mistral straight, as it were, is going to be certainly a place we're going to have to keep an eye on during the race.
And of course, to add about Paul Ricard, he was not only just a motorsport fan, but he's also a big liquor fan, what the south of France is known for, especially on the Côte d'Azur. What you really want to get is some sherry.
Indeed you do. So that is the track we're going to be running here. Let's go ahead and have a look at who are going to be our main characters, as it were, for our race here, as we have a look at the we're going to have a look at the highlights from round 2. So go ahead and kick back, enjoy what happened in the last round of the Endurance Edition.
There it is, there's the green flag. We're off here for round number 2 of Endurance Edition 2025. 47 cars on the grid here, coming through up to turn number 1. Who's going to get a whole shot? It is going to be Rama, who has a good start, but
really slow through the section here, causing a bit of a traffic jam behind, and had really nowhere to run. In fact, another crash actually happened just ahead, causing a whole concertina effect. And over here in the 2 cars, and there's a bit of a bump in the behind, and he just get collected by the same car that bumped it out. So they literally ran into each other here.
Very close to being hit by the Entropy car. Entropy car flashes. And for the minor, don't tell me it's the Pepega car. Oh my god. That will not be going well in the Malaysian grand scheme. And he keeps his position for the time being. But oh no! Setyawan is hit, and Setyawan spins off into the grass.
Dang, a few corners.
No!
It does get through. Unfortunately, the Bigo and the ATHR car, the ATXR car didn't quite get through that corner that time around. A few cars gonna have to pass out of the way as they...
This one, however, might be a bit more straightforward than what happened to him, because he just went offline, touched the curb. Oh, and nearly got walloped by the Ferrari behind.
That was right.
20. Oh, there is the spin right in front as well.
It crashed as well.
Yeah, number 404 can't pick it up on the radar right now. And the Hubba Bubba Bentley.
Oh no!
Just as we caught him, the camera became weighty and he loses it around.
That's what Darwin doing, indeed. He's literally blocking his way there, forcing Roger Mirshaka to slow down a lot more, which is putting him within clutches at 8 at a time.
Yeah, but he knows full well that he cannot fight too long because he's going to stall the battle here. Look at that! Rubio with a hit.
990 going a little bit wide. Alvin Chai, what's happened to him this time around? He's in the clutches right now of Shakur. Shakur is struggling right now to try to get past him, and that's allowing Adib now to try to slip it inside. He had to dodge out the way of Alvin, and unfortunately just completely pit maneuvered Shakur's car.
He does it. Oh no! Oh, that's a spin and a half from Asher Shakur, right in the path of everybody else. And
from above, that one's going a little bit wide here. Actually left too much of a gap there, allowing the Scalzo now to get side by side with him in the first sector, and will be able to take it by the next corner around.
Wow, that was a good piece of driving, and it's the same thing that we saw just now between Azim and again, Jeremy out. Jeremy actually gives him plenty of space, but once again hangs around the outside. Drivers really not hanging here.
Out.
But no, he actually just had a bit of an oversteer moment. Can he actually still hang it? No, Rubio gets it this time.
Very well done there, Ethan. Rubio Mugoti now attempting to put another squeeze in onto the apex here, but on the outside, but unfortunately a bit of traffic comes in the way of proper job, forcing him to slow down. That's the Mr. DIY. I mean, again, same kind of problem he had to experience during qualifying, no doubt, as the other LOR car that's being lapped right now moves a little bit out of the way, not really giving that much space, really. And then
no!
Regains track position here. Bit of a touch there to Mohamed Tasbih, who finally is able to get through, but I think that's certainly going to be damaging his race a bit.
Braden Lur actually got held up as well by Wilson Woon, and there is the incident. Wilson has caused another one.
Push on, or will he go into the pits now? Coming in the final turn, Wilson Wong loses control almost at the exit.
For that particular unit, because they have had some highs and lows, but this time, however, seems to be going a high. They're chasing after Wheel in the butt racing. Did I just say they're on the high?
Really tricky that section is, and unfortunately he's cooked it in the next corner here and right on the straight as well. So this is going to allow Ian Wong a free pass now. Finally, the luck has come onto Ian Wong's side. Aston Martin, he's a little bit held back here, and the Team Uncle car is going to try to take a dive on the inside. Does take the track position away from Wei Shen Wong, but can he hang onto it? Wei Shen is hanging around the outside, tries to regain it in the next corner. This is going to beat him on the brakes, but it is still the Team Uncle car that stays on the apex, still side by side, although a little bit of hit right now for Jet Lim. He confirms it on the next turn to take up the track position.
And not only that, was for a three-way battle on. So, would you like to be the driver behind or the driver battling? Look, there's no Jet Lim actually just thinks, yep, I'd rather be that driver and take that position away.
Coming in now to the really tricky part of this track here. The Thai driver left a little bit out on the lurch here, and unfortunately has to take over the curves while Jet Lim takes to the track. Still maintains good average speed here, but it's still side by side now as he comes into the final turn. The Thai driver stays on the inside and gets clattered on the side by Jet Lim.
Swift's racing team as both of them go off big time.
No.
Both of them go off almost simultaneously. And Zikri, look at his face.
And, that's kind of the rule of race control to keep all these drivers in
Whoa,
line.
what a dive.
Hey, what a dive there from car number 89. Yukishira is a little bit better on the exit, so he stays just ahead of Aiden Tan, but that's a preview of things to come. A bit of a unsettling there as it come over the intersection of curbs. Aiden Tan is now hooking on the inside, gets under the grass, still picks up a sign on the way, but still stays on the back of Shamin. Close it even before they enter the chicane, but it goes completely wide over the curbs. Lopez is still able to catch him around the outside. A bit of a touch there. The Miss DIY car takes to the grass, loses a couple of positions.
This team. Oh, he's lost it on his own and nearly gets into the race leader. Rama would have probably had the shock of his life there. Sunset, end of this entire race. It's not easy to get tires back up to temperature, suffice to say. And that's what Moreno's suffering. And the back marker coming out of the pits. The ATX car has presented opportunity. And there goes Naeem to take second place and further himself up the order here. Now, next up is Ali.
How well you can manage it as a driver.
Oh no!
Oh boy!
But there's a spin. 889. Would you believe it?
No.
Pratama has lost it. There's the win on the cards now.
Timer is out. That means the checker flag is up, and Alif will be coming to bring it home here. Round number 2 goes to Amigos Racing as they take the checker flag. Pratama should be able to still claim second place. Amir Naim All right, and that was our highlights done. Let's have a recap of how things have gone on for the endurance editions for the last several years. Starting in 2020, we had Stratos Motorsport take the crown. That time around, 2021 was the reign of Laundry House Racing from Australia. JMX Phantom took 2022, and the Amigos Racing Team took 2023. 2024 was the year for the Legion of Racers. What will 2025 bring, I wonder here, Ammo?
Yeah, 5 different champions in the last 5 years. That definitely does bring competitiveness, doesn't it? But it looks as though this year it might just be the reign of someone who could come back to become a 2-time champion. So we'll wait and see who could that be. It could be Amigos, it could be Legion Racers, who knows? It could even be Stratos. Those are the big three, the big three boys there. As meanwhile, that's the championship winners. We see the results from last time, how that played out, to see where, in fact, we go into the championship leaders first to see how this goes. As Amigos, who won the race last time out, are also leaders of the championship. But with the addition of Russell Reyes as opposed to Jin Mesvilton being part of that particular trio, but they are going strong right now. Silver, meanwhile, has Apex Racing Brunei Silver with another rotation of drivers, but Amir Naim has been the most consistent driver in there. He is part of that championship trio leading the way in silver. And in AM, the Academy team are going strong as well. So Brunei showing their true colors here in sim racing with a dominating display from both of their squads in 2 classes.
Yeah, and now coming into round number 3, which is exactly in the halfway point of this season. Let's see how they will want to play out their stories here. Amigos Racing, of course, having won last round and scored very well in that first round as well, has a significant lead here, 47 points to 29 points in the hands of Apex Racing Brunei. So quite the runaway success they're having right now in the pro class, isn't it?
Indeed, but again, there's still drop points and other factors that might derail the season that could happen just yet. So we'll keep an eye out as the season progresses between these guys. But again, we mentioned Amigos, we mentioned Legion Racers and Stratos, but that second place team might spring a surprise. The triple three of Apex Racing Brunei. Imagine if Apex win all 3 classes in the same year. That will be a story for the ages.
It's like you know, it's not a Grand Slam, not a Grand Shalem. This is what the Grand maybe.
No, I would say the triple.
The triple, yeah.
Or a three-peat. Yeah.
Triple for the triple three. Well, in the meantime, Silver Championship, Apex Racing Brunei Silver are the ones who are leading the championship here. 52 points to Biko XY Labs 33. Pipika Suzu Ice and MPR GP Subsector 2 are both tied right now with 29 points, but Pipika taking the 3rd spot here with a better finish. Red Pack Asia Racing Team in that 5th spot. So kind of a similar story, I think, compared to the pro class here, though this time it's the sister team of the Apex Racing Brunei that's taking the lead. And
of course, in the same story as well in the YAM class is the Academy A team, number 393 leading away. But look at the gap there between themselves and Team Uncle Evo number 23, who won in the YAM class last time out at Ricardo Tomo. 3 points. And we can disregard the team in 3rd place because that won't be competing anymore in the rest of the season. But apart from that, the top 6 are separated by just 10 points. And even then, the team that is in 10th is only 17 points behind when it's 25 points for a win. So technically, it's still open season in the AM category. So it's an interesting prospect with the class that has the most number of cars. Anybody out there could be a winner.
And that also tells me that, you know, the AM class might be the one that will have the tightest fights actually on track. So we'll certainly be paying a lot of attention to that as the round progresses. So as of right now, we're still in the middle of qualifying right now. We're approaching the final 6 minutes of qualifying here. Currently, it is Malana Pratama who's currently leading in a Ferrari, at least holding that provisional pole position there. Time of 1:52.780. That's 0.2 of a second faster than Stratos Motorsports Aslan.
Yep.
So let's see if they're going to be able to keep that.
I think confirmed that it's Nakib driving in that car because again, we normally get confused on which end Aslan driving that one, but we can confirm to you is Nakib behind the wheel right now. So he is trying his best to get up to the back of Moreno Pratama for the Legion races. So this is again, you can see the key players up in front, 889 and 111. That's your main protagonist. But look out for the car outside of the top 2 there. Lucas Keys and Muhammad Irfan, 711 and 333. They might bring a surprise, especially that car in 4th place, 2nd in the championship right now. Will they be the surprise dark horse in this season's championship? Remains to be seen, but they have done so well for themselves in the first couple of runs. As we can see, a bit of a train forming in front of Pratama, so it might be a hindrance to him because he is going faster a bit by just a couple of tenths, going wide there through Scene and coming out to Le Bouzet. This is where Leclerc, of course, famously went off and had that infamous team radio afterwards. So let's hope that no one bins it there because that will be a very ignominious way to go out today.
Yeah, luckily for us, for everyone who is competing in the ERGP, we did not show radio broadcasts live on the stream here, so they're free to go ahead and air their own grievances in their own private time here. But nevertheless, 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go here. Nabil Aslan still on a flying lap right now. I mean, Nakib Aslan at the wheel here in the 111 car. Let's see whether or not he'll be able to continue to chase the extra 0.2 of a second in order to overcome Moreno Pratama's fastest time.
And yeah, so far in our live timing screen, he's about 2.5 tenths up. So if he could actually get this last sector right, he might just get toe-to-toe with Moreno. And I remember, no points for pole position nowadays because in the first full season that we had back in 21, there were points for the first top 5 position. So more points on offer. Qualifying doesn't mean much, but it will be a great way to start off the race to be up in front. So through the last corner, he's gained by nearly half a second. Let's see what Nakib can do here. He looks really confident right now. You can see the smile on his face. He's taking his hands off the wheel, but no, it says yes. A 10th. He managed to claw that back right at the end. No wonder he took his hands off the wheel. He was happy with that lap, and that's pole position to him. But other teams might be quite interested as well. We're looking at Lucas Keys right now coming through Scene and into Le Bouzet. He is also up by about 0.3 of a second. So the PG Tow Racing team with Keys on board now. He used to be actually part of the Apex team at the start. Now he's with PG Tow. Let's see what he can do here, Vic.
Yeah, the thing is that it's not just 0.3 if he wants to get onto the pole. He needs to get another 1/10 on top of that. So as it stands right now, he may be able to overtake Moreno Pratama. Just need to find another extra 10th somewhere. Then perhaps he will be able to challenge Nakib Aslan for the pole position. You can see him on your screens right now. Pretty handsome looking dude, as our producer had noted earlier.
He's got a chiseled chin, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But you can see there, it looks almost like a daisy coming through the final corner. Across the line he goes. Can he improve?
Nope.
No. Still about 0.3 behind, but he is on for yet another lap. No wonder he's scratching his head because he's wondering where did that time go.
I saw like he was down like 0.6 coming out the last corner, so he knew he didn't quite get the lap that he was looking for here. But nevertheless, he still has another 2.5 minutes to go here, so perhaps another lap might be in the cards here. Let's have a look on Enzo Ison from for the silver class. He's currently holding the pole position, the provisional pole as it were, for that class, just ahead of Ellis in car number 109.
Yep.
Still out on track here, still looking to try to improve on that time. Here is Breno Ellis from the Austria Team Racing. Ooh, I love that gold and green colored colors of Australia, as it were.
Yeah, and a bit of homage to Brabham as well, because Brabham have those colors. And of course, Sir Jack Brabham, one of the most famous racing drivers to come out of Australasia. I think he's carrying the baton here, even though Brabham as a car company have unfortunately sputtered to a halt despite having a GT2 car at one point. Though Breno Ellis is actually putting some honor onto those colors at least. Second in the silver class. but it's 3 tenths behind Enzo Isan, so Isan really put an absolute blinder of a lap to be right up with the pro guys. Meanwhile, Duran Abisekera in the CMSD Lions car, that's pole for the AM category, but looks as though he's not going to be out on track. In fact, the car just dropped off his jacks. He might just be ready to go for... No, in fact, no, he's not going to go. He's definitely going to be staying for that
He's
one.
got a huge margin ahead of like second place in the AM class anyway, if I'm reading that correctly. Car number 23 there is like down 4 positions from him. In fact, with the time that he has right now, he's in the 8th overall. That's a very impressive time here for Abisekera, certainly looking to try to separate himself from the rest of the pack, as it were, in the AM Championship, so that's going to be exciting to see.
Wow, full commitment coming through scene there for Pratama. He was flicking the car around. You can see behind Ellis as well doing the exact same thing. I'm surprised that there's no track warnings back then, because right there, because back then that would be considered an off track. But I think the corner cut penalties are a bit more lenient at Paul Ricard, knowing the fact that we don't even have that much gravel anyway. We just had to go off a bit to find the time as, ooh, something happened to our broadcast for a second.
Good.
Okay, we're good. Because a couple of cars actually just came into the session and some stopped on track. But we're looking at Pratama right now. He's looking good here. About 500ths of a second up, but he can get a very good last corner. He might just get it back on pole position, but that looked like a really sloppy exit because it looked like he couldn't get the power in time. Let's see then across the line as he comes here to the start finish line. Can he improve on his time? Yes, he does. So that final corner did actually cost him a bit. He was up by 500ths. Yes, he gained 500ths, but he could have been a 10th. So he stays second, and he has one more lap to go here at Paul Ricard, as we can see that qualifying comes to an end. And no, he is not up to continue. He's come off and stays in second. Meanwhile, Enzo Isan has a blinder of a lap to go up to P3 overall.
Yeah, that's an incredible run right now from Isan. I mean, silver class leader at this point, so he's not really in threat, but I think he's actually going after the overall leaderboard, as it were, here. At the moment, though, don't see the delta improvement quite yet from him, so he may not be able to challenge Alif quite yet until...
Well, actually, Alif just jumped him, so Alif's now up to P3.
Oh, okay.
So he was in P3 at one point. Remember, Isan was part of the crew that was fastest in pre-qualifying from round 1 in Barcelona, so we know that Isan has the pace in him to challenge the pro guys, but whether or not they can keep it up in the race pace remains another matter altogether, as we saw last time out in Valencia in the highlights, how messy that number 3 crew were. Now they're trying to make amends here. Let's see what Isan can do in the final few sectors. In fact, he's gained a bit of time.
Yeah.
He's about 700s up here, coming up now to Virage Dupont in the final corner here, up through Virage de la Tour. This is the second last corner. Let's see if he can gain time. He's about a 10th up. You know what? He might actually just surprise Alif here and try to take P3 overall. Out of the final corner he goes. It might be a slow exit, but it looks as though it might just be close here, Vic.
I think they actually lost quite a lot of time out of the exit there. So all the gains he had early in the sector all gone now, and he still stays in P4. Unfortunately, it's a checker flat ways for him. So, well, I mean, that was actually quite an exciting run there from Isan, not gonna lie. Seeing a silver class driver actually toss it up with top 3 of the pro class, it's a very impressive run there from Enzo Isan. Well, now that the qualifying is over, we're going to be looking forward to how things will turn out for the race here.
Indeed, and the thing is, again, we did talk about the usual suspects up in front, and guess what? That top 3 is the one that we mentioned at the start of the show. It's Stratos, it's LOR, and it's Amigos Racing. So it's always those 3, isn't it? As Minerva McGonagall would always say.
It's always you 3.
But well, yep, McGonagall would not be happy to see that one. But for us,
I'm pretty happy to see that.
Yeah,
I mean, we're talking about the 3 main contenders for the championship here when it comes to the pro class, and even though Alif's team has already gotten like quite a lead here, but again with drop rounds and everything, it still is up for grabs here for Stratos Motorsports. So Nakib putting a banger of a time here is going to be enjoying that pole position start here in our 4-hour race here, Paul Ricard.
Indeed, and remember, point of note, that team in second place in the championship right now, 333, they're actually in P6, so they're not that far behind. Remember, they're second in the championship, not that far away from number 44 as well, so it's still there.
Still there. Still has hope. But there's still a lot of work to do in the race later on there for them to gain some of those positions, and that's where the strategy is going to be of all importance. Of course, if you can see from the screens here, there is a balance of power being applied to each individual machine here, calculated out based on the performance of the car, and also if additional balances incurred after the first couple of rounds here. But nevertheless, without all that said and done, you know, even though Alif has what 12 kilograms to his car here, still is able to keep it up in the top 3. So that is still very impressive effort here from the Amigos Racing Team driver.
Yep, and point to note as well that not only do they have ballast on top of the actual BOP, they also have success ballast
Yeah, exactly.
from
That's
that
what I
one.
was alluding to there. So even with the extra weight involved here, we're still seeing the top 3 guys remain inside of that top 3. So now we're going to have everyone all lined up on the grid here as we get ready for our formation lap here. So the final minute, let's hope that if all that had their preparations done and ready, they have all their strategies in mind right now. It's going to be a long and drawn out affair here in the endurance edition, exactly as how we have planned it here. And it's great to see the participation involved here. 49 cars out on track today. That's why you can see the track map absolutely full and crammed here with
Yep.
GT3 cars.
And we didn't even have to go through pre-qualifying because there was enough pit boxes to accommodate everybody for
Yeah.
this round. So thank God for that. But let's hope the race will be a good one. As we can see, here's the spotter guide for coming into this round to put into perspective those cars that are on the grid. But we also include the entire field. In fact, 86 teams registered for this season.
Yeah.
So we're about 14 away from making it a full century. But nonetheless, it is a good field of cars. You can see from the first page just now, one team that's missing is MPRGP. So unfortunately, we're not going to
Yeah.
get them for their fiery driving. But they have the sister car here as well for good measure to drive as another new team, couple of new teams there as well, including Blue Flag Enjoyers. Let's hope they're not going to be a Blue Flag distraction. And HSM, our friends over in Sim Racing Malaysia, they're here as well. And a couple of teams have changed cars, including for the likes of Papega Susais. They're actually driving the Lexus for this one. One of a few Lexi racing here too.
I wonder if they got inspired from when when the Super GT came in Malaysia here. The Lexuses was so sexy sounding out on track in the real life.
Yeah, they were good. They were good.
They were so good. So
And remember, there's two versions of it, the LC500 and the RCF, so they both sounded amazing.
yeah.
And it showed that the modest chassis concept really worked out in the Super GT over there, but we're getting sidetracked on that one.
A little bit.
Anyhow.
But yeah, I mean, it's only the return of Super GT after nearly a decade here in Malaysia. And yeah, as we have a look at the rest of the spotters here, the rest of the drivers here, it's great to see still we're having the fun liveries going out here, like the Baskola and also the Mr. DIY. Still
Yep.
having that. That's an actual legit sponsorship, if I'm not mistaken.
It
right?
is, because they came to us and said, can we can you highlight us on stream as well? Yes, we
Yeah.
can, and
Yeah.
the sponsors are happy that we put up there. So Mr. DIY and the WT Motorsport team, hopefully they can perform well here. Didn't sleep in qualifying though. Meanwhile, rest of the field, a couple of cars that we have missing liveries. Unfortunately, the liveries are there, but they weren't uploaded properly per se. But hopefully we got that sorted towards the end. As coming to the end of the spotters guide of the 85 cars that we have here. Couple of changes as well. You can see Papega, Hubba Bubba, who were in the Bentley last time out. Now they changed to Lamborghini, so let's see if they can improve on their standing after what was a horrid round last time out. And towards the end, there's another one of the main protagonists, 889 Legion Racers, an old gold lineup. You can see the little dots on the side. Those are driver ratings, so gold, silver, bronze, and copper being included that one. But I think everyone knows right now how those systems work, so we can actually just suss out who could be driving up in the front and who could be just somewhere in between.
Yeah, as the drivers are continuing on, the formation lap just only entered the Mistral straight here. Here's Nakib Aslan. I believe he'd be the one starting this race, isn't it? So yeah, Stratus Motorsport looking to try to get a good haul of points here in round number 3 so they can continue to bring the fight here to Amigos Racing. But you still have to watch out for LOR Racing. Pratama is at the helm right now for that car. You also have Leif Hamilton following behind. So the top 3 right now who absolutely getting themselves psyched up for this race, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see that wiggle, right? That's definitely unorthodox as opposed to the more traditional way of doing it from Alif. So different styles of getting the heat into tires. You can see the long Mistral straight can accommodate every single car on the grid, from up to the front with Nakib and right out to the back with Naufal Afif. And in fact, we have one car not even in the race right now because they actually entered the wrong number. This is Suravit Suto for Overme Esports. Hopefully that won't be the only time that we'll see them on camera, but it looks as though they got the wrong number as well. It should be 513, but nonetheless, from Entropy Motorsports, Naufal Afif at the back, this is what it looks like from his point of view. Wow, that's an awful lot of work to get by, especially the fact that he has his entire class to go by as well. To the front, and coming up to scene before Le Bouzet, this is where Nakib Aslan is right now. So again, you can have an entire field of cars in that one straight, but it will space out as the race progresses.
Indeed, it will. As right now, everyone's still kind of like getting that kind of warmed up. I think like I think Alif himself is already getting very angsty at this point. Still waiting for everyone to get around until we can get to the start line, so we can get things rolling on with that green flag. And yeah, going to be a 4-hour long race. It's not gonna have any breaks for the drivers here. They can only swap their own drivers. Again,
yeah.
yeah.
Talking about brakes, you can see the in-drive animation for Alif, how much he's actually pressing that throttle. And he's actually braking at the same time so that he could heat up the brakes.
Yeah.
But he couldn't do too much, otherwise he'll wear them out, because there is brake wear in ACC. And if anyone has experienced brake failure in ACC before, it is not a fun experience. There's brake fade, and it is complete brake failure where you can just go off and become a passenger in your own car. Anyway, coming up now to the final corner through Virage de la Tour and into Virage du Pont after this. Then we get to start the third round and the halfway point of the season here at Circuit Paul Ricard for the second time ever in Endurance Edition history, because we raced it before in 2021 in the rain. Let's see if the rain could come make a visit here, because it is overcast skies today. So the drivers are trying to get themselves lined up in lines of 2, where we have 24 plus rows here on the grid. Getting ready now. Naki Bazlan will get them underway, and there we go. Green flag. We're off here for the third round of the season, and it looks as though it's a good start. Pratama didn't get off to the best one, though. He's actually getting swamped now by the sister car and by Alif coming into turn number 1. Can he make it through? Just about, as Nakib gets the whole shot. Pratama holds on to second place. We're going to go to the helicam now to see the rest of the field coming by. But it looks as though Enzo Ison has lost out the most out of that. He's now dropped behind Lucas Keys. Keys makes a good run, as behind we have Pratama IG going off.
Yeah, Pratama went off there. He's going to have to rejoin the rest of the grid here, while now Keep Aslan continues to lead the rest, lead Pratama into the first sector now, coming through the corners here. Going to be heading up to the Mistral Straight soon, but seems like things are actually relatively not as eventful. This start here, very clean so far. Lucas Keys on your screen right now. He's actually moved up to third, actually overtook Muhammad Alif as he came out at the start there. I was keeping an eye on him there as he was having a look on the inside, but it seems like he kind of missed out on the opportunity.
Whoa!
True! A couple of cars going way off there.
Yeah, I think that looks like one of the... it looks like the red pack car. Yeah, it is the red pack car.
Yeah,
and more cars. Yeah, no, in fact, it's not Pepeka, it was actually the red pack car, number 276 going off for the behind. I saw Alexis coming off and crash the barriers. It looks though it is, you're right. It is Justin Roldev who launched the curve and into the barrier. So unfortunately we cannot catch what happened there. But that was a massive crash on the Mistral Straight.
Yeah, and while we were cut away, I think Isan may have just lost a couple of positions there. Currently, Bruno Eslis, who's attempting to fend up an attack on the outside, still is able to keep himself on the inside there. Stays in P5 for now, holding off Lexus just behind him there in the Castro livery.
Nice touch.
Yeah, seemed to have got that very much under control there.
Yeah, but again, as you pointed out, Isan actually got swamped there. We thought he was going to get a good run around the outside of Pratama. Oh no, put it behind! No. Another accident! And wow, that was a multiple car pileup. Mercifully though, everyone got going there. No one got collected completely, but certainly an eventful first lap. You said I was going into a very calm period. Well, it's all kicked off now. As you can see, Tree White coming up to the first corner.
Oh no, that's a bit of a touch there from Daniel, and that sent the Aston Martin way off. He's gonna have to rejoin in there. May have to give the position back there if he does get an advantage. No, he actually comes back right out to the person who shoved him up in the first place, heading off in front of him, and just behind purple car there. Jeremy Yao is attempting to head on the inside, but not quite finding the space there. Gets caught up in a bit of a sandwich. He attempts to get his way through the chicane, but still is able to get through unscathed.
Well, the Hilo cam came in clutch that time. We can see the whole action around the entire track. And amazingly, though, they all got away mostly unscathed. But again, a couple of cars that fell victim into that, including James Ryan Malubai in the... in fact, we thought it was actually the 276 car right behind him. It is, yeah. In fact, Amir Rafi was the one that got involved into the barriers with Justin Raldev. And I'm not sure how Raldev can carry on with that damage, because that was a heavy hit coming onto the Mistral Straight. He actually hit into the barriers that just tried to mark where the other layouts are. In fact, there's 171 layouts on this circuit, but he happened to hit the one that was not part of it.
Yeah, and unfortunately sustained massive damage to his front, which is not going to do any favors for him on the long Mistral straight, that's for sure, but he's still going to try to hang on to the back of this McLaren in front of him here, hopefully try to regain some positions, but as of right now, 43 positions, he's very much far down the order, as it were, here, especially for the silver class. In the meantime, Roma Irfan still caught up in a little bit of a battle. He's got well, that's not Ellis in front of him, that's for sure. That's LOR team. Yeah, Isan. That's Isan getting passed around the inside there, or was he going to get past there? Not quite. The 3G3 car still not able to get past him quite yet as to come around into the final corner and onto the main straight.
Yeah, but it looks as though that tight exit from Isan is going to hurt him a bit because the Lexus are very strong on the straightaways, and it looks as though this is the case here. Irfan coming onto the inside. There's a yellow flag in the last corner. We can't get away from that one now. We need to look at what's happening here. Ooh. Irfan couldn't get by that time around, but very good racing from the drivers all around at the front and towards the back. But it's just a little scuffle here and there.
Yeah, I think Irfan may have cooked it a little bit going through turns 1 and 2 there, so because he's lost quite a big gap there to Enzo Isan. So now holding on to a whole line of cars behind him, Eben Heiser just behind him here in that Mustang. So at the moment, he's going to have to keep things on cool here just to make sure he can regain that gap.
Yep, and another team that we're actually not highlighting off right now, but they're doing a good job here, is the two brothers, Rafay and Rifki Yasri, part of the Blue Flag Enjoyers team. I think that team is definitely a joke name because they're definitely faster than what they are. And in fact, looking good right now in the top 10 in the only GTR in the entire field. So that's a good one. That's all we can see here. Fun. No, in fact, it was Isan attacking the fellow Ferrari driver, Brino Atlas, but Atlas hangs on to it quite well. As you can see, the drivers full commitment through scene.
Yeah, they're going to be very much grateful that this is not Valencia, where the curbs can be sometimes quite killer here. Out here in Paul Ricard, a little bit more tender these curbs are for the car. And nevertheless, NPR GP Subsector 2, Marco Harsono on board right now with him as he attempts to try to poke on to one of the Team Uncle cars. Still fighting for 11th place, I believe. That's Aiden Tan that's going to be in front of him here. Yep. So he already got past Abisekera in the last section here. He's going to get updated in the tower real soon, but now he's going to be putting the pressure now onto Aiden Tan.
Because he's a silver team fighting against the AM leaders, and Aiden Tan is looking to make it 2 for 2 for the Team Uncle guys because they won last time out in AM in the at Valencia. Now they're trying to make it here at Paul Ricard, but it looks as though for now they're looking good, just under attack from Harsono, but they'll be happy to have Harsono as a gap in between themselves and the CMSC car of Abisekera. They wouldn't want to be fighting too hard though because it will let Abisekera back in.
Yeah, I mean, again, like it's kind of acting like a barrier between the two of them, so maybe maybe that might be part of the strategy here for Aiden, like just having the car just being behind him the whole time, making life a little bit difficult here for Durant and Abisekera. But then again, this is going to be a boon here for Harsono, who really is going to be racing against Monks, who is up in the overall number 10 here. So hopefully be able to find a way through, or perhaps just enjoy the slipstream coming off of Aiden Tan's car as we come onto the Mistral Straight yet again. I think I do see Alif getting a little bit close to Lucas Keys right now, so let's see whether or not he's going to be making a pass soon, or will Harsono be the one to make the pass as he's coming around to the right-hand bender, a very fast right-hand bender actually at the end of the Mistral Straight, especially when there's no chicane here. It's going to be going in at maximum speed here, and the NPR GP car does take the corner nice and gingerly, and Aiden didn't put up too much of a fight, but then again, they're not racing in the same class, so fair play for that.
Yeah, he's being circumspect as well because he doesn't want to get involved early doors. And you can see Harsono just now keep popping his eyes open a bit because maybe he was a little bit psyched up or just trying not to be sleepy because it was an early day for a lot of people, especially around the Southeast Asian region where we've been up since around 10 to get things started. But it looks as though it didn't distract Harsono too much. He got by Aiden quite nicely. Now we get to the battle between Alif and Keys, as you pointed out, Vic. This is a close one, but it looks as though they did swap positions at one point. Alif, though, managed to outfox the Australian back into third place.
Yeah, he was already closing in there while we were on the NPR GP car earlier, so Alif has successfully got himself back up to P3, but now he's got 3.5 seconds here to catch up to Moreno Pratama, who is already way up in the ahead here. together with Nabil Aslan. So I think Alif is a bit on the back foot for this round here, but then again, he does have 12 kilograms in his car. I'm not sure exactly how much extra compared to the BOP, but certainly a significant amount of weight here. But nevertheless, still up for a top 3 finish here for Alif, as long as he can keep things under control.
And key point to note that he's still in front of his main championship rival, the 333 in the Castrol Lexus. Apex Racing Brunei's Muhammad Irfan, and the rest of the squad that's actually made up of a eclectic mix of drivers with Muhammad Azza and Iman Ryan in this one, in this particular case. So yeah, Bruneians, Malaysians and Indonesians all involved in one, so really makes it a very Southeast Asian affair. Meanwhile, we're still looking at keys here because it is the closest battle on track at the front end of the field. We see that Pratama is still about 1.5 seconds behind. That will be one to keep an eye on after this, if Pratama can actually reel in Naki, because that was quite a poor start from the Indonesian. We thought he was going to get swamped, but somehow he managed to stave off the attacks and maintain P2. Though same thing cannot be said for Alif right now, because he is under huge pressure from Lucas Keys, and this is very good. Oh, hello to Mark Votel Elman. Yep, nice to hear from you as well. Long time no see. Hopefully you can get back behind the wheel, because we haven't seen you in Global Edition in a while.
Speaking of behind the wheel right now, only about 10 minutes into this race, and you know, things are no longer as argy-bargy. It's more settling into that tire phase of the race right about now. But for Lucas Keys, it seems like he's still looking for opportunity to try to put an attack onto Alif here. Still hasn't found that opportunity quite yet, but you can see him constantly peeking behind there, always looking for that gap, exactly as you should do as a racing driver.
Indeed, and trying to psych out Alif is a bit of a hard task, because, you know, he is quite the coolest operator around. You don't see him face that often. You definitely don't see Alif make too many mistakes. But with the likes of Lucas Keys behind him, this is a toe-for-toe battle between two really cool operators in the RGP Endurance Edition. As they come out to the Mistral straight, it looks as though Lucas may have actually lost out a bit. His exit was a little bit compromised by the fact that he got way up close to the back of Alif as they went to the Mistral straight. You can see back markers are now coming to play here, so might just be a problem later on when they come up to the back of it, as it is the Mercedes of Andrew Plummer for RCR2. And no, it's not Richard Childress Racing from NASCAR. Apparently, the team name is Razor Crest Racing, if I'm not mistaken, that one. Though it's nice to see that a returning team from a couple years back also making their way back here in the series, just to give a bit of love for the guys further behind in the field, you know, so that the camera time is not focused on everyone up in front. As Plummer then comes out through, we can see the behind him. That's a gaggle. Oh, what's that?
I think it was spin out. I think it was
Alif. Alif is mine. Would you believe that? Alif has actually dropped it. Wow. That is a turn up for the books, and it might have been because Lucas was right behind him. Let's see what happened here, Vic.
Yeah, that was surprising. I did see Lucas and him getting a little bit closer. So we're having a look at our back marker here, coming up to the curb. Lucas Key again. It was constantly peeking on the inside. It looks like he tried to make a move, maybe. Well, let's see. Got a little bit close here. And indeed, it did come together. Lucas Key ran into the back of Alif. That's going to be controversial for sure.
But by the looks of it, on the surface level, I think Alif was already losing it a bit. He might have actually just tapped the curb. The car got unsettled, and then Lucas had nowhere to go. So controversy early on. Let's see what the stewards would think of that, and we will definitely hear Afiq on our ear after this, because we have an open mic with the stewards, but we can't talk to him, of course. Otherwise, we'll have that infamous Total Wolf moment.
Yeah, no Total Wolf's moment here on the ERGP, that's for sure. But, well, as of right now, that puts Alif down into P10 here. That's looking very, very unfortunate, that incident there. But Lucas Keys will continue on in P4, just 0.6 of a second behind, while Mohamed Irfan in Apex Racing Brunei still keeping himself up in...
Yep. Now, because pointing out right now, the big beneficiary of that is the championship rival to the Amigos racing car, the 333, who have been staying out of trouble even within that crazy gaggle. He's going on very strong, as you can see a car spinning out further behind, car number 69, into the straight. But we're not going to mind that so much, because we're watching Irfan around the outside of Breno Ellis. Can he try to make it through here? Irfan then on our camera right now, clutching his teeth. Can he go for the inside? No, he can't. Coming through Le Bouzet, but no way through as of yet. Meanwhile, his fellow countryman right behind him, Billy Ebenheiser, is looking really interested, as well as Nathan Monks in the McLaren. In fact, No, no, that's further behind.
Yeah, that's further behind.
Rifki's behind him.
Yeah, in the GTR. So France still not able to get past the Australian. Ellis there just in front of him. But even with that, even with this situation for him, I mean, in terms of championship, yes, he is going to be able to benefit a lot if Alif is not able to improve out of P10 right now. That's a very costly incident there for the Amigos Racing team. But that's certainly a windfall right now for Apex Racing Brunei, even though they're currently still stuck in 6th overall.
Yeah, sorry, Tali, for the slight jinx. That was waxing lyric about him. That he doesn't make that many
That's a
mistakes.
very rare thing to see from Alif, to be fair. So yeah, a very unfortunate circumstance for sure. But let's hope. I mean, again, we still have 3 hours and 46 minutes to go here, so we could still potentially see Amigos Racing team try to climb themselves back up, but they're gonna have to do it the hard way around here, unfortunately.
Yep. But mercifully, though, it wasn't that hard of a hit that it would cause a lot of damage. So maybe just a slight scuff on the right-hand side of the car. But nonetheless, he's still going. And his first target, incidentally, was the guy that we were talking about in that particular gaggle, is Nathan Monks, the Australian driving for the number 363 silver Apex Racing Brunei car. Looks as though, you see that blue flag? That's not for Nathan, though. And somehow, Alif got enough time to actually get a rag to wipe his face, because no doubt he might have actually been sweating bullets there, knowing that it would have been a race-ending collision.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly see the focus in his face right now as he knows the weight of the task is going to be ahead of him for the next 3 hours and 45 minutes. So let's hope here that Amigos Racing team will continue to be able to bring that championship fight onto.
Oh, we got him!
And yeah, but got him just like that. Well, I couldn't quite see what exactly happened to Nathan Mong there. May have just went off the line a little bit.
Yeah, he went offline. Monks actually just got off a bit there, seen, and he caught a bit of the curve on the outside. Luckily, though, wasn't too much. Just
another one.
Yeah, no, in fact, that's a back marker. That's
okay.
The number 511 of Paul Ryan Lopez. And if we can bring out Lopez's cam, you might see something interesting, because we saw him in a ski mask before. He's done it again, and this time he's actually wearing it with. No, in fact, he did wear a VR headset last time, but there it is.
Still is wearing that VR headset. Full immersion here. Inside the virtual world, as it were. Virtual to reality, as Alex would like to say. And
the fact that he wore a different color ski mask the 2 times that we saw him on camera when we were in Valencia. So, okay, at least we know he's driving, even though he's trying to keep anonymity, but nonetheless, a very, very immersive way of doing it. He's definitely getting a lot of heat under that head.
Yeah, so things now settling down a little bit. At the moment, I don't see any real close racing in Monster Top 10. At the moment, things still, very much settled down at this point. So at the moment, we're only 8 laps into this race here. It's looking still very, I think for Raja Miyoshalka, it's definitely going to be hoping this is going to turn out a lot better than round number 2. Hopefully no early retirements this time around.
So we heard just now from Afi that car is under investigation, and again, we don't know when he's going to pop in, because it's just like a steward. We cannot control what he's saying. So if we have a live update on what happened just now, then it might have been for the incident between Lucas Keys and Alif. So that is a big point of contention. As you can see, on board with Roger, he's right up the back of Aiden Tan coming up to scene. Can he actually make it through? I think Aiden's just being very conservative. But too conservative, in fact. He's gone very, very slow through that corner. So the car behind him, that's Chester Elo. Again, that's not an immediate threat, because his main rival right now is Ahmad Nourisan in the Balapan Random car, and Duran Abiskera, who are further behind in this particular gaggle. So he's happy to have it that way. As we're looking back at Roger, he's got a different teammate for this round, and a different car too, because they were driving Bentleys at one point. And now they're going to have Alistair Young in that car, so somehow he ended up in that team.
Yeah, the Islander Fishing Company is sad they don't have their actual livery up in their car right now. It's a very fun Fisherman's Friend type of tribute livery that they had last time around, and I expect it's going to be the same. But for Rajamir Shalka, it's going to be looking to actually score some points here in round number 3, and hopefully be able to continue to make the climb here after having gotten past Aiden Tan, the leader inside the AM class. Now he's going after one of the members in the silver class here, Hasono, who's just in front of him. And again, still, they're not in the same class here, so Raja Shalka could hope that they'll be able to give way, but then again, you know, as far as they're concerned, you're just another car on the track here, my friend.
Yeah, and he's just another car that's going to be an obstacle to what he's doing to get up to the back of Nathan Monks, as further behind we have yet more drama with car spinning in the fast corner. That is Darian Zufar. And the Spontan 2 car, he's getting a lot of flashing from Randy Go by the looks of it. Yes, it is Randy Go in the Velocity Pantera racing car. Coming out to turn number 1. He did recover from a half spin there, coming through Virage Dupont, but as though Zufar just managed to get enough of a momentum to prevent Randy from overtaking him. So again, battles all the way around through the field from front to back. We didn't have to focus on the leads too often. We can just find any particular battle, and it looks very interesting because the way it develops can probably, in the end, affect championship standings as the crown comes there. And then as Zufar tries to dive one there on Ali Shadani, his fellow countryman, but from a different team, the JPRT car. Looks as though that wasn't to be, and now Randy might actually fancy his chances onto the Mistral straight.
Yeah, it does feel like Zufar may have a slightly faster car, but still not able to get past.
Yeah, damage this.
Yeah, the damage in the back there, but Zufar is still not able to get past, and that's going to allow Randy Go now to actually gain the slipstream onto him on the Mistral straight. Oh, a bit of a bump as well there from Randy Go, but that actually might have helped Zufar a little bit to keep himself just ahead. But the right-hand bender is coming up soon here, a very fast one, so is Zufar going to be able to keep Randy Go behind? Bricks really late there, and still is able to keep himself far ahead here, so still out of the danger zone here for Zufar, but still not able to keep Randy Go off his back.
Yeah, it's not only the rear end of his car is scuffed, but the front too. So there's a legacy of the damage that he might have taken from the opening laps here. Again, anybody outside the top 10, you might as well be in a battle zone because it is war out there.
Oh boy, on the inside here goes Randy Go, and he finally found it and actually puts his elbows out there to ensure he stays inside that racing line. Zufar unfortunately caught out on the outside, had to go off track and concedes a position there to Randy Go. 34th position here for Randy.
Yep, and fair move actually because it is again.
It's his racing line.
Yeah, it was his racing line. Zufar just opened the door a bit. He was probably trying to take an avoiding action to prevent getting hit 2 laps in a row. So fair play to all of them. That's the sort of racing you see from everybody here. And oh, we have another incident coming up for them in front. Who is that? Number 669. No, in fact, we got the wrong car. There we go. It is Derek Daniel in the Bigo Racing Division car. Now, what happened to him?
Yeah, I wonder. It seemed to have went wide there.
Oh, in fact, he went off by himself.
Just spun around by himself. It looks like, yeah.
Yeah, no damage on his car, so he might have caught a curb somewhere there. But Paul Ricard, I don't think has that many treacherous curves as far as I'm concerned because it is crowded flat. It's a bit tapered, but the corrugated areas might have been the one that actually caught him out. Either way, Derek carries on in P20th overall, but now he has Ayman Shamim right behind him in the number 393 Apex Brunei Academy A car.
Yeah, they're currently on the chase there with the Aston Martin. By the way, shout out to Rahul Chakraborty, joined us inside the Facebook chat. Good luck, everyone, he says. Unfortunately, me and Fahad couldn't do this race, but cheering for the other teams from Bangladesh in this round here. So, yes, thank you very much, Rahul, for the shout out for the Bangladeshi squads that are taking part in EE for this round.
But in this case, there's no Bangladeshi team as far as I'm concerned. But I think he's saying from Bangladesh because he's there right now. But Fahad, of course, the server master, is also cannot commit to the entire race himself. So this will be their drop round because they have performed quite well in the 2 rounds so far they've competed, but not to be this time. And again, it's the sort of route that some teams take just to probably have other commitments elsewhere. Even, in fact, Stratos were not there last time out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
so
again,
they can take it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the benefit of the drop round rule. It does mean that, you know, for teams that have other racing commitments outside of ERGP, they're still able to continue fighting in this championship here. And fighting with a championship here for the silver class, Enzo Ison currently in the lead for the silver class here. Certainly in the league of his own right now, being 1 car ahead of Ellis. Got a pro class driver in between the two of them, so that's a good buffer to have, and certainly will be a lot more focused on the actual long-term strategy here, I think, for Enzo Ison from this point. So let's see if he's going to be able to keep this.
And of course, there's a specter hanging over this particular car as we are coming up to the very corner that caused the incident earlier.
I mean, again, when you're in this kind of situation, you just literally have to just keep your head down, just keep racing as well as you can, and it's really up to the steward's decision here what his fate is going to be. But as of right now, the thing he has control is the car that's on the track right now. So as long as he can keep himself in a position here, regardless of whatever penalties come, hopefully they will not adversely affect the rest of the championship hopes here for Lucas.
Or even for Ali for that matter, because again, that actually plays into the hands of the Triple Tree car, who is actually 4th overall. So that will be an interesting subplot. Oh, in fact, it is the main
It
plot.
is the
It is the main plot.
plot.
But the subplot for this race, to see how that particular one goes, because it is part of an episode that goes on at least until October, when we're going to crown champions again. But either way, let's focus on the other cars on the grid. In fact, one car that I was trying to also get a high on, because they were involved in that first initial scrap, was this particular team. A brand new car. They did register from the start of the season, but only now they managed to get a look in. And it's the Technoburst team that I'm very quite familiar with as well, because I did race for one of their sister teams in another league before that, also culminated in a championship win. So thankful for the guys behind the scenes to make that happen. Technoburst then running quite well with Mark Feldman, the Filipino, and he will pass it over to a couple of Malaysians after this, including one VTuber, Psycho Kaiser. He'll be taking over the car, driving with a controller, no less. So that will be quite interesting to see how he handles that one. And Naeem Nasran, who's pretty much a guy who travels a lot. He goes to Abu Dhabi as if, the United Arab Emirates, as if it was a bus. He can just take a plane and go there either way. So let's see how he deals virtual France, as now they're actually battling for position behind the car that, well, it's not the sister car that spun earlier, but it was Risky Nova that's going to battle with. So it's Aston versus Aston. That'd be quite an interesting thing to see.
I mean, equal machinery, isn't it? So equal playing field, as it were, here for Mark Feldman, and Nopar was just ahead of him. So the two of them only separated by 0.5 of a second as we get onto the Mistral Straight. So still a bit of work to be done here from Mark Feldman in the preceding laps here to try to close that gap if he wants to try to make that pass. But it's still the battle right now for 22nd place. Still, we're only about 25 minutes into this race right now. It's still in the lead here is Nakib Aslam of Stratos Motorsport. We did see an incident early on with Lucas Keys as well as Muhammad Alif. Alif is right now still in P10. I thought I saw him up in P9 a while back, but it seems like Rifki may have just passed him early on, or yeah, it did. The GTR is in front, and it doesn't seem like Alif is too happy about it, flashing him as he comes down the main straight.
I think he's trying to intimidate Rifki to make a mistake. In fact, Rifki just gives away. Maybe they had a collision earlier and thought, okay, that's just out of pure gentleman's agreement to just let him by. And again, he's not battling for the overall positions anyway.
Exactly.
He is third in the silver class, so there's no point in fighting that hard. Holding back a guy who's no doubt going to be incensed that an incident has altered his plans for this race.
Well, let's see. I mean, again, best laid plans of mice and men, isn't it? But that's how motor racing is. Sometimes the unexpected can occur, and it's up to you to see how you can try to recover, as we do see a car in the pits right now. Who exactly that was?
That was Nafal Afif, who was right at the back here, remember? He was actually in 49th at the start of the race. Now he is actually in the pit lane. We see him jump in and out. That might be a connection issue, so no wonder we caught him earlier, because there was a yellow flag being waved, and then now he's actually all over the place. So let's see if he can suss that out as the race goes. In fact, he's probably just in and out of the server right now. We'll wait until he gets back together. As we can see, Rifki Yasri in the blue flag Enjoyer car is running still in P9. Okay, so you can hear Afif saying that join the Discord call. So he wants a representative for this car from Red Pack Asia to join him to talk about the accident that happened at no doubt the start of this race, because you can see right at this point multiple cars went off left, right and center. That was absolutely crazy, but luckily it didn't take out the rest of the field.
Well, it did take out a couple of cars though. Oh, Darren Zufar into the tire barrier. What has happened here for the car number 113? Oh, there's an incident in front, and it got unfortunately collected. That incident is car number 147, I believe.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Yeah, so that car spun out, and unfortunately the 113 just got caught in the worst possible place at the worst possible time.
And amazingly, the car had enough turning radius to get back on the track. He didn't have to find reverse, but unfortunately for that car, it's more scuffed than what we saw it the first time.
Yeah, well, a lot of scuffed cars, but that's exactly how rough the racing can get sometimes here in the ERGP. Darian Zufar still going to be able to recover here in 38th or 39th place. Aiden Tan, in the meantime, getting a bit of a chase right now.
What the heck?
Yeah.
The camera glitched out for a second, but we were trying to focus on this particular battle because this is for P3 in the category. And again, the camera's just being a bit fritzy right now. We're trying to get the view of Aiden Tan. Either way.
Yeah, it's back on the track now, and the side-by-side action here as Aiden Tan tries to have a look on the inside, didn't quite find it on the braking though. Will still continue to try to fight through into the exit and through the chicane right now, trying to keep as close as he can, but the car behind him, I believe, is closing in as well onto this battle. Is turning into a three-way now with the Swift Steam Racing Team. Car number 4 just joining in here. Seeing whether or not Aiden Tan will be able to get past it. Still will have to tuck in behind Hutama for now, so that's been put on a bit of a cooler here, but they are on a mid-roll straight, and I think Aiden may get a bit of a slipstream. Still about 0.4 of a second off. Don't quite see the gains coming from him quite yet. As we come around now to the bend, let's see whether or not Aiden Tan will be able to have a look on that inside there under braking, or will Hutama continue to stay on? Yes, he still stays very much on it. Through that corner, a little bit off on the outside, but Aiden Tan is now gaining in him on the exit here, trying to close that gap, trying to find that inside, having the peak on the inside now. Aiden Tan moves in and swoops in for the kill and does get it confirmed.
And now Abler might actually come in as well. Vernon Blair coming at the back. Can he get him? No, he just can't. And Hutama closes the door right in his face. But Aiden is the one that is the big beneficiary of that. He's back up to the podium positions in the AM class.
That's great news here for the team, Uncle Evo team, as we are continuing on. This first half hour of the race is already about done and dusted here, but the racing action still continues. We have not had a single pit stop yet, but we may be expecting to see those pit strategies play out very soon here, as drivers still jostling for position out here. Very few battles going on in the front, I have to say, though. In the back, still looking like there are a couple of battles still all to play for here, as we are attempting to continue on to report on the rest of the racing, as it were.
Yeah, our camera tool seems to be stuck on Darian Zufar's car. Even we tried to change camera, so we might need to get that sorted out behind the scenes. Anyway, we're looking at the Island Air Fishing Company car of Raja Amiro Shaukat. Raja is the one that's chasing after Marco Asono. He's still chasing after him despite being there for the last few laps.
Indeed he is. So we have on board right now with the Spontan Racing driver here. A bit of technical difficulties on our end, as the data doesn't seem to be updating so much here, even on the on our race control side. So
oh, there's a car off at turn number 1.
Yeah,
that is Asher Shakur. So Asher has actually gone off big time. And the Lamborghini, so there's the yellow flags coming back on, and unfortunately he has damaged the front of that car.
Indeed he has. Hubba Bubba again still struggling again in round number 2, and there's a massive amount of damage here confirmed on his car here. But hopefully the Hubba Bubba car will see better days here in round number 3, as we are continuing on here. Slight technical difficulties at the moment, but as of right now, I don't see any cars going for the pit stop quite yet. So while we try to get things back and sorted, I'm pleased to say that, you know, things are still very much status quo, as it were, in the front of the grid. Nakib Asan continues to stay in the lead of the race. Marino Pratama is the one who is chasing him for a potential huge haul of points here in round 3. And as of right now, there's still a specter hanging over Lucas Keys at the moment after the incident he had with Muhammad Alif, and that is still being investigated by our stewards as we speak. As of right now, though, the racing action still will continue on, and hopefully we'll be able to give you guys a little bit more of an update as far as where what their actual strategies will be coming to this race. Again, Paul Ricard circuit is not as intense on the cars. Still will be quite a bit of tire degradation, especially if you end up going off track there. The stripes there on the side of the Paul Ricard track, as beautiful as they look, it can be very much deadly to any form of rubber that gets over it, and especially for those drivers who are missing the corners here going wide. That's going to severely affect the performance of the tires over time.
Yeah, glad you pointed that out. Actually, there's a reason why. Oh no! Oh, that's our race leader.
Yes.
That's Nakib getting hit. Nakib has actually been hit by Asher. Luckily, we stayed on him, and Nakib returns the favor. Wow! Amazingly, despite us having some broadcast issues, managed to keep on the car that might have actually flicked the story of the race on its head.
Yeah, oh, that's just so bad there actually. I mean, good thing that Nakib Aslan is able to get through unscathed. He still has a 3.7-second gap there to Moreno Pratama, so not too affected in his race right now. But that, again, oh man, Hubba Bubba is not having a good day again, isn't it?
Well, that's 2 races in a row that have caused something, but
Yeah.
this time they've committed the cardinal sin of hitting the race leader. Wow. That's a turn out for the books, and look at the scuffed nature at the front of that Stratos car. That's not exactly what Naki would have wanted after having pulled up a 5-second lead in front of Moreno Pratama.
Indeed. So, well, I mean, you can see a little bit of resignation in his face right now, but I mean, he's still in control for now. But the damage, you know, that could pile on as the race goes on here. I mean, we still have another 3.5 hours to go here, so it's certainly not something that Nakib Aslan would want in his race anyway. But let's hope he's going to be able to continue to keep this lead here. 17 laps into this race. Moreno Pratama at the moment still 3.5 seconds. So I think as far as the immediate effects, it hasn't really affected Nakib actually that much. But well, let's just hope that let's just hope the Hubba Bubba car stays out of the way of some of the other drivers here on the track, huh?
Yeah, and it's crazy to think that the colors of the car makes it look like the Joker. It's purple and green, or EVA Unit 01, whichever you want to look at it.
So I guess like instead of taking a Joker lap, you have to hit the Joker car.
Yeah. Or you know, like the end of the which movie was it where he? It was the second movie, isn't it? In part of the trilogy where he threw the Joker off.
You mean the Dark Knight trilogy? Yeah.
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 So yes, that's in this case what Nakib did. He decided to dump the Joker at the end.
Yeah, that felt a bit like that felt kind of personal there actually, the way he spun him around. But nevertheless, I mean, hopefully less drama there from here on out. I mean, Nakib still has a lot of cars to lap here to go. I mean, still early days right now here in this round in Paul Ricard, so still lots of things can happen. I mean, for Lucas Keys, still wondering what the decision of the stewards will be, but as of right now, still remains P3 overall here. Still doing a fantastic job keeping that position here. Alif has already moved up to P7, by the way. Already gotten past Ebenheiser whilst we were dealing with the technical issue there. So Alif is already making some good progress here to try to regain some points here and hopefully be able to catch up to Irfan, who is only 2 cars ahead of him and not too far away. I think I calculate only about 1.7 seconds there in order to catch up to where Irfan is. So still could be on the cards here for Alif Hamilton. I keep calling him Alif Hamilton. I just always keep.
That's not wrong either.
Not wrong. Yeah, he is. He is Lewis Hamilton's #1 fan here in Southeast Asia. That's for sure.
And to put that into perspective, the 2 times that Lewis actually came to Singapore for the Grand Prix, the 2 times that he actually spotted Tasbi and Alif there to take a picture, were in the same position as well. So shows that he does really love his fans, especially the ones that really follow him intensely. And you know, shout out to the man. Without him, the sport would never have the reach that it is today.
Yeah.
I mean, really, he has made an impact for the sport beyond what numbers of titles that he's won. He's really made an impact on it. So luckily, Alif is carrying on that particular torch in the eRacing as well.
Yeah, and the number 44, no less. So let's keep it up there for the Amigos Racing team, who are still currently locked in that fight here with the 3GD car, the Apex Racing Brunei team. So we'll see how things will continue to progress as the race continues. Lucas Key, in the meantime, still very much in a world of his own here, still very much holding that final podium position. Irfan is trying to catch up, still about 2 seconds away from bringing the fight here to Lucas Keys. So that's going to be something interesting to see, whether or not Irfan will be able to dispatch him if he does catch up.
Yep. And point of note as well, Ison's not that far away, and so is Ellis. So these guys, this particular gaggle of cars that have been battling from the opening part of the race until now, are almost inseparable up to this point. So it's interesting to see how this will play out, especially given the fact that they're fighting for the overall positions, though they still have the small matter, I say that lightly, small matter of class positions to settle as well. And between Ison and Ellis, that is the closest battle on track right now. It's for the battle for the win.
Yeah, a bit of battling. I'm also seeing a couple of cars just in front of them as well. I think that's the cars that are about to be lapped soon as Ison continues to lead here in the silver class, still hanging on to the slipstream of Irfan as you get onto the Mistral straight yet again. And so Isan, very impressive showing here, even since qualifying. It still continues to impress us as the race continues here. 3 hours and 22 minutes still remains. We're about 22 minutes away to end the first quarter of this race here. And as it stands right now, for the pro class, it's still very much status quo. For the silver class, it's still very much Isan in the lead here, if L is just behind. For the amateur class, Abisekera seems to be the driver who is in the lead here for the AM class, so that's probably great news here for the number 888 Aston Martin. A lot of eyes going to be on that Hubba Bubba car for sure, as Alif Hamilton now continuing on. It's already catching up to that very car, so hopefully he'll be able to spot the blue flags coming for him soon.
Let's hope that he doesn't make it 2 for 2, because that is not a KD ratio he wants to actually get. Because that just brings a lot of championship implications, and unfortunately for him as well, similar color cars as Asher really slides at the final corner. He's not liking the grip on that thing right now. He has spun it once, and the car is carrying damage. Blue flags are waving. No doubt he would have gotten it on his indicator. Ali flashing like mad right now, and no doubt he is mad under that helmet as well. After the incidents that has happened before, looks as though Asher has gotten away. Yes, he's actually gone off into the escape road. That happens to also hurt his tires, because in ACC they modeled that. Blue, it is slightly abrasive, but if you're on the red stuff, it actually chews up your tires
like nothing. So, yeah, well, luckily for Alif, it's less drama for him around as he laps yet another car, and will be able to continue to chase now to the 2 silver drivers that separate him and his main championship rival, as it were, on track. 20 minutes still remaining in this phase. A yellow flag there for car number 39, and that's at the last bit just before the Mistral Straight.
That's the Permis Racing car number 39, their first time here in Endurance Edition. They tried to pre-qualify twice, but they didn't make it. Now they're actually here. Unfortunately, we cannot get to them right now because of the fact that we cannot really jump to them unless you have to jump through all the cars on screen. So it's a problem with our interface that we do, but again, we'll probably just get that sorted once the commercial break comes around.
Yeah, so in any case, we'll still continue to keep you guys up to date with what's going on track. Ebenheiser, I believe it's the way you pronounce his name.
I think it's Ebenheiser.
Ebenheiser, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it still continues to stay on the 8th overall here. Ooh. Rajamio Shaukat has already moved up one place and now trying to move for another here.
He's got that. He's got it on Harsono. Yes, he does.
Ooh,
unfortunately, this particular camera is not really good in catching the action, but Harsono was really side by side with Shaukat, and Raja gets through. The Toyota rookie at one point has actually gotten through here.
Yep. So, well, it's another feather in the cap here for Rajamir Shaukat. Only one more position away from getting into 10th overall, but certainly doing quite well as far as the pro class is concerned, and just got a bunch of silver cars right now to dispatch here, so he can continue to bring the fight here to Ebenheiser. So let's hope that things continue to stay on the up and up here for Rajamir Shaukat, who had to retire last round due to a mechanical issue with his sim racing rig. So hopefully this time around that he'll be able to actually finish the race in earnest.
Yeah, and I can feel for him on that one, because I've had that before with my own wheel, because it's the same one that he actually runs as well. There's a problem with a particular batch of Moza R5s where the connector's a little bit loose. So the solution for me was just to put some putty around it and just really yank it in there so that it never comes loose. And it's been loose free for the last 2 years.
Yeah, so let's hopefully Raja has done the same kind of fix on his end, and we'll be able to see him take the checkered flag this time in round 3.
Something happened. What happened to Pratama? Unfortunately, we cannot get to him right now, but Pratama has stopped on track. Would you believe that?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult for us to actually see what has happened, but he's teleported into the pits. He's out of the race here, ladies and gentlemen. Marino Pratama, who is running in P2, has now left us here, and looks like that's a massive upset here for the LOR team. This is again another massive implication here for the championship here, Emo.
Indeed, and Vic, can't believe it. Many of the championship contenders, in fact, all 3 of them have got into trouble today. The 111 for hitting a back marker, the 889 now out of the race, and of course the number 44 getting hit from behind. Would you believe that? All 3 of our championship protagonists have all been hit, and the big beneficiary, that is the car running in P3 right now.
Yep, I mean, he was running in Yeah, he's now on the podium here. Mohamed Irfan, Apex Racing Brunei will be able to continue extend that lead a little bit here, especially if Alif is not able to get past him. But then again, you know, we still have another 3 hours to go, so never say never. But with one contender out of the way, that's going to be less of an obstacle here for Mohamed Irfan to continue to keep this lead in his championship. This is a massive upset here, especially for Pratama, especially for LOR here. What exactly has happened to that team? The disconnect, a technical issue. Their car literally stopped in the middle of that Mistral straight and teleported to the pits, and that's all we could see here, unfortunately. So wow, I mean,
yeah,
talk about anything can happen, isn't it?
Well, for this 333 team, this is for them standing on the shoulders of giants. They don't know what they're going to achieve now, because this is beyond anything they would have actually dreamt of even. It's a scenario where they could just about probably get the most number of points here and just sneak in a surprise result that will take them ultimately one step closer into an improbable championship. That will be a turn up for the books though, Vic. That would be one of the biggest underdog stories ever.
Yeah, wow. I mean, again, to think about it from Irfan's perspective, he was just basically racing normally as far as he's concerned. Nothing really dramatic. It's just that everyone else around him is just kind of like getting themselves knocked out one by one. So it seems like fate is very much on Apex Racing Brunei's side for now, with Irfan now on track here for a podium finish. Well, let's see whether or not they'll be able to keep that for the end.
Yeah. So it's a reverse of Murphy's Law, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Because normally Murphy's Law is just something that bad that can happen, will happen. But for Nakib and Nabil, they've been counting their lucky stars that that particular incident has not had a lasting effect, because they're still out in front by more than 12 seconds. Remember, it was about 3 seconds just now when Pratama had his issues, and that's not the first time that the number 889 car has been hamstrung by issues out of their control. It's again, whether a case of Indonesian internet connection not being that good, or something happened to their particular hardware that caused them to be out. So we're waiting for what's going to be there right now in terms of reports afterwards. But certainly, we were probably just robbed of a potential grandstand end to the first half of this race, because Nakib and Nabil were recovering still from that incident earlier.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of drama already, but unfortunately not on-track incident drama, just more disconnections or other technical issues here affecting some of our drivers, but nothing affecting Nakib Aslan's race for now. Still very healthily in the lead here, and certainly not in much worry of anything challenging his position for now. It's just a matter of being able to find a checkered flag here for Stratos Motorsports team here. So I think for Nakib, it's very much smooth sailing for him to try to gain the race win here in round number 3.
Yep. Again, only something out of his control might just be the deterrent for him to actually get this race win. But no doubt it will be a return to form for them after missing out last time out in Valencia. Now they're back here. Oh, something happened to... in fact, 889, they're back.
Yeah, 889 is back in the track here, ladies and gentlemen. They're unfortunately coming out only from the pit lane here, but Marino Pratama is successfully reconnected here. Will be continuing racing, but will still have to fight his way through 48 cars here before he can get through to Nakib Aslan. So quite a mountain to climb, but glad to see that LOR Racing is back here with us.
And again, because there's a finite number of pro cars in this race, they still can collect some points. So damage limitation going into that, but it might just be so soul destroying to know that there could have been eye up there in front of this car that's right behind them on the road. But in terms of position, they are antipodes apart.
Yeah, can't quite exactly see how far they are. I would expect at least a lap, maybe even more here between...
4 laps at least, because you can see Asher just now.
Yeah, Asher is like 3 laps behind, so yeah.
So a complete Antipodean pole right there.
Yeah, but then again, as you mentioned, there's a limited number of entries inside the pro class anyway, so they could still at least, fight for the checkered flag, get at least some points here to limit the amount of damage done to their own championship, and hopefully, next round come back even better and stronger. So yeah, I mean, very unfortunate here for Pratama. Literally quite outside of control. Nothing they could do about it if it was indeed a disconnection or otherwise other technical issues on their end. But great to see that LOR Racing continues to rejoin us in this race, and hopefully be able to see them for the checkered flag.
Indeed, as there's a flurry of pit stops going through right now, either for drive-throughs or actual ones, because it is quite early. We're only about 48 minutes into the race. couple of cars in there right now, including the likes of, I think, see the 393. Yeah, that's the AM car for Apex Racing Brunei. That's quite an early stop for them. And look like number car 121 as well. Yeah, one of the JPRT cars is in there too. So early pit stops all around for some of these guys. But nonetheless, we are just reaching that point. But I think most of the top teams will be running all the way. Okay, so we can hear just now. That is 711. That's the PG tow car. That is Lucas Keys' car with
5-second penalty.
Yes, it's a 5-second penalty for Keys there. So no doubt that was the final decision. In fact, it's a 10-second penalty. So that will be added onto their pit stop. But again, what was Lucas Keys to do there, in my opinion, from a driver's perspective? Because I did see that Alif was probably stepping out a bit. It's just that Lucas had nowhere to go. But that's the decision that the stewards have decided to take, and we cannot question him for that one. But from Ali's point of view as well, he was just stepping out a bit. He just couldn't avoid the incident either. So maybe a racing incident in our eyes, who knows? But whatever it is, well, that is the proof in the pudding right now. What has happened in the end.
Well, regardless, like Afika, our steward, will have the replays, the onboards to refer to. So we'll trust in the race steward's decision here that it's the right decision. And Lucas Keys, unfortunately, will have to take that 10-second penalty when he comes into the pits for now, and that's going to put him down quite a bit here, as far as you can see on the timing tower.
And the big beneficiary will be the number 333.
Yeah, again. So for Irfan, everything is just kind of parting. Like literally, the Red Sea is just parting for him right now, and he's going to be on now for a P2 at the 3-hour mark. So everything's just working out well for him. Everything's working out well for Stratos, even though there was still that little argy-bargy incident there with Hubba Bubba car that still has not affected his racing prowess in any way, shape, or form. Still remains in the lead of this race here is Nakib Aslan for Stratos Motorsport, and there seems to be nothing much that could stop them at this point, at least as far as anything on track.
Well, on track, that was the car that did take out just now, the Pepega car. But apart from that,
I think as far as his championship challenge is concerned, there's not really any other car that can actually try to fight him here. 12 seconds in the lead to Lucas Keys, who will have another 10-second penalty. Irfan will at least be another 13 seconds behind him. So, yeah, again, very much in a commanding position here for Stratos Motorsport.
Indeed. And another thing to note about the 10-second gap is that once you actually go into the pit, you lose the amount of time. On track, a car will freeze by about 200 meters.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, again, especially when you have a straight as long as a Mistral here, average speeds out here, Paul Ricard, is actually pretty high. So it wouldn't be surprising if Lucas Keys will find himself having struggled to stay inside the top 10 by the time it gets out of the pits and into the next phase of the race here. And speaking of which, you know, we're only 9 minutes away from that first quarter being done and dusted here. And hopefully we'll be able to get the technical situation out and sorted out. Can't quite give any... don't really have a lot of data points here to help you guys keep track of the strategies here. As far as I can see, there weren't any pit stops from the top 5 of the overall here at the moment. We did lose Pratama, but he did rejoin us here, although he's still 4 laps behind, so still will have a lot of work for him. But at least inside the pro class, may still be able to come with some points if he gets a checkered flag at the end, regardless of where he is. And we'll certainly be rooting for the LR team at least to continue on their championship hopes. But for Apex Racing Brunei, this is a huge windfall for the Bruneian team here. If they can successfully keep this, not just a podium position, but possible P2 here, this is certainly going to do wonders now for their championship battle.
And if it was a P1, that would be something else. Oh, there's a fellow Lexus right there in a scrambled out livery. I think that was meant to be for another car, but... Okay, so that's a penalty for one of the Swift sim racing cars, hitting the Balapan Random number 89 car from out of our view, of course. So that's where the penalty has come in, as Irfan gets through safely in front of Adam Hakim in the Pepega Maggie Milo car. Actually, Nakib's in the pits. Nakib has actually gone to the pits. Yeah, we saw just now that there was a car. So that's why Lucas Keys has taken the lead. So Nakib has gone in slightly earlier than expected. So 52-minute mark. There he is. Earlier than what we expected.
Yeah, perhaps just getting things set up here. I mean, again, well within his rights. 12 seconds in the lead here compared to Lucas Key. He's going to concede that to him, but he still has a 10-second penalty to have to deal with when he has coming for his pit stop. Let's see where Alif will end up, though. He's currently sitting P6 here, still looking, still only just gone through into the southern tip of Paul Ricard.
In fact, he has overtaken. Oh no!
Oh no, Ellis!
Ellis has actually taken a half spin, and who hit him there?
I hope it's not. I hope it's not Eson in that case, though. Looking very much frustrated there is Ellis as he flashes his car. The car hit him, Jordan McNeil. He's all the way down. Whoa, 35th position as far as I could see here. If he's really behind Jordan McNeil, or is that just a lapped car in this case here? I think it could be a lapped car here. So Brendo Ellis is still displayed as P4 right now. But yeah, do actually wonder what happened. Unfortunately, we can't show you guys a replay due to the technical issues we're having here. But I think he's still in that. Yeah, he's still in the top 2. So no problem for him as far as the silver class is concerned.
Yep, second in the silver class and 4th overall. Again!
Whoa! Just gonna try to lap him actually. Jordan McNeil winning, not giving too much room there to be fair. But Brendo Ellis still is able to get through. You can see Alif just behind him. Just lurking in the background there, looking for an opportunity to get closer and closer and hopefully to bring that fight now to Irfan. As it stands right now, though, Muhammad Alif is on the podium here in the pro class.
Yeah.
So, but knowing that his battle is still with Apex Racing Brunei, he needs to finish ahead of them so that Amigos will continue to stay close in that championship going to round 4.
Yeah, still plenty to fight for, especially given the fact that we have 2 more rounds after this. Both at Imola and to top it off at Spa for the 6 hours. Still plenty of racing to go even here right now at Le Castellet. For now though, P5 overall for Leaf, but we'll have to wait and see until everything starts itself out because the pit stops are going to come in. Plus, the fact that Lucas Keys is going to get that penalty while he's doing the stop. So these two might just meet each other again just sometime after the whole cycle.
So far we only saw Nakib Aslan go into the pits here. Lucas Keys, Muhammad Irfan, as well as Muhammad Alif have not gone into the pits quite yet. That was quite an early pit stop, as you pointed out there, for Stratus Motorsports. So I wonder if that's factoring up into their strategy a little bit here, taking the early stop, maybe just to, I don't know, just get the handoff early on here for Nakib to his brother. Enzo Eson, in the meantime, though, still sitting pretty in that top 3 position here. The still in the lead right now for the silver class, and with Ellis having had his little incident, still is going to be quite far away to challenge the LOR driver for that silver crown.
Yes. Still, it's quite close between the both of them. They've been together since the start of this race, and the fact that Ellis and Eson were side by side at one point at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Though Eson got the better of him that time around, there's no doubt that there will be plenty of runs to go.
Oh, that's a leader of our M class actually.
Yeah, in fact, we're trying to find Abisikara right now on our screens, but no doubt that something might have happened for that car that requires the stewards. There we go. There's Abisikara right now. Right behind incidentally Rajamiro Shaukat. But yeah, that might have been something outside of their control or happened during the race that requires them to see the stewards. Now that's normally a serious warning.
I mean, it feels like, I don't know, I see the Rajamiro Shaukat has moved up to 10 here, so maybe something happened while he was trying to pass him and that got complained about. I don't know. Again, that's going to be up to both his team and the stewards to try to hash it out later on. We'll give you guys an update if it does come through. But as of right now, well, look at that. Rajamiro Shaukat up to P10 here, so he's already doing some good work on the track.
And he is P5 in the pro class, so he's doing well. Oh, that was a car coming into the pit lane, and I hate this particular iteration of the layout that we have at Paul Ricard, where the pit lane entry is such a dangerous thing because you need to cut in very quickly so that you want to let the guy behind know that you're coming in. Otherwise, you might get rear-ended. Circa 2021. What happened to Imanazi getting hit by the Hong Kong car right behind the Kamachi car at that time? In a different class, different car as well, GT4 versus GT3. Either way, we never had the update for Paul Ricard with the brand new pit lane where it comes off at Virage de la Tour before Virage du Pont. As that's very close.
Oh yeah, that's a little bit argy-bargy for sure.
Yeah.
Trying to lap one of the cars there, then it looked like it got a little bit too close for comfort. But that's allowed Abisakara to actually get very close now. I think that's I think that's another car is trying to lap right now.
That was actually Ashfiko Rahman for ATXR. Now Abisakara is actually back to the rear end of Rajamiro Shaukat. So he's gonna get a run up here coming up to scene.
Yeah, and he's going to try to get himself into the inside here, and there he is side by side, so it could be job done actually under braking, but then again, Rajamiro Shaukat is not giving up this without a fight. Very fast right-hand bender as we come through here, and
Yes, he
Abisakara
does.
takes the inside and takes it with very little drama indeed here. Abisakara still remains back up into 9th position here, so him and Rajamiro Shaukat will continue to fight here, regardless of the fact they're not in the same class.
Yeah, but I think that would be much to Shaukat's. Ooh, that's why.
Yeah, so that's why causing a collision there. So
And a 10-second penalty, that is severe as well. So Abisakara's effort to take it back up to the front of front of Raju, but also extend his lead in the AM class is all for naught now, because it's now going to be 10 seconds added onto his time. So yeah,
I mean,
that's painful.
That's painful for him, but that's might be good news here for Nur Isan and Aiden Tan, who are both running in the podium here for the AM class. So yeah, that's very unfortunate here, Abisakara, but then again, that's collision caused, so that's a penalty for you. Unfortunately, it's there are a couple of cars right now.
And that's Nakib further behind as well.
Yeah, exactly. So you got Rajamiro Shaukat trying to head off Aiden Tan, and then you got Nakib Aslan trying to lap the two of them here.
Yeah.
Could be a recipe for disaster, it could be a recipe for good action here.
Yeah, Ferrari versus Ferrari, and this is actually battle for position outright. It's not a car. It's not cars being lapped. This is actually Nakib trying to thread the needle through, and this will cost. This is gonna cost him a lot of time, because he did have an advantage in hand by about 12 seconds coming to the pit lane, sure, but he doesn't want to lose any time by getting into a needless battle. In this case in point, this is one of it. He has to carve his way through now.
Yep, still has to continue to carve his way through. As Amanur Insan is still in front of him here, flashing his lights there to let Amanur Insan know that he's going to try to make the move. Tries to have it inside, but Nur Insan is not really giving him that much room there, to be fair. Still will end up side by side, though, coming into the right-hand bend, and still it's going to be Shadows and the inside here. I think he should be able to get through that without any trouble at all.
But look at Aiden. He's coming back at him onto the inside, coming up to Le Bose, but look at that. Namanori side with the defense. That is fair, by the way, because he did block that line once and will keep second place in the AM category, much to the disdain of Aiden Tan. You can see he's flashing there. Probably that he's annoyed by the fact that he got the door shut right in his face.
Yeah, well, still going to be very much status quo here between the two of them. And while Nakib Aslan will continue to pull away into the distance, continuing on for his own race here. We are now at the end of our first hour of racing here in the Endurance Edition here. Lucas Key is currently in the lead here, but it's still Nakib Aslan, who has already taken his pit stop, who is still in the effective lead for the class. We'll be right back after we take a short break, but don't go away, because the Endurance Edition will still continue for another 3 hours. So sit back, enjoy the show, and we'll see you guys in the next phase.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the next hour here of our 4-hour long endurance edition at Paul Ricard Circuit in ACC. My name is Victor Cax in the booth here. We say goodbye to Ammo for now, and we're going to be welcoming Primer Ice T into the booth together with us. Primer, how you doing?
I am hungry. At the same time as well, I'm just looking. This is very unrelated to the race right now, but it seems that there's a lot of haze outside my home currently, and it seems like as well, Malaysia. A lot of people from Malaysia are suffering. Not so suffering, but I would say they are noticing there are some smoky haze outside their houses right now. I mean, do you see any haze from your place?
I mean, over here in Sunway, I don't think it's pretty clear and sunny outside here, so I don't know. Well, hopefully there's nothing too serious going on in your end, but well, things certainly have heated up a little bit as far as the racing is concerned. We just saw Irfan going to the pits here. He's come out in 8th position here. It still remains in P4 in the pro class, but crucially, he is coming out behind Nabil Aslan with 4 cars in between him right now. So you can see him just on the end of the Mistral Straight right here. Irfan, in the meantime, still locking his own little battle here. Or rather, not quite a battle, really. It's still amongst other cars from other classes here. Lucas Keys is still elected to stay out in spite of the fact that he had the 10-second penalty for causing a collision together with Muhammad Alif. Still remains in this race though, and I think still could be on for a top 5. So we'll have to that still remains to be seen. But good news here for Muhammad Alif. He's actually made his way up into P2 here. Wonder if he's going to be able to extend out this stint here for himself, or he's going to
causing a collision with 113.
Yep, that was a little announcement there from our steward. Couldn't quite catch that. It was a doubling on my end here, unfortunately. So I think there was a that's a report about one of the incidents that happened while we were away. But yeah, I mean, Primer, how's your estimation of the race so far for you?
I mean, so far, first things first, I may not be able to know all the drivers and all the cars here in the track itself, but from the 1 hour of watching the battle just now, I would say it's definitely crazy. I did not expect a lot of incidents happening in Paul Ricard, since it's a very wide place, a lot of very safe areas as well. I didn't expect any crazy things to happen, but color me wrong, but there are some very interesting part that happened just now with someone rear-ending someone, and going out of the course here. And I would say, yeah, color me surprised. I am quite impressed
Yeah,
by the performance so far.
I mean, a little bit of action just happened here as Daryl Ung is fighting right now for 16th position here with Daniel. It's successfully gone through here. The team Uncle Car, 828 has already gotten through and is now closed the door here onto the Aston Martin. So now the 16th place confirmed, or will it be a little bit of a peek of an outside there from Daniel, or rather trying to cover off, I think, another car behind him. Could be Bahar, actually, who is in that McLaren. Indeed, it is. Oh, trying to get on the inside there.
Ooh, that is a bit. Oh, it's a bit of a touch. Oh, it's gonna be a three-way battle soon, going through the starting line again, as they all of them will be reaching into turn 1. But now it's gonna be, looks like gonna be a 2x2.
Yeah,
gonna be touchy a bit there. And so far, it's a good one.
It is a good one. Still side by side through turn 1 and turn 2. The TiVo car will have the inside though, but then the McLaren on the outside will be able to gain the momentum on the exit. Stays in position there, and I think that could be Bahar right now in front of the two of them as the Beagle car attempts to try to fight from the behind. And it is going to be side by side and takes the inside line against the Evo car as well. And that's for the Daryl Ung. Wow, you mean he attempted to try to make the move, but now he's having to try to defend against both of these cars here. Not able to keep himself in that position, unfortunately. And we'll have to concede that actually to Bahar, but for the car behind, still not quite out of the woods yet. He's going to try to get the slipstream and slip onto the inside here, maybe able to get him even before the end of the Mistral Straight. But it's still side by side. They're still drag racing this out.
Yeah, who will be getting the inside, who will be getting the outside? Let's see who is winning on the top speed part here. My bet is on the... Oh, so far, my bet is the Aston is doing... took the inside really well. No accidents happened. No much of a drama there. All good, all good. But it seems that the Marlboro McLaren...
Yeah, whoa, it's coming back.
It's coming back.
It's coming back into the fight. He does get... He does close the door to the Beagle Racing car yet again. This is absolutely exciting. Great. Great that this came for us right after the break here. The Beagle Racing car takes inside, takes a position yet again from the team Uncle Evo car.
They're just passing the baton, left, right, and they're still keeping it on. It is still not over, and the McLaren back there as well. He'll be like, oh, you two are fighting. Can I join in the fight as well? And he seems to try to do that, but no, the doors are closed, and now it seems like it's a normal day again here at Paul Ricard.
Yeah, that was
seems like to be over.
Yeah, that's Julianino Gonzalez, by the way, who tried to get himself into that battle here. They are inside the same class, by the way, inside the ever competitive amateur class, as Daryl Ung continues to try to keep chase here to the Beagle car, while Bahar is already way up ahead here in that silver class, so no problem for him whatsoever. Well, that's an exciting way to come back from the break here, but yeah, well, we're already seeing... Oh, okay, I think Lucas Keys has just gone to the pits as well, so he's going to be conceding the lead here to Muhammad Ali, who's now, after having had that incident with Lucas Keys, has got himself back up into the track, the very front of the track position. Will he be able to keep it, though? That's going to be another question to see. But again, we still have a long way to go in this race, haven't we?
Yeah, you are correct, and I like it. Thank you. I'm so glad that when we just got back from the break, there's already a great battle starting up. Anyways, at least it will be, quite not momentful, eventful. That's the word I'm trying to say. That's the word I'm trying to find here. So far, everything is still all tipsy daisy. Even the weather is okay. I mean, I know that in the start of the race that the weather is a bit unpredictable. There's no there may be a chance of rain, maybe, who knows. But so far everything is all good here, as all clear as per the weather. Quite clear here in France, I say.
It's still a kind of overcast condition. I mean, you can still see the weather prediction, or rather the weather forecast on the top right corner there with the 5-minute and 15-minute. So still remains to be a dry race. It's just a lot of clouds out in the sky there. So perhaps the temperatures out here is looking a little bit colder. Well, relatively cold, I should say. So it's still 24 degrees Celsius with 30 degrees on the track. So still plenty of heat to warm up the tires for sure. Nakib Aslan at the moment still trying to still, I think, effectively in the lead here for the pro class, because Alif has yet to take his pit stop, and I think the last time I saw around they were about 30 seconds apart. So hopefully after the pit stops there, Alif will be able to come out somewhere in that top 5 perhaps, so he can continue to give that chase here. But no doubt the biggest beneficiary of the race so far has been Mohamed Irfan. I mean, imagine that, just having a very normal, very casual race, but it seems like all the competitors around him is just having issues after issues, and suddenly they find themselves back up into the podium position here. That's a really exciting like development as far as this championship for the pro classes, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. So he seems to be quite relaxed, judging, looking at him now on the webcam. He's quite in mood. He's in his flow state, bringing his it's a Castro livery.
Yeah, Castro.
For the Lexus, isn't it?
Yep.
It looks nice. It looks nice. I'm sorry, that's a bit out of context, but it looks nice on
Oh
the
no,
scene. But yeah,
it's yeah, it's a very classic livery here. I mean, good reference to back when Toyota was running in the World Rally Championship, actually. And funny enough, Lexus being another sister brand to the main Toyota brand itself, it seems quite appropriate to actually use this livery on this car.
Yes, oh my! I miss the old days where I'm gonna sound a bit old here, but I do miss the old days where liveries are quite memorable. Not as I would say, yeah, where the liveries are a bit more memorable these days. If I may ask you, this is a random question. What would be the most memorable modern livery that you can remember?
Ooh, memorable modern livery. I mean, first thing comes to mind is like the all black Mercedes back in 2020 for in the F1. Like,
oh
yeah, that was, to me, that still is like the best looking like F1 car in modern history. Besides that, perhaps like the pink pig, the pig livery, if you remember.
Yes, I do. And honestly, that's a good answer, actually. Honestly, that's a good answer. For me, it would be the Williams, the new ones, where they have that Duracell.
Oh yeah, the battery right on top of the air vent, right?
Air vent. Oh, but I'm like, oh, that's a genius marketing.
Yeah.
That's actually a very good genius marketing as well. But yeah, as per memorableness, everything is still. I would say I'm gonna say the word normal daisy here a lot, because currently everyone's just chilling. I think this is part of the stage where everyone is trying their best to conserve their fuel, or either they're trying their best to conserve their tires as well, not to push too much. Maybe that's their strategy, maybe that's not. I am not sure about that, but what do you think on that part?
It's always a balancing act, right? Like, you want to, on the one hand, conserve and preserve the life of your tires, but at the same time, you want to be able to maintain a good pace on track here to keep your track position. So it's always trying to find that fine line. That's always the biggest challenge for the drivers in any kind of endurance racing situation here. So a lot of this is, it's all about the long-term strategy. There could be reasons for why Nakib decides to pit early, perhaps try to get undercuts, or to try to perhaps cover off some options here for his competitors. But then again, given that he's already so far ahead of everyone else, it also makes sense for him to try to get the pit stop early on, hand it off to his teammate, and let the race continue on. And with that 12-second lead, he has a very commanding position as far as the pro class is concerned. So he's probably, the Stratus Motorsport, very much going to be on here for a possible race win. Alif is going to be one of the ones we have to keep an eye on, because he is, of course, locked in that championship battle together with Apex Racing Brunei's Irfan. So these the fact that he's able to stay within relative touching distance of these guys, he still has yet to take his pit stop. So we still have to see where he's going to be ending up after that phase. But as far as I can see, he's done a massively great job here at putting a recovery in this race.
Oh, definitely. So far, I can't say much, but it seems here, all three of you are now on my screen right now. Are they battling each other right now?
I don't know exactly. Like, I'm trying to see who exactly is the car in front and behind. May not be the same cars they're fighting. It could be just cars he's trying to lap at the moment. This is Wilson Woon, by the way, who has taken over from Enzo Ison. Still remains in the lead here for the silver class. So continuing to try to get past some of these lap cars. You can see the blue flags being waved for him as they come onto the main straight, but it seems like whoever he's trying to pass right now is not making things easy for him. That's for sure.
He is not. He is keep like, no, I will only let you I will only let you overtake if you can do so. If you cannot, I will not give that position to you. If you want it, you gotta work for it, and that is what he's doing when he reached turn 1 just now. Just not completely denying it, but just not giving him the opportunity to do so. It's not an easy pass to like, oh, you know, I got a blue flag. Okay, it's okay. Take your time.
Oh,
and
big
a
touch
bit of
there. Yeah, big touch there on the side with the Porsche number 2. Yeah, so but well, thankfully no spin outs there, but
thankfully.
thankfully, yeah, indeed. Wilson Woon still continues on here, unscathed. Still will be able to continue to chase on through the Mistral Strait. In the meantime, any other big battles, or rather close battles going on? Not much as far as I can see. It's battles for track position here. Of course, we're on with one of the Team Evo cars. Both of the the Team Uncle cars are actually caught up to each other here. Number 828 being the one in the lead, and then you also got Drayden Lear, who is just behind him in car number 23. So both of these cars carrying the tribute livery to the Marlboro livery, another classic livery. In F1, and Team Uncle being comprised of largely old-timers just like me, so definitely can appreciate the reference that they're pulling off here.
Yeah, and it seems that Daniel is keeping it really, really close. Maybe he wants to borrow some slipstream, or maybe he's just keeping it close, letting them know, hey, I'm right here behind you. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
please.
It was very racy early on. You know, against not Drayden, actually, it was Daryl Ung. Both of them were literally fighting side by side just before he went to the break there. But it seems like the battle is still not quite done. He got another Team Uncle car in between the two of them, so perhaps a bit of backup, a bit of like the cavalry has come here to help him out in this battle. Well, Daryl Ung will still continue to stay in front of these 3 pack of cars right now, leading them all the way through into the final sector, as it were. And hopefully we keep this battle going. This is the only one of 2 three-way battles going on, and the one that's further up the pack at the moment. And certainly one we want to watch out for, especially in the AM class. Team Uncle is within that top 5, so if they are successful in actually keeping this track position, and of course the podium position here for Daryl Ung, this could be huge here for Team Uncle.
Definitely so, and it seems here that the Aston is still keeping it very, very close with the Ferrari back there as well. The Australian livery wanted to join in the party as well. You know, want to borrow some slipstream. Maybe he wanted to do something. Maybe it's not. Maybe he's just trying to put some pressure there. We do not know. But as now, we can see 4 cars here being very close to each other as well.
Yeah.
And it's Marco Harsono keeping up very, very close.
Yep, trying to go look on the inside. Does he? And catches it just in time.
Wow, that is a good one. That is good. No collisions. A very clean pass there by the 2 drivers. A very good job, both of them. Kudos to both
I mean,
of them,
yeah, to be fair as well for Gonzalez, he's in the AM class, whereas Harsono is in the silver class. Harsono is right now trying to chase after this fella right here, all the way from Australia, driving for Oz Team Racing. Breno Ellis had a bit of an incident just before the break. Seems to have recovered quite well. He still remains inside the top 4. In fact, he's still on the last step of the podium here for the silver class. So no trouble for him as far as his championship is concerned, but still got plenty of cars to worry about. A bit of a train of cars coming up just behind the Team Uncle cars. Breno Ellis has already gotten past one of the M class drivers, and is actually lending a bit of a tow for him right now coming into the end of the Mistral Strait.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that is probably what the Aston is thinking. It seems that both of them went a bit outside there, but still okay.
I think we've seen a lot of guys go wide there, actually.
Yeah, definitely. So sometimes I just worry that they might go over or some accidents, but you know, touch wood, hoping nothing bad happens to the other team there as well. Because apparently some of my viewers said that I do have this thing called, you know, in Malaysia we call mulut masin, where if I say something is good to that particular driver, 2 seconds later, something bad might happen.
And that's commentator curse for you, man.
Yeah, that's commentator's curse. But so far, it seems that Ellis is doing a really good job just going through the Team Uncle cars, going through very smoothly as well, hoping to pass off another Team Uncle car in the front later as well.
Yeah.
Who knows how he would do it.
Yeah, just passing these cars. They are off the different class here. His real fight is going to be up ahead of him. He's got only one more Team Uncle car to go, and then he can finally take the fight to a silver class driver here. But I think at the moment, Daryl Ung still quite far ahead, actually about 1.4 seconds actually ahead of Breno Ellis at the moment. But still very good progress here for the Australian team. Let's see how they will continue to improve here. I mean, Harsono at the moment, even though he did managed to get past a few of the M-Class drivers, is only now just about catching up to where Daniel is, so he'll be able to get through that same gaggle of cars as it were. As I think Daniel and Daryl Lur getting in a bit of a fight right now, and Derek Daniel able to get in front of that Team Uncle car right now, so the Pico Racing driver has successfully taken on one Team Uncle car. He's taking on another Team Uncle car here, this time a different driver in a different car entirely.
Yeah, but the battle is not over because the Team Uncle car be like, you know, I would like to borrow some of your slipstream. Can I chase you back in the Mistral Straights? Will he be able to do so?
Well, he's gonna try for sure, as we also see at the same time, Breno Ellis already getting past the other Team Uncle car. Drayden Lair continuing to keep up with the slipstream of the Beagle car in front of him, seeing if it's trying to get an opportunity. He's trying to gain on him a little bit out of the exit of that corner. Still trying to keep it nice and tidy through here. Hopefully get a slipstream by the time we get onto the main straight. To hopefully set up that pass in turn 1. I mean, one of the things about Paul Ricard is that with the nature of the circuit itself, passing can be quite difficult, especially in other formulas. But with the amount of cars we have here in this Endurance Edition, there's certainly no shortage of opportunities here for some of these guys to make those battles happen. But as of right now, Derek Daniel is making it work for himself. Moved up to P14 now, getting onto the main straight, and it's really pulled clear now of the Team Uncle car. So I think this battle is pretty much done.
Yeah, it seems that the Team Uncle car just now went a bit outside, hitting the sausage and losing a bit of speed there, giving the Aston a bit more breathing space as he is on his way, trying to chase another Team Uncle car, trying his best to gain 2 positions from that fight. But now, as we can see here, this is the Nissan GTR. You said just now, this is the only GTR in the whole list.
Yep, the only one running a GDM car actually in the entire 40. Okay, technically not the only GDM car, the other Lexuses, to be fair, but the only Nissan that's out on track here together with the rest. He just got passed right now by Ebenheiser. Who is off the pro class, so still being the one guy in the silver class who's having a significant lead here, having taken it from the rest. But that's Wilson Woon, who's actually in the lead here for the silver class. Rafe is currently in P2 right now, battling with this Ford Mustang. But the Ford Mustang is of Ebenheiser, who's currently in a completely different class. I did see as well Brian Pereira, who has taken over the AA8 car. Currently now still on the podium position, but just came out behind this car, the BRM car of Ahmad Nur Ihsan. So again, the M class being this close, Nur Ihsan has done very well to stay within the top 3 in the entirety of the first hour, and now is finding himself in this battle right now with Pereira, and actually got himself ahead of Pereira as you come across control line and confirms he's moved up to 9th place.
Yeah, good job by Nur Ihsan there as well. Will Pereira be able to chase Nur Ihsan? That is the main question, or will it not? Because as I can see here, the gap is not too far, yet the gap is not too close. They are trying their best to run away, yet at the same time trying to keep up with each other as well. And we'll see whether this battle will become a very heated battle after this, as Nur Ihsan is trying his best to run away from his second guy here, Pereira, as much as he can.
Yeah, again, the 888 car was in the lead for the amateur class before the break, and after the pit stops here, unfortunately because of the 10-second penalty, that's why he's dropped all the way down to the 3rd position here. Wilson Woon, of course, still in the lead and by a whole country mile away here. So really, any form of damage limitation here for the 888 has to hinge upon this battle here with Nur Ihsan, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely, sure. So far, it's still, and again, the chilly daisy day. Nothing much happening. It's a chilly. Guys, if you are going to count how many times I say chilly daisy, because it is very chilly daisy here. It's all cool.
I'm being kept very cool here by the air conditioning inside our studio. Broadcasting live here from the Axel studio here in Banda Sunway. But nevertheless, things are still certainly heating up out on track here. Whilst there's not a lot of actual battling going on, there's still plenty of passing opportunities, particularly between the classes here. I think Billy Ebenheiser is looking to try to move up another position here as he's caught up to the Nissan GTR of Rafe, who is in the silver class. Billy Ebenheiser is in the pro class, by the way. So hopefully the GTR will not give him too much of a trouble once he is successful in finding his way through. In the meantime, I think another battle might be happening here in the amateur class. Psycho Kirza from Techno Burst Racing, one of the newcomers in round 3, and great to have them along with us, is now actually in a battle here with Wei Shen Wong from Downshift Esports Arena. And two of them looking very close to each other, so let's see how this will continue to shape up as it come around now to the final couple of corners before the main straight. And you can already see how close Kaiser is actually poking in onto that McLaren, onto the Ferrari.
Yes, he is playing with a controller, definitely very different drivers here as well. And he is trying his best to catch up to the Ferrari in front, slightly. Oh, who's that on his left side?
That's a different car. I think it's a different car out of phase of the two of them, but he's actually taking it inside from him, and that's actually disrupting his ability to fight now with Wei Shen Wong and allowing Wei Shen actually to just pull ahead.
Oh man, that is I would say not a good opportunity for Psycho Kaza to close his gap. He was so close.
Yeah.
He was so close to Wise. Now look at that gap again.
Yeah, that was Andrew.
Quite a far gap.
Yeah, that was Andrew Plummer, by the way, who just unlapped himself a little bit, but in doing so has actually completely disrupted this battle here, and I could sense with the flashing coming out there that Kaiser was definitely not too happy about that.
Oh, definitely so, definitely. He is.
But yeah, I mean, again, driving with a controller, you know, I mean, to be fair, like, you can certainly get some good times even on a controller. It is allowed inside a competition to use things other than the steering wheel, although typically, you know, you obviously would get way less information and data. Oh no, Kaiser losing control there, as I also saw the also saw the 101 attempt to unlap again, and Psycho Kaiser unfortunately lost out quite a bit of time. Is that Wafri already catching up behind? Nope, that's not Wafri quite yet. That's another car that has been lapped there. But Psycho Kaiser, wow, it's just talking about the difference of like driving a controller. Like, you definitely get less sensations, less feedback, because you don't actually have the actual force feedback. You only get the rumble as you go over the curbs. It's very tricky actually to be consistent on a controller, I find. But some people do make it work, and we've seen in past editions of eRGP that sometimes even drivers who use not just controller but keyboard or mouse, or even in one case someone used their own phone as a Bluetooth controller, was able to actually fight in the top 7 in one of our past competitions. So it just goes to show that, you know, even without a sim racing wheel, you can still pursue your motor racing dreams, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. So, I mean, for Psycho, I have raced with him before, and I think he is still using controller for, you know, whatever races that he's joined in, and definitely he has a lot of experience. He has, I have chatted with him before the race. Oh, but so far let's put a pause on that. That's the Lexus Castrol.
Yes, Irfan, P2 overall and P2 in the pro class. Just going by, lapping some of these cars. So again, another car lapping Kaiser once more here. But this time, it's one of the actual like leaders of the race here.
But yeah, but back to the conversation before. I have chatted with Psycho before the race starts, where before this in the training, before his practice session, he actually decided to use a wheel. But it seems that he didn't get the feel that much from using a wheel, because he just got the wheel, and he decided, you know what, he wants to do his best for, and Psycho went a bit slidey there as well.
Again.
But yeah, Psycho be like, you know, he wants to do his best for TCB's first debut, hence he's using the control, and I think it's a good decision as well, as he is looking very smooth going through.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say smooth, before that it was a bit not smooth, but now he's trying his best to catch up to the Ferrari in front, and it seems that the gap is getting closer and closer, and a tad bit closer. So Psycho definitely has a chance to overtake that Ferrari after this.
Yeah, oh boy, Darren Ng now trying to put a bit of move here onto a car that I believe is being lapped right now, and that Mustang doesn't look too steady though under the condition, but Darren Ng should be able to get past him right now with no problems whatsoever. At the moment, no other big fights going on track at the moment. But yeah, I agree. Like, you know, if you're someone who has already been used to a certain control scheme, switching things up just before a big race can be a huge detriment, a huge weakness, actually, if you're not familiar with your setup yet. So I think it's a good call overall here for Psycho to actually stick with the controller for now, and at least until he gets familiarized enough with his own setup, his new setup, I assume that hopefully you'll be able to bring that for the next round. But yeah, I mean, it brings to mind as well, you know, I'm not sure if you know this story, but Ayrton Senna, back when he was still racing for McLaren, and this was around the era where they were switching from the heat shifters to the semi-automatic gearboxes that we're very familiar now with modern F1. But during that transition period, like they were, McLaren was also testing their own version of the semi-automatic gearbox. But Ayrton Senna, both because he couldn't get used to it, and also because the gearbox was still very much a prototype, not very efficient and not very effective at gear shifting, still opted to continue using the H shifter, even though most of the competition has already moved on to semi-automatic. So that's another parallel, I guess, you could put to real life.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's all up. It's all in the end like the preference of the driver. If
Exactly.
you're good with something, you know, best to stick to it as much as you can before transitioning to a new technology. I mean, yeah, innovating yourself is definitely not an issue, but you know, if you feel that you're good at that particular stuff, you know, in that particular craft, you know, just keep on doing it until you feel like, okay, you know what, I want to grow better. Then you'll move on to a newer stuff. But for now, it's if you're good at it, stick with it as much as you can, master it, become a super master. If that's an actual word, I don't know if it's an actual word.
Well, we can make it a word now, I guess. By the way, slight technical difficulty on LN again. It seems like our race control has stopped working once more, so not getting any live data on my end. We can only see the track positions, as it were.
Same from mine as well, actually.
Yeah, so a bit unfortunate. We may have to do a bit of a bit of fixing here, but as of right now, I don't think there's actually much incidents to report on.
Yeah, it's a chilly. I mean, we can talk about, you know, what's your favorite French cuisine? We can start with that.
Omelette du fromage. Car 23. That's actually that's Drayden Lair right now, who's the one affected by this. Car number 20. Whom exactly that was? I'm trying to find it on the list right now. Can't quite find it on the list at the moment. But yeah, that's another report here from our race steward, Afik, who is reporting remotely from his own end. And will constantly give us the updates about certain decisions being made by him, the race, the hit, effectively the race director and head steward of this race. As we are seeing a bit of a side-by-side battle right now. There's Nor Rafade who's on our screen, and with the GTR. In the GTR car right next to him is a BMW. Could be a lapped car actually. Now that I see it here, but. Yeah, with Taufik Moyin. Ooh, Taufik up in P4 right now in the pro class. Doing pretty well for his own here. Still remaining in the lead of this race here is Nakib Aslan. We also have Muhammad Irfan still in P2 right now. Both of them separated by quite a long distance here. In fact, I actually come across a line 24 seconds here between Nakib Aslan and Muhammad Irfan. I mean, again, if you are in Nakib's shoes, you know, what probably might be going through your mind, you think?
I would say Nakib. I'm sorry for saying this, but I think Nakib is really feeling this like a normal Sunday. No, I know
normal
it's Saturday.
Sunday.
It's a normal Sunday drive in a very not so nice, a bit of a gloomy France weather. You know, just see, he's just chilling. He's just chilling. He's in his own space right now, trying to have fun. Although we can't see it from the helmet or from his camera, but I bet he is driving. He's having his drive of his life, just chilling and driving around here at Paul Ricard, as he has like what a 20. You said just now was a 24 second gap just now.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, he's just chilling. He's just chilling, driving there in his Ferrari.
I mean, again, it's like a huge margin there. So, like, barring anything external, anything unexpected, I think he pretty much would have this race in the bag. As far as the championship situation is for Stratos, that still has to remain to be seen. I don't know exactly where they stand compared to our top three at the moment, but one could be assured that Stratos will certainly be bringing themselves back on the map here, especially with this victory in hand. So praying here that they're going to be able to continue that on. In the meantime, Russell Reyes has taken over for Amigos Racing Team and is right now trying to get past some lap cars. He is currently 11.9 seconds behind Irfan, who by rights should be about 25 seconds. So that's like a 30-second gap now between Alif and Nakib Aslan. But I think it's more significant for him if he's going to be able to finish in front of Irfan, especially for the sake of the championship right now.
It's a very chilly. Oh my gosh, it is right. Let me take a counter again. How many times I've been saying chilly daisy? Because still, it is quite chilly daisy as well. Because yeah, as you can see here, nothing heated so far, as everyone is keeping their very safe gap, very safe drive. Maybe trying their best to conserve their tires, or maybe even their fuel as well. Or they just feel like, you know what, I don't want to cause any chaos. I don't want to let my car be fixed and take my time in the pits. So I'm just gonna be safe and be as consistent as I can be, because I think that's one of the key points. One of the difference between a sprint race and an endurance race, where it's like what they say, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And technically, that's what endurance race is, and I think that's where everyone is trying to do right now, where being as consistent as they can be, but at the same time as well try to shave off as much milliseconds as they can, trying to catch up to the person in front, or maybe up to their own strategy on how do they want to race for today's race as well.
Yeah, I guess like with the analogy of like endurance racing being somewhat of a marathon to like a sprint race being like a 100-meter sprint, for example. I wonder what would be the motorsport equivalent of an Ironman or a triathlon. I wonder. Like, would you have to?
That is a good question.
Yeah, would you be switching, from like not just different cars but different surfaces? Like, imagine you have to like not only race well on tarmac but on dirt or maybe even snow. That's, I don't know. That's a very fun thing. Oh, a bit of argy bargy going on just ahead of Taufik Moin here. Is that going to allow him to actually catch up to the two of them? Unfortunately, we're stuck with this helicam view here. I can't quite get a bead on those two cars just in front of Taufik right now.
Yep, but it seems that something happened, because someone overtook someone on that part.
Yep, I think they did. Yep, they certainly did. Already gone past there, and Taufik Morin is already catching up to the two drivers. Again, this is one of the pitfalls of battling, is that you're just going to be losing time to the other drivers, and the ones behind will certainly catch up if you cannot dispatch them fast enough. And dispatch might be another word here for Taufik Morin as he gets into the slipstream of the car in front of him, slips into the side here, trying to take the inside. I don't think these cars are actually racing for actual track position here, so that's not going to be too much of a fight being brought here. Taufik Morin still is able to get through turn one unscathed, and will still continue on, still in the top four for the pro class here, whilst Russell Reyes still remains 8 seconds ahead of him.
Yeah, so far everything is still. Why did I say the word chili daisy again? But so far, I can't get the word out of my head. But anyways, to answer your question, I would say in terms of what would be the equivalent of an Ironman challenge, Ironman challenge for racing, it would definitely be interesting to see. Wait, isn't there a race that is called Race of Champions ROC?
That was this has crossed my mind as well. So
yeah,
although like Race of Champions, it could be.
Yeah, race. Okay, when I think of it again, Race of Champions is kind of like the Olympics, where instead of one driver with 4 different categories, it's just a country sending 4 different drivers for each category. Like I remember, was it Sebastian Vettel? Was it Sebastian Vettel or Mika Hakkinen? It's either one of those two, where they joined in. They drive in like a very short course in like those souped up buggies. I forgot what's the vehicle called again. But yeah, I think ROC is more of like an Olympics, where there'll be one country 4 to 5 different drivers for 4 to 5 different categories. So that RSC is definitely more of an Olympic. But for Ironman Challenge, it'll be interesting to see one driver, maybe testing different kind of skills like drifting, drag racing, sprint racing, or enduro
Yeah,
racing, like 4 of them in a row. That would be an interesting concept.
a very interesting one for sure. And but again, like we have so many different disciplines, being involved. I can only imagine like the preparation going to that. It's going to be super intense. Which, funny enough, exactly how it is with the Ironman. But that aside, as far as the race is concerned, not much we could report here. We haven't had many incidents here to see out on track here. I don't think we have seen another phase of pit stops quite yet. We're only 18 minutes away from the end of this second hour of racing here, getting up to the halftime. So at the moment, now keep Aslan again still in the lead of this race. We have Muhammad Irfan attempting to try to catch up there, but still 25 seconds away from the leader, but still in a healthy position as far as his second place is concerned, because Russell Reyes is still quite far behind by 12 whole seconds. So the top three for the pro class still very much in grasp. Wilson Woon having taken over car number 3 here on LOR Ascent. He is in the lead right now for the amateur class. Actually, I should want to talk about the silver class here, because it's this guy, Nur Rafe, who is currently in the lead for the silver class here, and by a huge margin here. Adit Bahar, currently in second place, is currently trying to get past a bunch of lapped cars, and the Oz Team Racing's Breno Ellis still remains in P3 for the silver class. Wilson Woon, of course, he is in the AM class top 3, and funny enough, 3 of the drivers in the top 3 are ahead of Bahar here. So we also have Nur Ehsan currently in P9 overall, in P2 in the AM class, and Brian Pereira in the AA car, having sustained a 10-second penalty, has unfortunately dropped them to the 3rd position, but they're still in the running right now for the AM class championship.
Yeah, and looking at the I would say Delta currently, I can see that there is between Psycho and Wafri, they are keeping a close gap. Just now before I talked, it was like a 0.1 second gap, but now it seems like it's climbing to 0.3. So far, the gaps between everyone is in the safe zone. Definitely no indicators of they are going to one-on-one of each other so far, and it's all quite cool. I need to stop saying the word chili daisy. It's quite cool.
It's cool,
I really
yeah.
need to stop to say the word chili daisy, because this is quite, so far it's all good. So far it's all good.
Yeah, it's all hunky dory. It's another word for
Hunky-dory,
use.
yeah. Thank you. I will add that into my dictionary. Hunky dory.
Yeah, I typically don't have a thesaurus next to me anytime I do this broadcast. I just have to come up with things on the fly. But yeah, I mean, yeah, as a moment right now, I mean, we're literally in the midpoint of the race here, where it's going to be a little bit less heavy on the action and more on the strategies here. And as far as strategy is concerned, things have worked out well here for Irfan. No less because of the incidents that have befallen his other rivals for the championship. Things have definitely not gone well for car number 888 here that is on the screen. The CMSC Lions now having to have a bit of an uphill climb here to regain their former glory, but they're still in the top 3, so still technically in the running with 2 more rounds still remaining in this championship. With the Nissan of Nur Rafe, still not sure exactly how his pit situation is right now, because I don't have the live data on hand, but as of right now, in the lead of the silver class, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely, so far everything is all good yet, and nothing is happening much. But then, okay, I think let's play a game where I would say, what would be your favorite French food? Since we are in France anyways, what would be your favorite French cuisine?
I don't know. I think the one I've actually tried is like literally just a French toast.
Is French toast even from France?
I'm not sure. I mean, I know that French fries aren't technically French, but I'm not sure about French toast. Although I guess like something I would love to try, if I ever get a chance to enjoy French cuisine, is probably either like some foie gras maybe, or just go for a little bit of a meme answer, omelette du fromage.
omelette to fromage.
A
It's
cheesy
basically
omelette.
It's just cheese and egg.
Yeah,
But
no,
okay,
it's,
yeah,
I mean,
it's okay.
but
Yeah.
when you throw the French on it, it just sounds so much classier, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you know the funny thing about French cuisine is that a lot of Malaysians be like, I would like to try a French cuisine, but do you know that we actually have some sort of a French cuisine here in Malaysia? Like, have you seen Malaysians eat snails before?
Oh, you're going like escargot, is it?
Yes,
Funny enough, I've
escargots.
not actually seen it in Malaysia. I did actually try it while I was in Taiwan, and I was surprised that actually, like, once you get past like the ick of the texture, it's actually not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so just a random fun fact for you. Actually, we do have a Malaysian dish that includes snails, but it's actually snails. It's those sea snails kind of thing. Yeah,
Yeah, I
with
think I know what you mean. Yeah.
yeah, and you eat it with like a spicy coconut gravy sauce with it as well. I don't like it. I don't eat that, but a lot of my friends or even my family really loves it. So I would say that's the closest thing to a Malaysian having a French cuisine. Um, I mean, besides that, it would be baguette and croissants.
Baguette.
Yes, people, it's croissant,
Croissant.
not croissant. It's croissant.
A
It's
croissant.
No, it's not croissant. It's croissant. And
Yeah,
and,
just
and,
plain.
and speaking of food as well, last year we had this Malaysian thing where someone decided, you know what would be nice? Let's combine croissant with waffle, and they
Okay.
created this thing called a croffle.
Ah.
Yes, it was a sensation last year. I remember. It was a sensation about croffles. So I haven't tried it, but apparently to them it's nice. I
Well,
mean,
something
eh,
new, like something a little bit a little bit interesting, that's for sure. I wonder, is it like
something.
they put a croissant inside a waffle maker, or did they make a croissant out of a waffle?
That is a good question. My assumption is that they just take a croissant and just mash it with a waffle maker. I mean, that's my assumption of it. That is my
Yeah,
assumption of it.
that's what came to mind as well. But anyway, now let's talk about
Anyways,
food. Is making me feeling a little bit hungry right now. But don't worry, you guys back at home, I hope you guys are having a nice, enjoyable meal right now because we're still in this for the long haul. Nothing major to report here as far as the race is concerned. I don't think, just been looking mostly at a track map actually to see if there are any other incidents, but very hard for me to actually keep track of the racing here due to the lack of live data at the moment. But I'm pleased to say that, at least for the top three of each class, it seems to be very much still in their positions. I haven't seen anyone dip into the pits quite yet. We're only about 11 minutes away from the end of the second hour, so I'm expecting to see perhaps some more of the pit strategies start to come into play here. And on that note, really, like now that you can see that Amigos Racing has successfully recovered now to a top three position, do you still feel that they could? Do you still feel, Primer, that they could be? They could potentially still fight for the lead of this race here?
okay, so do correct me if I'm wrong. Currently, Amigos Racing is who's driving for Amigos Racing again?
Right now, it's Russell Reyes who's at the wheel.
I think I think for now Russell is keeping a very safe distance around like what a 12-second gap next to Irfan. I mean they have 2 hours and 10 minutes left. Reyes definitely has a lot of opportunity to catch up to Irfan. Maybe he's trying. Maybe he's not at his full pace right now. Maybe he will pull something of a last minute drag race with Irfan in the last minute. Who knows? A lot of things can happen. But so far, Reyes is definitely keeping, I would say, a safe distance between himself and Irfan. But for me, in conclusion, I think Reyes does have a chance. Maybe he will pull out a magical miracle to get that P2 away from Irfan, getting himself that P2 as well. So yeah, I would say definitely something. I believe that something will happen.
I
Reyes.
mean,
I'm using my mulut masin right now. Just say that I want something to happen.
Yeah,
between Reyes and
knocking
Irfan.
I'm knocking the wooden table in front of me right now to hope that nothing bad happens here to the number 44. But yeah, I guess like if things still go well here and like if Russell Reyes can keep up the consistency here, I mean a lot of the work to be fair has already been done by his teammate Alif early on, having recovered back from what was that P10. I believe, all the way up into the top 3 here. That's a very impressive effort here from the Amigos Racing team. And I think Russell's main job right now is not only to stay on the podium, but also to close the gap to Irfan right now. And I wonder if I wonder how much longer they can actually extend their stints here, because I think Alif did go for quite a while though before finally diving into the pits. So I wonder if they can shorten like the amount of stint time here for Russell Reyes, or perhaps they're setting things up for the third member, Mohammad Tasbi, to be able to take the helm and maybe try to gain even more time. But as it stands right now, you know, things are still it's not totally game over, as it were, here for Amigos Racing, in spite of the incident there. And unfortunately, with Lucas having been banished to the Shadow Realm, as it were, with the 10-second penalty, no worries at all for them, I think, going forwards, as long as nothing unexpected rears its ugly head here for this team.
I was okay. You said nothing unexpected, right? Is it bad if I say I would like something unexpected to happen? I mean, that's what makes motorsports fun. It is the unexpected. It's definitely the unexpected making things more fun. I mean, a good example would be Silverstone. Oh, okay, Oliver's.
I think it's Ellis trying to make a move right now. Ellis is currently fighting with P9 there against someone who's not I think is in the same race phase as him as well, and it's certainly gotten through that pretty nicely. Again, I think the person he just passed was Rajamil Shaukat, maybe. That's car number. I can't quite see from this distance here, unfortunately, because I can't quite get close enough to actually see the actual number on the car there. But yeah, I think he managed to get through that unscathed at all. Right now, he's currently on the chase here to try to get up to Wilson Woon, still in the P3 as far as silver class. So yeah, nicely done there for the Oz Team Racing driver.
Yeah, but it seems that the car is now using the slipstream and teasing him from the outside, inside. Will anything happen? Or Alice is staying on the outside and he is keeping on the inside. They are keeping a 2x2 here, going through there. Ooh la la. As the French said, that is a muy bien. No, sorry, muy bien is not French.
Oh, a bit of a touch though.
A bit of a touch there.
Yeah, that was a little bit too close for comfort. That's Nur Ehsan, I believe, car number 89, that Breno Ellis just passed there, and that's Nur Ehsan was attempting to unpass himself there. Well, that looked a little bit too close for comfort, but luckily both of these cars still are continuing on as per.
Went unscathed. All good, guys. All good. Nothing to worry about, guys. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I also want to take note of Ebenheiser having a drive-through penalty being applied to him there. Could be because of track limits here on Paul Ricard. Again, even though we did allude to the fact that it's probably a little bit more lenient here, I think in my own testing, I did find that even going a little bit off on the curbs there, it still counts as a valid lap. But maybe a few infractions too much here for Bill and Ebenheiser, and that's going to put Java Sim Esports on the back foot here, unfortunately, being P5 right now in the pro class, P6 overall. Definitely not a good thing to have here. But still another 2 hours to go in this race here, so perhaps Ebenheiser may have an opportunity to try to regain some of that lost time, but drive-through penalty, well, at least not as severe as a timed penalty, or even, God forbid, a stop and go.
Oh yeah, so far Ebenheiser is still keeping it, he's still not serving his drive-through penalty, and he's still keeping it on the track as he is going his own chill day, going through the track. I was about to say chill daisy again, but I'm not gonna say that again. But yeah, he's just going through, having a chill day as well. Is he in the pit just now?
No, that's someone else. I was trying to get onto Taufik Moyin there, but for some reason it went back into the pit, so apologies for that. Now we're actually on to Taufik Moyin, who is just outside the podium, 14 seconds away from Russell Reyes, as far as you can see from the timing monitor. You can see that he just got past like the Techno Burst team. So right now, having lapped him is going to be able to continue on with pretty clear track in front of him, as far as you can see. Bit of an incident. Car number 5, who's stopped in the main straight. What? Okay, sorry, that's Evan Heiser, who decided to stop his car in the pit box.
Oh.
I don't know if that counts as a drive-through. Technically, drive-through means that you don't go into the pit box at all, but it seems like Billy Evan Heiser is just taking a normal pit stop. I'm not sure exactly.
To kill 2 birds with 1 stone, I guess?
I don't think that works, but then again, we'll have to see. Ebenheiser doesn't have the drive-through penalty marker on his car at the moment, but we'll see as soon as he comes out whether or not that still counts as an actual drive-through, or maybe there might be some other things going on for his end. In the meantime, though, Nakib Aslan, Muhammad Irfan still maintaining their position, still maintaining their gap, actually, I think. Although I have to still see when it comes through on the monitor here, but still very much far apart. In fact, like while Nakib Aslan is on the minstrel straight, like Muhammad Irfan still hasn't gotten through the southern tip of Paul Ricard yet. So this goes to show how much of a distance there is between the first and second place overall in this race.
And so far the gap is 28 seconds, just definitely 4 more seconds than what we saw when we updated last time between Aslan and Irfan. And it seems like Aslan is still keeping his normal pace. He's still keeping his normal pace, but at the same time building the gap between himself and Irfan, keeping him very relaxing, being in P1 currently right now.
Ooh, a big gaggle of cars right now for Wilson Woon as he thought he can navigate this traffic here. Still remains in the lead of the AM class right now. Or is it the, sorry, the silver class? I'm a bit confused right now because unfortunately the data is a little bit different on both of my timing monitor as well as on screen here. But that's Wilson Woon having to get past one of the Team Uncle cars, and right now is attempting to try to close up to that Porsche, or is it the Porsche? No, that's a Mustang in front of him here.
Oh, it's a Mustang, yep.
Still trying to get through that. I mean, that's sometimes the difficulty of endurance racing, especially in like the higher formulas like WEC, is that you have other cars that are slightly slower, quite a significant amount actually, slower than you. They get to get past, but in the Endurance Edition, all these cars are quite equal in power, which is why sometimes our race leaders have quite a tough time to get through the traffic. Wilson Woon now is already getting himself alongside, should be able to take the outside of the right-hand turn ahead of him, so... But he's already dispatched these 2 drivers here with the Team Uncle car. Just getting a bit of slipstream, hoping to try to help himself. But goes a little bit wide there, the Team Uncle car. And unfortunately loses out in that battle, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a bit unfortunate for the Marlboro. But it seems that he is taking it back. I saw that just now. It seems that he's taking the position back.
I'm trying to find that car, but unfortunately, like, yeah, as I said, the timing, the system on our end is not working too well. Hopefully, we get that fixed during the break. We got another 1 minute to go, but I think we're going to be taking a short little break here, so that we can get things set up. And again, I'll be taking my leave for now, as Ammo will be joining us in the booth later on for our next hour of racing. So stick around, ladies and gentlemen. This is still the eRacing GP round number 3 for Endurance Edition 2025. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Primer Ice-T. I'm going to be taking a step away, and Ammo will be rejoining us to continue on the hour of racing here. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Well, welcome back then to round 3 of the 2025 Endurance Edition. My name is Aze. Alongside me is Primer Ice-T, as we both know each other quite well from being teammates in sim racing prior to this. Even for one season, but I think everything's kicked off quite well. And speaking of what's turned out for the books, Primer, what a turnout for this one we're looking at right now. The leader of the race is the Apex Racing Brunei car, number 333 in the Castrol colours, ahead of the usual suspects. Would you believe that?
Oh yeah, what happened? Why do things happen when we're on break? And this is a major update. I wonder what happened though. What do you think happened?
Well, I'm looking at right now through the live timing screen. It looks as though this is actually on point with the strategy, because everybody's now actually pitted for another time. So it looks as though this is genuine race pace up in front, unless of course they might pit again after this, but it looks as though this is genuine. So the 333 car up in front of the number 44. Well, actually has good recovery from the Amigos team after being hit at one point. Running second for Russell Reyes right now. Taufik Moyen third, with No Rafe now taking over from his brother Rifki Yasri in 4th place. First in the silver class, and then 5th, we're looking at right now holding the fast lap, Naqib Azlan. But Primer, so far you've been looking at the race. How's it been? How's it been? Because I think that last hour has been quite quiet in terms of all the action.
Yeah, I would say it's quite what I said to Victor. It's quite chilly easy as well. Nothing much happened in terms of what happened in the second hour just now. A bit of events here and there. Nothing major things happening. A bit of a movement, but so far, yeah, nothing much happened. So I'm really expecting now that it's been the 3rd hour where most of us.
Well, speaking of something happening, there it is. No, Rafe in the GTR for Blue Flag Enjoyers just spun it out, coming out to turn number 2. So he might have actually been tagged, or rather he might have lost it by himself. We cannot go into replay because that was causing the crash in our broadcast system. But the team that was running in 4th place just now have dropped to 5th overall, but still leading the silver class. Just as we came back into the broadcast, we were saying nothing happened in the last hour. First couple of seconds, there it is.
This is what I said. This is the commentator's curse, where we'll be like, nothing's gonna be happening, nothing's happening, and poof, something that happened, and we sadly didn't catch what actually caused the spun out by Rafe just now. But I hope it's nothing serious. Maybe he's just touching a bit of too much of a sausage curve that he went out and spin. But now we will never know, Ammo. We will never know.
Well, indeed, we'll never know, because again, we cannot go back into the replay of how that occurred. Though, luckily for him, he didn't get collected by anybody, and he's still going on his merry ways. Certainly, that's a wake-up call for him. But now, since that, in fact, there's another slight spin there, car number 39, that's one of the Thai cars. it is Crisano Kanpakau, if I pronounce that correctly, because Thai names can be a little bit of a tricky thing to say. But first time out for this particular team because they tried to pre-qualify the last 2 rounds. They didn't make the grid, but now that this is their very first outing, looks as though they're having a baptism of fire, but at least they're not out of it just yet. So they just want to keep on going here, Primer.
Yeah, so far everything is still chilly daisy. Everyone is still keeping their pace up as normal as Rafi is trying to take back his place. Oh no, but it seems that Rafi is entering the pits right now.
Yep.
He's doing the pits.
Indeed, and I'm looking at the stint time. It's not that long actually. I don't know why he's actually coming to the pits now, or maybe because the times are a bit scrambled at this point. So we're not really seeing actual pace, well, the positions in the race here in regards to the actual strategy. So again, we might have to play by ear on this one because we don't know exactly who's where and how is it going. And oh, another dramatic moment there. In regards to how the race is going for this particular team. Alistair Young getting a drive-through, and no doubt this might be because of corner infractions.
What do you mean by code infractions?
Well, running wide multiple times and incurring the wrath of the in-game stewards, not the wrath of our actual live steward who's watching the race right now. If you can hear announcements on air, that's him telling to the drivers and the viewers, of course, that somebody's been given a penalty. In this case, nothing was announced, so this is corner cutting taken to the extremes by Alistair Young, and it has bitten him right up there with the worst offenses of the lot. Well, terrible offenses in terms of, discipline with keeping in the white lines.
Yeah, just a random thought. The car behind him right now is turning on his wiper. I am unsure, but Alistair Young went a bit when there is a, but yeah, unsure just now, but someone is turning on the wiper behind Alistair Young. I wonder why. It's either he forgot to turn off his wiper, or the wiper is broken and it's just keeping left and right, left and right, left and right.
That's the car we're looking at right now. This is the particular car that we're looking. Can we get it? Yeah, you're right. That's a good spot there, Primer. So I think Aiden Yee might have actually turned it on and didn't bother to turn it off afterwards because he will be just driving that the whole way. Or he could be one of those guys that races with a bumper, turn it on, and he didn't notice that it's actually on right now. It has happened before.
That would be me, yes, where I actually mapped a button to a wiper and then forgot to put a button to turn off the wiper, hence it kept wiping for the whole 2-hour race.
And it's because we have cases like that before where we know a driver is driving with a bumper view when during the rain their windshield's full of water, rain droplets, but they never turn on the wiper because they're racing with the bumper view. It doesn't really affect their vision now, doesn't it? So they didn't have to do it, but Aiden Yee has given himself some 15 seconds of screen time, or more than that just because of that, of his wipers coming on. As meanwhile, a driver in front of him for position and in class, Safin Prapachop, has gotten a drive-through, and again, it's for the same infraction that Alistair Young did by running wide one time too many, and the in-game stewards have awarded him with a drive-through. And it's not the most painful of drive-throughs here because the pit lane is not as long as compared to the other tracks, but still, having a drive-through does affect you for the remainder of for your stint because you'd lose quite a chunk of time.
Well, it seems that everything is still all chilly daisy. Everyone is still keeping their distance, their gap, very, very far. It seems that the number 514 is taking a pit right now as well, losing a few places in his class right now as well. And I'm sorry how to pronounce his name, but
Tanah Pradapitapong.
Okay, thank you very much. He's kindly doing his pit. I'm really sorry. I do not want to butcher your name. Thank you, Ammo.
Yes, indeed.
For the help in terms of pronouncing.
Yeah,
it seems that a lot of people now are doing their pits right now, actually.
In fact, we are well into the second hour of this race coming up. I've always hated it. Really,
that is
beyond the shadow that I really hate the pit exit in this track because it is so dangerous. On top of the entry, I'm not sure why they didn't have enough of a blend line to come through, or at least made the exit a little bit wider off the racing line, or even try to make the first corner longer, because again, it's just the exit really puts you in a very tough spot. As we can see, Alistair Young now still hasn't come to his pits for his penalty. Otherwise, we can explain to you how that pit lane entry also can be quite dangerous.
Man, that is honestly that gave me a bit of a scare just now, because I was worried that I was gonna say that I was hoping that some drama might happen, but not that kind of drama where we have a pit exit incident. But so far as we can see here, Lucas Key is keeping himself up with Ellis in front. Although they are from two different classes, but Lucas is definitely just borrowing Ellis's slipstream as much as he can, trying to gain speed as much as he can, going through the starting finish line here on out.
And we have another car there spinning out, coming through Le Bouzet, but we're not going to focus on that. That's one of the Thai cars from Over Me Esports. As you can see, Lucas dives one on the inside. He literally sold the dummy on his fellow Australian and makes it through. What a brilliant move from Lucas Keys there to get up to P4 overall and in his class. But Breno Ellis was probably caught napping there for a second, and he didn't like that one bit. He's going back for immediate retaliation.
Well, he is smiling. He is smiling. Oh, that is a close one. That is scary. That is scary by the driver just that spun out. Ellis.
Yeah, that's the car. That's the car that spun out just now. Hanif Mulyana for Team Spontan, but nothing spontaneous about that. That was almost instantaneous.
That was so close. Good drive there by Ellis. Good job in being aware and avoided, I would say, quite a nasty incident if that were to happen just now. But good job by Ellis. But now he is trying his best to catch up back again to Keys, as due to the incident there is a bit of a gap being built by them right now, as now we're shifting to Ison in his LOR Ascent.
And you know what? You can see the little DT icon on the side of him. He's also incurred the wrath of the in-game stewards. So there you go. Third place in the silver class. He might have to say goodbye to that one. We'll probably wait and see when he's going to come in. I think LOR might just tell him to come in straight away, because look at Alistair Young. He's finally gotten rid of that penalty. Look at that blend line again. Really scary stuff, especially given the fact that first corner is a left-hander and you had to take the racing line all the way to the right. Case in point, you can see Muhammad Azhar right behind him, taking that way. It's a game of give and take there, Primer.
I mean, that's the thing about Paul Ricard, I think. Like, you know, you won't have like really bad,
whoa!
incidents.
Look at that!
Oh, whoa, two cars spun out.
Yeah, and then I think that was again the Hubba Bubba car of Harris Dexter for Papiga Racing spun in the way, and he caught out one of the Porsches. Yeah, that's Ezra Collin in the Velocity Pantera Racing car. So they both got in a bit of a mare, and mercifully though, luck was still on the side of Muhammad Azhar and the Apex Blur Racing Brunei car. They really got away with that one, practically unscathed.
Oh, and Muhammad Azhar did a very good job in avoiding those, not one, but two different GT cars spinning at the same time as well. And he was really, I think he was a bit upset. He was flashing his lights a lot of time. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't give me any more accidents. I'm trying to keep the best results for the team here. And he did it really well. Good job by Muhammad Azhar in avoiding those two crashes. As a very good job, very good drive by him.
Yeah, again, what a good bit of driving as well. That's alertness to just not pay attention, you know, targeted fixation towards another car and causing another big wreck afterwards. So good awareness for him. As Will Hammond, no relation to Richard, he is actually Australian. We saw a yellow flag there just now. He might have had a bit of a slight spin, but here comes Hammond around the outside to take a position on track away. As there's a good car off as well, number 231. Can't find him on the map right now. In fact, that is Young Jun. So Young Jun then racing from the Axel Center as well has actually dropped it coming through Le Bouzet, and looks as though that car is not looking healthy at all.
Definitely, he is wiggling his car around. The car behind him is flashing, telling him to please get out of the way, please let me go. And he is doing a fairly okay job in terms of, you know, just letting other people pass him, as he's trying to regain back his posture, confidence to go back onto the track as well. I was just about to say where.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on for a sec. Okay.
We're paying attention to this because this is not the first Pepega car to cause a little bit of a kerfuffle for the behind. As you can see, cars left, right, and center trying to take avoid action. There's that pit lane entry that we were talking about just now. The number 101 car coming through. You can see, right, how much of a deep line that he had to take from the get-go, cut across the inside, and then jump into the pit lane. They don't have the updated pit entry, by the way, because the new one for Paul Ricard actually starts off from the second to last corner and then just jumps through into the pit lane. Whereas this is the old version. You just have to be lucky. You just have to pray that no one behind you whacks you. As Breno Ellis comes to the pit, so after being overtaken by his fellow countryman, decides to call it quits on these particular set of tires.
Wow. I was about to say like Paul Ricard, we won't have like a lot of I would say wall-to-wall collision, but that's not. But that's the good thing about Paul Ricard is that you have a lot of drive-off space here, so you won't need to worry about your car getting wrecked by the wall or something.
Yes.
But like what you said just now, like what we see just now, there's a lot of people suffering from a drive-through penalty because some people might be a bit too ambitious, went a bit too fast, and went a bit too wide, and hence getting that drive-through penalty, which will severely hurt their time. It will not hurt the car, but definitely will hurt their time going through the whole race.
And the driver's pride as well, given the fact that getting a penalty like that really does hurt your confidence, doesn't it? And as you rightfully pointed out, they have so much runoff space to go by that you try to exploit a bit just to find time, only to get nipped right in the bud when you least expect it. Sometimes when you think they're going off. As speaking of that, you can see the Papega car again on screen. They have to actually taken out race leader before, but luckily Harris actually gets out of the way. Anyhow, there's a comment that's coming through. Daryl Brady, a former competitor as well, and hopefully he can come back one day from the Philippines, saying what's up everyone, hello to you as well. Hopefully you're enjoying the race so far. We had reached a bit of a boiler point at the last hour because of, well, basically nothing much was happening apart from just a couple of spins and incidents. But again, that kind of copacetic atmosphere might just change in a blink of an eye if a major accident happens to one of the leaders.
Yeah, it seems that the number 513 is getting a 10-second penalty. I wonder what's that for just now, though, for the car 513. Okay,
we didn't hear anything from the steward, so this might have been given from inside the Discord where there's the penalties being dished out. So 513, that is the all-tie team, except for one of the co-drivers here, Superb Pinoal. Finoal is a Thai, Pakon Panasopangkol is also a Thai, but Mustafa Al Safar is Canadian. So hopefully the time difference is not going to be too much for him. But Super has found out that that's not the super way to drive.
Did you just pull a pun when you just said the word super?
Yes, it is.
Good job, Ammo. Good job.
Yeah.
Commentator of the day. Such a good one. That is such a good one.
Right, so anyhow, let's see who else we can focus on. Right now, this is the car that is on a recovery drive, and lo and behold, who is he overtaking is our good friend. Well, in this case, it's Mark Feldman, but Psycho Kaiser was in the car just now with his controller cam. He doesn't want to really show himself on camera because VTuber rules. But luckily, Tay Chan has been overtaken quite nicely there by Andika Rama Maulana, who's no doubt going to be absolutely furious that, again, a technical issue has robbed them a chance of a good result and to defend that title that they won last year.
Well, he seems that he's quite far back behind right now, actually. Surrounded by a lot of amateur AM cars right now in his wing, and he's trying his best right now to just get over them one by one as soon and as fast as possible to at least get the best results the team can for themselves as well, to keep themselves into the championship for now. As right now he is chasing the yellow or bright yellow color Ferrari as they're going to turn 1 and turn 2, keeping the distance closer and closer, trying to find that window to just say, hey, can you just let me through, please? Yes, please. Yes, please. No? Okay. He is trying his best, and it seems that he is managing to do that. Congratulations. Good job by Maulana there. So, and that's a very close call by the TCB team.
Yeah,
Feldman. And that's an accident.
Feldman definitely was at fault that one. He went a bit too deep there, and Molyana was the unfortunate victim. Once again, this corner, he was caught out there before through no fault of his own, trying to avoid an accident, and this time got involved in another one. So the number 113 Spontan car definitely is not having the best of days.
Yeah, Mark Feldman will definitely feel the wrath of the stewardess from causing a collision just after this. He definitely went a bit too deep, a bit too fast as well, and just kissed the rear of Maulana slightly, causing him to spin, which is quite an unfortunate event. But now Mark Feldman is trying his best,
Oh, that's another one!
And the slide! And boom! That's another Lexus! Not only spun out twice. At the same place.
That might be Yongjan's car again. Yeah, the number 231 of Eung Yongjan spinning out right in front of him. Mercifully, though, out of harm's way. But that car, once again, going through a lot of the wars today.
Well, but good job though by Mark Feldman for not joining in the collision, keeping his distance far away from Yongjun, not joining him, making it like a. Oh no, sorry, they're not driving Lexus. They're driving an Aston. So good job by Mark Feldman for maintaining his pace and not causing a collision with
Yep.
Yongjun just now.
Indeed, and Tae Chan survives yet another incident there. The TCB mascot on the side, and for real though, that's a bit of an overtake right in front of him, but couldn't catch which car was that. It looks as though that was for position, so it's Abdul Mateen overtaking for the Muhammad Friki Askar, and Askar is fighting here. All the while, Rama's involved in this too. So Rama is not involved in this particular fight in terms of the overall big picture, but he does want to get these two guys out of the way so he can just at least unlap himself against these two and probably notch up a couple of more positions overall. Though again, because of the pro class being so close at the front, he may not get that many points out of this, so it's just a case of damage limitation.
Yeah, definitely Rao Maulana is trying to find a window to get a 2-for-1 deal, but it seems like someone is taking over the inside, going through the long straight here. Will he be able to do so? Who will break first? Who will surrender? That is the main question. Who do you think will be? But Maulana is trying to be the third person, joining in, squeezing in between those two cars. It's a three-way battle. What will happen? Oh, that's a very nice overtake by Maulana there.
Oh, talk about threading the needle right there. Anika Maulana shows why he is one of the best sim racers in not just all of Asia, but one of the world's best. He just took his chance and literally gave no quarter about it, goes through and just takes his position away. So at least he got 2-for-1, make it 3-for-1 this particular lap. And by the looks of his face, he's happy with that one. The chat in his own stream are giving him praises. What a move there from Maulana. Even if he's not going to win this race, he definitely won overtake of the day.
Yeah, definitely. That was a very scary move, but yeah. Oh, what happened at the back there?
Mateen, yeah, they're not really taking this lightly now. It's all kicking off here. But Feldman is now actually right there, and he's actually for position 2.
He is fighting with the other cars here, going through turn 1. What will happen here? It seems that they are all keeping it very, very close to each other. No collisions yet to happen. Feldman is trying his best to chase the Ferrari in front, but so far, no success. As we can see here, the gap is slowly building bit by bit. Will Feldman be able to get his gap closed? We will never know. We will see after this, I guess.
Well, we have to remember, this is actually for position in the top 10 in the AM class, so he is chasing P8 right now. Mateen is holding on to that position. He was needlessly fighting with Askar, because if he wasn't really fighting that much, he would have actually kept the gap. But Feldman now has the bit between his teeth as more cars have crashed further up in front. That's the Permis car, number 39 and 828, one of the Team Uncle cars. We're not going to focus on that. We're going to focus on this particular battle, and it looks as though Feldman actually has the legs on the Mistral straight against the Ferrari. Who's it going to be? Aston versus Ferrari, side by side they go. Feldman actually had the line at one point, but not enough of the momentum. As you can see that Mateen just has enough of the top speed at the end to defend the position. And to update on the number 113 car, just now the Spontan car, they spun at the same point in the previous lap. We couldn't focus on that because we were watching the battle, but I think they will probably be sick of seeing the Paul Ricard circuit after this.
Oh yeah, they will not definitely put Paul Ricard as one of their favorite places to race. But I am excited to see the battle between Feldman and Mateen right now, as just now I thought that Mark would have a top speed opportunity in the straight just now, but it seems that he was just lacking a few kilometers per hour. But wow, that's a very brave move by Feldman, trying to tell Mateen, hey, I am here, can you get out of the way? Mark is definitely putting the pressure on Mateen, but will Mateen?
Antabuyan's team, that's the ATXR car, has been given a penalty for not adhering to blue flag rules, so he hit another car while being lapped. So
oh man,
just one of many penalties that have been dished out today. No doubt the stewards are busy behind the scenes, especially given the fact that Afi is given a no contest rule in terms of getting penalties being dished out. So once you're there, you've been given. But the caveat is that you can argue your case, but if he doesn't agree with it, then that's it. You're gonna be given a penalty either way.
Yep, it seems that we are still watching the Mark Feldman and Mateen battle here. I suspect I want to see something happen in this race here. I suspect things will happen in this race if Mark can keep the exit speed close enough to Mateen, as now Mark is trying to get some of the slipstream from Mateen. This is what we see from the previous lap before, but will Mark be able to pull off his move in this lap? It seems that he's getting really close. He's trying his best again to get to the inside. Will he have that extra few kilometers per hour to get over Mateen? That's the question.
No. Look at that again. The Ferrari just has that extra bit of grunt at the top end of about 275 plus 280 kilometers per hour to get through. But you can feel that Mark was just edging ever closer to the side, but just couldn't get by. The Aston just couldn't get enough of a grunt there. You know that it was coming, but the climax wasn't there.
Yeah, definitely. I think Feldman will definitely know that. Okay, the Aston might not be, he might not have the top speed in terms of the straights, so he has to think, okay, where else can I overtake this guy? I need to find somewhere else besides the straight. As now, Feldman is trying his best again to put the pressure on to Mateen, hoping that he will make some kind of mistake sooner or later. And so far, Mateen is still keeping his composure really cool, even though Feldman is literally behind him, making sure that his presence is there as they're approaching the turn 1 after this. Again, Feldman looking at the inside, just trying to tell Mateen, hey, you know, make a bit of a mistake. So far, Mateen is not doing that. He's not doing that.
Yeah, and Mateen as well, driving as well as the other Apex Racing Brunei guys in defending position. But it looks as though he might come undone here, because as they come up now to the chicane, heading into the Mistral straight, he opened the door, but Feldman once again just cannot get by. As he dives on the inside, that's not really what you want to overtake, because the corner just tightens up. And if you get too narrow, it will just stuff up your exit and your speed will just drop on the way to the long 1.5 kilometer Mistral straight.
Man, now definitely Mark will need to find another way to, you know, close his gap. But for now, as we can see from the previous 2 laps, Mark will be chasing Mateen already by here, but as we can see here in the middle straight, he is keeping a bit of a distance, probably trying to find another way, or he didn't manage to keep up the same speed as per the 2 previous laps before. But we'll have to see. Definitely, if Mark can pull off a move here, definitely this will bring TCB their first great debut, as Mateen went slightly a bit wider there, and Mark is keeping himself really, it seems that Mark is really good in chasing Mateen right after the Mistral straight, as Mark is definitely turning way better than Mateen in this part of the course though.
Yeah. And coming through Le Bouzet just now, he was really up to the rear end of that Ferrari, but just can't get by. And for those who are probably wondering why we're focusing on this battle, because this is actually the closest battle out on the entire circuit, only about within a second of each other. The gap from the rest of the field for the other cars have actually strung out a bit, so this is just for the sake of the fact that it is for position, so we just want to keep this out and see if there's any resolution for this. Blue flag's being waved, the permits car right in front of him is being blue flag right now, but he's not giving way as of yet, as here comes Feldman on the inside. Mateen holds on for the time being.
Yeah, okay, now the car in front of Mateen will definitely slow him down, which will give Mark.
So car 19, that is oh yeah, one of the wrong cars. Yeah, it's one of the Indonesian teams. I forgot the full name of that particular unit, but the number 19 car. So Asa Malevin and Evan Javier have been penalized yet again. They were just serving a drive-through about 6 or 7 laps ago. Now they're gonna have to be given another penalty by stopping the pit lane for a longer period.
Man, I was hoping that the car in front of Mateen just now would actually slow him down, maybe giving Mark a chance to close the gap and maybe even overtake him, but it seems that the car just now was very compliant of the blue flag, you know, just slow down immediately as soon as he can, so that they will so he can let through these 2 people drive. And seems that Mark is now unable to use that opportunity, but still, he is still trying to push the Aston's V12 as much as he can. Was it the V12 or V8?
Yeah, that was
so
big commitment.
Big commitment by Mark. That he is trying his best. Yeah, this as we can see here, this is the part where Mark is really good at, you know, closing his gap between himself and Mateen, because, you know, he is doing his best. He is keeping the gap very close in these part of the corners, but he definitely doesn't have the speed in terms of, you know, when it comes to straight line speed. As now as you can see, Mateen is now running away again with the Ferrari and the slide as much straight as he can, but Mark is still trying his best. The question now is that will Mark's movements here be compromising his tires though, because he is really pushing it at every lap to keep himself close to Mateen.
Yeah, but
That's the question.
Yeah, and the thing is, another caveat is that how much they're pushing here is also one thing, but can they push even further when behind them, the leaders are coming by? In fact, Leaf and Russell and Tusby are now just a couple of seconds arrears, so you might just see a purple Ferrari come by soon after this as oh, we have a car gone off there, and then it's no surprise it's our old friends again, the Papega Hubba Bubba car, and they got off real wide to the point that they nearly found the outer extremities of the circuit. They end up on the red area where it actually chews up your tires much faster, so how on earth did they end up there?
That is a question for you and me to ponder in our minds. Like, I mean, I can see that you're going to the blue zone, but I never seen someone went really far up to the red part of the circuit. And this is not the first time the number 44s, I would say, went really outside the track. I think this is like the second, third time probably. Wondering why though.
Yeah, so that's really unorthodox way of being outside the circuit. So again, not the best of days for the number 712 car. They're probably left to ponder if they could try and get a clean race from here on out, because after this there'll be 2 races left in the season. But once again, they'll probably be making more of the highlight reels.
Yeah, well, it seems that Mateen is also getting blocked by another car, but now the car has let Mateen through and let the TCB team go through as well. So far, Mateen is having no issue. Okay, yeah, I said no issues, and then poof, there's an issue coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems that the Mateen went a bit understeery there, as he's lost a bit of a speed there, keeping the distance same pretty much as per a few laps before between himself and Mark Feldman.
But oh, there we go. Feldman has actually blinked first, and he goes straight into the pits because just now we thought that Mateen's oversteer, understeer that turned into oversteer afterwards might have presented an opportunity for Feldman to come by, but Mateen held on to that one, and the battle has been rescinded. There's Feldman on screen coming into the pit lane, but that's pretty much it. Oh no, he's got the drive-through! Would you believe that? He actually got a drive-through from that as well. That might have been from one of the corner cuts too many, or he actually spun in the pit lane.
Oh man, I was about to say like, you know, it's sad that, you know, he has to pit right now. Maybe, you know, he pushed too hard, the tires are out, that he has to pit. But sadly, that's not the issue. That's another quote again. Oh yeah, but that's not the issue. Apparently, he went to the pits because he got a drive-through, and sadly, we will miss, I would say, a great battle between these two drivers right now, as Mateen is making his way as far as he can from Mark to, you know, to ensure that he will not be harassed by Mark from the back again.
Yep. So Mateen survives for a stint as we now go focus on the car that just overtook him, very close on the pit exit. This is Enzo Ison for LOR Ascent, the junior team to the main Legion Racers squad, and looks as though the gap between him and Rifki Yasri is about 47 seconds. So this will be a surprise turnout for the books, because this particular car is a brand new entry for this round, but yet somehow is not living up to their name as being a blue flag enjoyer. They are pretty much one of the front runners. So again, the joke team name might just be a psychological advantage, because look at the gap between there. 44.5 seconds the difference between Rifki Yasri and Enzo Ison right now. So we might just have a silver winner, not just for the first time ever as a rookie, but also with a GTR no less. It's a car that's fallen out of favor with the BOP, but yet here they are up in front, proving that Godzilla still lives.
Yeah, that's what I was to say as well. Rifki definitely bringing the Godzilla name back into the track as being the only GTR in the track, and I think he is definitely going to make a statement out of it. Being the only GTR on the track, he's definitely showing good results. Even though after just now, in the previous hour where he spun out, we are unsure why did he spun out, but so far he's still keeping his position really nice for his class in terms of P1 right now. And right now, I'm not sure how far is Ison behind Rifki right now, but definitely Rifki is taking his sweet time chasing the other people in front to get as far as possible from Ison to secure that P1.
Indeed, but the gap that he has right now is more than normal pit stop, which is about 30 seconds, so he still has time in hand, even if there's a delay in his stop. As you can see, the Godzilla iconography on the side right about here. You can just see it. There you go. There's a Godzilla in the flesh. And living up to the name that it is a world beater. But for the time being though, 5th overall, not a bad return, especially given the fact that this is their very first outing in Endurance Edition. Can you imagine how if they took part in the other races, they could have easily been title contenders.
Yeah, but hey, you know, a try is a try. They made their first debut here, first timer, and being a P1. That's a good, I would say that's a good achievement for me so far. Oh, now as we can see, everyone is going through the straights here with the Austin team trying to overpass the LOR. It's going to be, oh, that's a bit scary moment there. Will anything happen?
Yeah, Slade trying to slide it on the inside. Does he make it? Yes, he does. He outfoxes Enzo Isan. Isan ran a bit wide there, but then Isan fights back and Labuse with a cut, with a switchback, and just nudges Slade out of the way. Phil Slade will no doubt not be happy about that, but then Isan, well, that's common courtesy. That's rare to see that he immediately gives the position back, and no doubt that will definitely be one to look at in the future for drivers if they were to be in a collision. At least you want to give the position back so that you can avoid a penalty.
Yeah, but Isan is not giving up. I think he will try to find another way, or he will try to find again, you know, trying to keep his gap as close as possible. Oh, as we can see here, the TCB driver is now behind those two people. Just now, there was, I think just now after the straights, we definitely see 4 cars when, you know, like a very heated battle there. Even I saw like just now the 2 of them went a bit slidey over the turn there, losing a bit of control, but so far no accidents, which is no collision, just so far so good. But definitely that was an interesting battle between those 2 Ferraris as they bump into each other, and the TCB makes it through as the LOR car just now went a bit over the sausage curve, losing a bit of a speed there as well.
And Feldman has every right to fight, because it's not like in single-seater racing or short sprints where if you're given a blue flag, you have to get out of the way. It's the impetus of the guy behind to safely negotiate the guy in front. We saw this before when we were racing together as teammates in the HSM series, but I think the blue flag rules might have needed to be tweaked a bit because some people were still fighting for position, even though they had no right to be there though.
That is correct. I mean, if you guys, just a note here, if you do see a blue flag and you know, you don't have a reason to fight with the people behind that person that's overlapping you or another class with you, just let them through. There's no reason for you to fight. Let them, but at the same time as well, do keep a thing in mind to let them overtake you safely. That doesn't mean that you should go outside of the track. Yeah, someone went outside of the track there as well. But yeah, just let them overtake. Let them overtake safely. No need to make any rash movements. You know, just find the right place to overtake and let them through. That's all. Just be nice. Just be kind. We're Malaysians. We're supposed to be, you know, tolerating. Just be tolerating in terms of giving them a chance to go through.
Yes, and the fact that Merdeka Month is coming up next month for Malaysia, they want to foster some unity. Anyway, we're getting a bit sidetracked a bit from this particular battle because there were some good ones out there. And right now we're just jumping around to see if there's any other battles on track. We see Alistair Young, after that drive-through, is about 9/10 behind at the start of the lap, at least behind Brian Pereira. But it looks as though Pereira has actually pulled out a bit of a gap here to the Malaysian phenom.
So far, Alistair is still keeping a very nice, okay drive. So far, he's still doing okay in terms of his class being that 1, 2, 3, 4, P5 currently, with a slew of silver class cars in front. Wait, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4 silver and 2 AM cars in front of him. If he wants to get at least a P4, you know, he has to overtake them. Or he's flashing his lights, telling the car in front of him that he is in front. Please do let him through. Will Pereira see that flashlight? I do not know. But so far, the distance is still quite far.
Oh, once again! Look at that! Another drive-through for Alistair.
Oh! What?
Ay.
Okay, this would be the second time Alistair getting a drive-through, if I remember correctly.
Yep. And in the same stint, no less.
Oh man, that is unfortunate for Alistair, as he will lose more time to chase the other 4 pro drivers in front of him though. That definitely will diminish his chance to get at least, I don't know, a P4.
Yeah, but good news for him is that he will still get a good haul of points in P5 in the pro class, but it's a case of what might have been had it not been for some woes with the penalties. But damage limitation, if you want to put it that way, even though he's not in a championship fight, at least he can console himself knowing the fact that Andika Ramamalana and Marino Pratama are more than a couple laps behind him anyway. So pretty much in terms of battles for the class positions, they're in no man's land.
Yeah, so far, pretty much everything is chilly willy. So far, only Alistair Young is the only one that is going to serve a drive-through after this. Everyone, I think they know that, okay, Paul Ricard is not a place for you to get a lot of drive-through. Or as Jeremy almost spun out at turn 1 just now, almost kissing the rear of the BMW in front, but he's still keeping in check. Good job by Jeremy there, keeping his car in check and not causing any collisions while not spinning out as well. Good job by him.
Yeah, he's battling with Muhammad Fatur Rahman for Entropy Motorsport. That's one of the 2 cars that they have here in this particular race. But it looks as though the BMW is now under huge pressure from the Ferrari behind, and another one behind that is not part of the positions. So at least he has to worry about one car overtaking him. Looks as though after that close call for both of them, Jeremy has not made any inroads to that Entropy BMW.
Yep, so far everything is still chilly-willy between those people, so far for them as well. As now they're approaching the straights, Jeremy is trying to get as much speed as he can with Fatur Rahman. Will he be able to close the gap with the Ferrari speed? Yep. So far, nothing is happening. Both of them are keeping him clean, trying not to get another possible drive-through by keeping it inside the track as well. As Fatur Rahman went a bit wider, and Jeremy keeping it close, trying to close his distance between himself and the BMW in front.
All the while then that car behind is just lurking there, not doing much in terms of getting involved in this particular fight, because again, it's another car way further behind. He has no reason to get involved here apart from just being an interloper. But Jeremy then still stuck behind this BMW. It looks no doubt that the BMW is probably much faster out of the corner, but the Ferrari we saw before, especially in other drivers' hands, it has the ground in the straights. It's just that through the corners it's bogged a bit.
Yeah, and now still Jeremy is keeping his distance close to Fatur Rahman though. It's either Jeremy is not trying to push hard, trying to conserve something, or he is really unable to chase down Fatur Rahman in the BMW now.
I think it might be the latter because the pace differential is not that much, but at the same time it's not enough to claw it back to get it here. So behind them is actually James Ryan Malubai in the silver class, so he's trying to gain back positions. 37 overall and about 8th in class in the silver category, so he's just minding the shop here, not really wanting to get involved, because here right now is where the Ferrari excels. As you can see, it goes ever so close to the back of the BMW, and he is gaining. He is probably trying to fancy his chances coming up to scene.
Yeah, it seems that Fatur Rahman knows that he's behind him, not giving him any chance to get any more slipstream. But Jeremy's still keeping it very close, going peeking on the inside, seeing that if Fatur Rahman will react to his movements. But so far, they are not. They are keeping it really clean. They are trying to give us a good battle here, while the Ferrari at the back be like, oh, I'm watching a free show for myself and hoping that something will happen so that I can get a 2-for-1 deal, as per what we Malaysians like. We like a 2-for-1 deal, buy one free one.
Yes. But in this case, it's going to be both for free if he gets a track position. It's not going to be for overall, of course. It's not going to matter so much.
Yeah.
But a collision for Jeremy or Fatur Rahman will not actually be beneficial for the both of them. This is what Jeremy was trying to avoid. And so far, good bit of driving for the both of them to just keep each other's nose clean. But again, for the positions in class, it is the battle for 7th in class, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on terms of Fatur Rahman and Jeremy's would say logic. They know that it's like 1 hour and 15 minutes left. There's no use to get into any more collisions, and it will just risk of their positions in terms of the top 10. So they are trying to keep safe, but they will also I think there's also a space in their mind to try to find a way to get their position or defend their position as safe as possible without causing any kinds of collision. I think that's what they're trying to do. But it seems like there are 2 other cars in front of them, probably keeping them off, as Jeremy maybe can use this opportunity to close his gap between himself and Fatarama, as Fatarama flashing his lights, telling them to get out of the way, let me through, as both now are approaching to the straights, where this is where Jeremy again has that Ferrari's top speed, as they're trying to close the gap bit by bit again. As we can see here, the Ferrari at the back as well would like to join in the party, getting that speed for all of them, as we can see what will happen after this in this corner. Will anything dramatic happen?
Ooh.
So far,
Well,
everyone...
The only histrionics, yeah, the only histrionics you saw there was Jeremy really flicking the car through, as the Mercedes is very compliant in giving way. So there's one of the JPRT guys, and good bit of driving there. It is Manda Andika in car number 121 coming by. It's not causing too much trouble, so at least they can resume the battle. Well, at least until they get to the back of the number 231 car of Eung Yong Jan up the road here. That might be a bit trickier because he is fast, but today is not really showing that pace because the car is really struggling right now.
But good job by the Mercedes to let them through just now. I was really hoping the Mercedes could give a little bit of a challenge so that these two can battle even more. Oh, as we can see here, Jeremy keeping it very close, trying to look for an opportunity, going a bit on the outside, trying to see if Fatarama will react to his movement. Fatarama naturally going to the outside, but now Jeremy is not doing much anything. Jeremy is just trying to peek into the window, trying to see if... I think what Jeremy is trying to do now, he's trying to play a bit of a mind game with Fatarama, you know, like hide and seek, pick left, pick right, will you do anything about it? Just keeping Fatarama, keep thinking about him all night long, as that's a close one. That's a very close one with Jeremy.
Oh, too close!
Kissing the rear!
Too close!
I said too soon again, as Jeremy gave a bit of a love tap to Fatarama. Now they are side by side. Will anything happen from that? We are not sure. But now, as both of them approach to the straights, the two Ferraris at the back as well are fighting with each other, and the LOR team joining the party between Fatarama and Jeremy.
Wow.
As now it's gonna become a three-way battle. Let's go.
There's Enzo Ison on the inside. Who's gonna be the big beneficiary of this? Of course, it's gonna be Enzo. But in the battle between the two cars that we were focusing on just now, it looks as though Fatarama still hangs on to it, just about. But then, here comes the inside line. This might be beneficial for Jeremy to get by. Does he get through? Yes, he does.
What a move by Jeremy. Finally, the battle has ended with Jeremy overtaking Fatarama after a few laps of battle, I would say, an intense battle. Jeremy, finally, his patience has been paid off, as now he will try his best to run away from Fatarama as much as he can. But it seems that Fatarama will also be facing a lot of other cars at the back, giving him a lot of pressure as well.
And one of those cars giving grief is actually Kafil Slade, who just lost the position to Enzo Ison. So Ison managed to get back at the Oz team racing car to get second place up into his own. But now Slade has lost a bit of time because Fatarama was fighting him there, coming out to Virage de la Tour, and through Virage Dupont, he actually held him up so much that he's losing even more time now to Ison.
And honestly, that was a crazy battle. Honestly, I like the battle between Fatarama and Jeremy just now. What a move. Oh, now as Kafil is signaling, telling Fatarama, hey, I would like to pass, please do. Let me pass, let's not fight, but... Oh, that was a bit close move by Fatarama, almost there. But Kafil made it through safely with no injuries to the car at all. And it seems that the Mercedes is joining in the party as well, trying to overtake Fatarama.
Yeah, in fact, that is not for position though. That is an Aston Martin. You know, it is for position now. Aston Martin is Molyono in the Bigo 699 car. So if you thought it was a Mercedes, but it is an Aston. Kind of like the same car anyway, because it is somewhat related because of the engine underneath. But either way, Molyono now is just getting into the PC action, and behind him, Feldman is not that far away either. So this is just going neck and neck here between two front-engine rear-wheel drive cars, side by side up the Mistral straight into the scene. And look at that, Molyono committed on the inside, Fatarama on the outside, and Fatarama wins out in that particular battle.
Wow, I can see that the BMW has a bit of a straight line speed over there, but no, Molyono is looking at the inside, trying to push Fatarama out of his way as they're going side by side, going through the corners right now. Will anything happen so far? No. They're keeping it safe and civil. Nothing yet is about to happen, but I suspect things are going to get really, really hot here.
Another penalty given to the ATXR car number 6 of Anta Buyan. It's causing a collision there. Oh, diving on the inside comes the number 393 McLaren of Martin. And remember, Martin was battling earlier with Feldman since both cars have made their pit stops. This is what it looks like right now. So different drivers fighting for position here, but all are part of the same train and congregation.
Man, that was a crazy move by the McLaren just now. Really nice switchback by them. As now we can see it's a 4-car, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 cars, 6 train car going through the same cars, same corners together. I think something hot is going to happen. I felt that sensation. I think something is going to happen. What will happen? That's the question.
Indeed, and you know what? This is definitely up there as a fight for position 2 because this is 8th, 9th, and 10th. Disregard the McLaren in between because we thought that was Martinez. Actually, car number 363, which is another one of the Ferrari McLarens. In fact, it is Amir Naim, so that is not for position. Whoa! Look at that!
Whoa!
That was a very close touch there from Yono, the side with Fatur Rahman. They're going at it side by side, but here comes Feldman. They dinking onto the inside, thinking about a move coming up to the Mistral Straight. On the Mistral Straight into scene. Left, right, and center. Everyone is fighting here on the same piece of real estate, and no one wants to give an inch.
My gosh, that is crazy. Again, Fatur Rahman got a bit of a love tap again from another driver. As we can see, Jeremy gave him a bit of a love tap, which gives him losing a bit of speed. And again, for this one, oh, it's a lot of position switching right now between these two drivers, as Fatur Rahman is trying not to let the Aston Martin go through, but sadly he's failed to do so as the TCB car saw the opportunity, trying to overtake, but no, Fatur Rahman closed the door, telling him, no, I'm not gonna let another one pass. 2 cars already passed me, I'm not gonna let another one go through. But Mark will not give up. He is still keeping it close to himself and Fatur Rahman. I can see in front, but it seems that, wow, what a crazy battle. Fatur Rahman is definitely fighting the Aston as much as he can, trying to get back that position, but failed to do so. As now Mark is getting that slipstream from Fatur Rahman. Will he do a movement here? He's looking at the inside. So far, no. Mark is keeping himself safe from Fatur Rahman so that at least he will not cause another collision.
Great battle all the way through, isn't it? And it's just for fringe positions in class as well. 8th, 9th, 10th even in the AM category and outside the top 20. But they are all still fighting for every bit of real estate they want because that's position that they could get points out of. So no wonder that they're fighting this hard. As you can see, Anta Buyan actually got out of the way. That's the car that we saw just now that got a penalty on our intercoms as he is having to avoid. Oh, look at that! That might be Feldman's chance to get around the outside. He gets the position here. Side by side they go. All the while there, the Swift Sim Racing car just holding the position, watching brief. Here's the Ferrari on the outside. BMW in the center, Aston in the inside, and a Ferrari further behind just playing shotgun here, coming up to scene on the Mistral Straight, and Feldman does it! He actually gets it by a very fortuitous move. There goes the Swift car on the outside. Feldman gets the position.
What a crazy! We have seen a lot of crazy battles in the Mistral Straight just now. That was a very beautiful battle by all of these 4 drivers. Mark definitely saw the opportunity when Fatur Rahman slowed down, immediately taking it to the inside, using the speed that he got as much as he can, tried to overtake Fatur Rahman, and he did that successfully and beautifully. Gosh, I love being here today. I love it so much. This is so darn good.
Indeed, and now we got more for the highlight reels, that's for sure. As we give some attention to the other cars that are further behind in the field. We saw just now Monica Jane saying 797 is fighting. Well, Savin Puppet Shop is actually fighting for position overall, but he is about 9 seconds behind the next car, which is Yongjan in the Lexus for Pepega, and about half a minute ahead of Jet Lim in the Team Uncle car. So Puppet Shop actually can rest easy knowing the fact that he is safe in the, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1 position away from getting points, so the I-10 car might just get here if right in front of him the Spontan car Muhammad Yanwar runs into trouble. So that's one to have to watch out for, as Preda Pipatpong actually side by side with Muhammad Bintang in the number 575 Pintar by Bigo car. that could also be for position, crucial for positions here too, as they come out now to turn number 1. Predat Pipapong couldn't get that way that time.
Yeah, it seems that Bintang just now was trying to squeeze the Aston out to the pit wall, but the Aston was reacting to it and like, okay, you know what? No, I'm not gonna do this. I'm just gonna take the inside. I'm just gonna be very safe as much as I can. I want to fight, and I do want to fight. As now, the Aston is trying to close. Look at the inside. Will anything happen? And it seems that the Aston saw the opportunity, taking the shorter line and overtaking Bintang. Yes, he did. Good job by the Aston overtaking Bintang. Another position gain by the Thai team.
Oh, meanwhile, we just lost one car. The Evan Javier. Yeah, there we go. That's the sister car to the Bigo car. And I think he's just getting the car fired up again. We'll go back to what happened to Predat Pipapong and Bintang. Bintang gets by because again the Ferrari's top speed just too much for the Aston to handle. And there is Bintang getting back his position of P12 in the race.
Man, that Ferrari has a lot of top speed. Oh, but nope. The Aston saw the opportunity. Nope. The Ferrari went a bit too wide. Went to the outside zone as the Aston took the inside. Sadly for Bintang, losing to the Aston Martin into that corner just now.
Tires might have been gone there. As meanwhile, this is one Bigo car. This is the other car that we just saw stop on track. And remember, no safety car in Assetto Corsa Competizione, so we will not get a full course yellow out on track for now. But it looks as though what's happening for Xavier is that he's trying to get the car going, but it looks as though it's stuck in gear or something. Might be a hardware issue. You can see the driver's animated foot there moving, pressing on the brakes, but Xavier is now causing a local yellow flags coming up to the Mistral straight.
Yeah, that is correct. I was wondering what happened to the Aston Martin because, you know, before we switched to the other cameras this time, he was moving forward, but the car stopped again. And I thought, you know, oh, he stalled, but I'm sure. See, he moved a bit to the front and stopped again. Wondering what happened to the Bigo team there, but so far they're stuck.
Yep.
That's all we can say. They're stuck.
Yeah. So we can't focus much on that one apart from hopefully that the car can get going there. But at least he's out of harm's way to not cause too much trouble. As we're back with Mark Feldman again because he's always in the thick of things here for the Technoburst team. And in the Taechan car, really going by quite fast here up at the positions. He's up well in the top 10 right now. Looking to notch yet another position against a fellow Aston Martin who we saw just now. Lost position because of being overtaken earlier, but luckily though, pace for the both of them seems to be quite good.
Yeah, quite consistent as well. So far, nothing major is going to happen, but I suspect, see, as I can see again, Mark is really good at the last part of the course as he can really close the gap between himself and the car in front. But when it comes to, I would say, long straights or long corners, he's losing a tad bit of speed there as we can see the gap between himself and Mulyono, but the battle is on. The battle is on between Mark and Mulyono, both Astons, both the same car, both same engines, but just two different drivers from two different countries. Who will win? That's the question that we have to see. Will the TCB making a good debut at their own first race here? We do not know.
We'll wait and see how that particular thing plays out as we focus on this battle. Just want to jump over to the 888 car because just now there was some support for Brian Pereira from, I think his brother, isn't it? Tiago Pereira, yeah. So he was saying, go Brian. Well, Brian has handed the car over back to Duran Abisekera, and no doubt will be the closing stint of this particular car's race. P15 overall, but right now P4 in class. So that's a good return for the number 888 car. It will be a great way to just kick off the final half of the season for that particular crew. As now we go back to the battle between Feldman and Mulyono. It looks as though Feldman is not getting the inroads onto the back of the fellow Aston Martin just about yet.
Damn, this is...
Wow.
Oh, it's Faturrahman! It's Faturrahman!
Would you believe that?
Oh.
And let's see here.
Man.
He's coming out of the pit lane right now. Oh, that's very close.
Wow!
Again.
Holy moly, that's scary. Okay, that's scared. I kid you not. I'm not faking my reaction. That was scary.
Yeah.
Really scary.
And imagine if he actually crossed the white line again that time around. It would have caused a major accident. But mercifully though, he paid attention that time. Though at the expense of the fact that he has to go through the pit lane again after this. So Rafi Rahatian having taken over from Faturrahman. will have to do the ignominy of going into the pit lane once again.
Sad moment for Entropy Motorsport for getting a few other penalties for that infringement just now. But hey, once that's been done, they just have to go through the drive-through. Oh, or as you can see it, they just need to drive through it.
Ouch. That's another card that's been given that one, and I think that is the number 351 of Bigo Racing Division Wide Lap, Muhammad Fikri Askar. So that car was running somewhere close to the top 10 at one point, but now they're gonna have to rescind every bit of effort they had by going through for a drive-through here. So again, that's the key part about driver briefings. When the steward tells you that you need to not do this at a racetrack, just have to listen to them. And unfortunately for Fikri Askar, that has been that's gonna undo a lot of good effort that they had up to that point.
Yeah, sadly, they will have to suffer they have to suffer the consequences on that part. As now we're back into it seems that Ashfiqur Rahman spun out, and yep, the prize is getting back in so far. Good news, nothing bad happened. He just spun out.
Yeah,
That's
just
good.
had to pick it out because that car has been through the penalty ringer as well.
Yes, as now we are still watching the battle between Mark and Mulyono. They're still keeping it together and still fighting with 58 minutes left to the race. Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, we're about to go into a commercial break, but we just want to see how this particular battle will be resolved. So we might hear you for the last time, we might hear you again after this. Or maybe we can just get all three of us together just for the sake of it, because it might just be possible there anyway. As there's a car going up there. That is Nasser, Tamim Nasser, coming out of scene, into Labouze. Luckily though, he's out of harm's way completely. But here comes the other driver's car to the path there. Really scary stuff. You wouldn't want to actually get into the crosshairs of somebody while you're coming back onto the track.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to see the battle between Mark Feldman and Mulyono after this. I really do. I hope something happens. I really hope something happens. I would like to see some crazy thing happen at the last hour of the race. I think that's the best part.
Oof.
What? That's really close.
The permis car there of Krisanu Kanpukau in their debut race here. That's good bit of driving as well, not gonna lie. At least he's well alert that there's drivers around him. But the placement of where he puts the car in just puts the other drivers in a bit of a pickle whether or not they want to actually go for the overtake or just hang back as... Oh, there, case in point. How close was that? Right, so that might be a good time for us to actually head into our final commercial break before we head in. We are into the final hour now. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. We'll get Victor back to the commentary box right after this, but a word from our sponsors.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to the eRacing GP. And during this edition, we're in the final hour of racing here. And this is where, as far as I'm concerned, the real race begins here. I'm back in the booth here. My name is Victor Cax, joining Ammo and Primer Ice T. It's going to be a trio of us to close out the show here today. And wow, just my luck that I had to step away here and you guys get to have all the action in the last hour, isn't it?
Yes. I think because when we were racing together in that league in HSM, we had a lot of action anyway, so it was only fair, wasn't it, that we saw a lot of drama at that time. But luckily though, not much drama that happened up in front, especially with not keeping up with Aslan surviving that earlier scare and still leading away by a handsome margin.
Indeed he has. 97 laps into his race and now finally coming into the pits here for probably the last time, and certainly has been a very well-controlled race here for Stratos Motorsports. Imran Ryan still is going to be in that second spot, so for now, though, I think I see that, yep, Mama Azza is going to be the one at the wheel here, so it's going to be coming around true into the main straight. Is he also going to be taking the pits as well? Looks like not. He's going to be continuing on. It still has quite a lot of time left in his stint, in fact.
Yep, but because when the pit stops all cycle out, he will actually fall back to third place because Alif, Tasby, and Russell are just about ahead of them as well. And they have made their somewhat final pit stops, but we'll see whether or not the tires can last because it'll be quite nip and tuck though.
I mean, again, it's massive kudos there to Amigos Racing for pulling this off. I mean, you would think that, you know, after an incident like that early on in the race, you know, that would have been the end of their chances. No, back on the podium yet again is Amigos Racing. So that's exciting to see that the championship will continue into the fourth and fifth and final round.
Yep. And, well, Primer is still with us here. How's the racing you've seen so far? Because when we were doing it together just now, it was amazing to think that a lot of things happened, but yet somehow things in front still stayed the same.
Yeah, it seems that in terms of I would say in the top positions, they're keeping it very calm. But the back between the amateurs, oh my gosh, the battle was awesome. It was so good. I'm glad that I live another day to see these kinds of races. I'm blessed. Love it. I think we had like two memorable ones between Mark Feldman and Mateen, just if I remember correctly, and then we had one between Jeremy and Mutara as well. That was really good battle by these four drivers. Really good battle though.
Yep, indeed. And while we were on commercial break just now, they actually went to the pits together. So let's pick up where that battle left off. In fact, Psycho is now back in the car. So Psycho Kaiser with the controller in his hand. And, well, when he pointed the camera, it was actually pointing in a position that we do not want to discuss on camera. But he was showing his controller on his lap there and showing that, well, despite driving with that, he's driving so smoothly. It's as if he has a wheel. In fact, we go into the driver's onboard. You can see there, right? Not much a hint of how twitchy a controller can be. It looks almost like he's driving with a wheel.
Yeah, it seems that he's being very smooth. I think that's... I know Psycho. I have seen him in action with a controller when we met back in VTX Expo last year, and I couldn't even believe it that someone with a controller could drive really as well as per wheel driver actually. It's
Like,
actually quite
yep.
impressive.
Let's take a look at it. Okay, so you can see the pedal with the driver trace there. It has a bit of a digital move to it because it's a bit stops 0-1, 0-1. But the steering wheel though, that's a different method. Look at how smooth that is.
Yeah, I
For,
mean,
for control player.
I mean, again, like it just demonstrates the level of like fundamentals that he's already grasped, right? Even without a wheel, he's still able to judge properly, like the amount of steering, the amount of brake pressure or throttle pressure to use. Very impressive, you know, the fact that he's able to fight, you know, alongside a lot of other drivers who are on steering wheel at the same time. And granted, like it is legit a skill, you know, to be able to use a controller in that precise manner. I mean, there's certainly techniques that you could employ, but the fact he's able to do that, that's perfect.
And meanwhile, we're focusing back on Alistair Young. Look at that! Stop and go 30 seconds. And this is not just for a corner cut infraction. This is in fact a speeding penalty. As well, the tight car right in front of him just disappeared. So one of the I-10 cars has just disappeared off the screen. Not sure which one was that. It might be 797. Yes, it is. Is the 797 car out of it?
Emo, do you think, like, with that 30-second stop and go, is that going to allow Malana to somehow catch up to where Alistair is?
Nope. Still about 3 laps ahead of him. But,
Okay, fair enough.
yeah, but it does put a dampener on what could have been actually at least something salvageable at the end of this race to stay within that top 15. Now, well, he's not going to go into the pit lane, but now he will lose multiple positions because the cars behind him are still within a minute of him.
Indeed. Well, it's just... I mean, again, it's just woe after woe after woe here for Alistair Young. Not the best of races, definitely one to forget here in his case, but still trundling along, still has another 47 and a bit minutes to go here. So he's going to try to continue on until at least he can get to that checkered flag. In the meantime, how are the rest of the boys doing right now? Because it seems like the action that we saw in the early hour seems to have come to peter down to a bit of a stop now. I mean, again, a lot of these guys are already towards the end of their stints. Some of these guys are already on their final stint, quite literally. And on board right now, Will Hammond currently in overall 11th, trying to negotiate some drivers. Still in P3 right now, on that podium position for the AM class. And certainly within touching distance, Abe Sekera just in front of him.
Yep, and crucially, of course, they're not that far away from Iga Yudhishthira as well in the Balapan random car. So this might just be a 3-way grandstand finish. We did allude to earlier. You said about the fact that AM could have the closest championship fight. Well, it could be anybody's game right now, and in fact, it has proven to be that way because the Balapan random car, we have not seen it being competitive up until now. Will probably claim their first ever win in Endurance Edition, at least because they have won championships before in Global, but never have actually claimed something this good here, especially after a long 4-hour race. This might just be their opportunity to break duck as Hammond now up to the back of Abe Sekera, and we know that a surname like that is almost like gonna be a certainty whether or not an accident will happen.
Well, he's certainly doing his best right now to keep up there, and yep, just dispatching another bit of traffic there, but still very much focused on his battle with the Aston Martin in front of him. Shout out to Aye Harith, who asked, is that the only GTR in the race? Yes, it is the only GTR in the race, and it's been very impressive.
Yes, indeed. We will jump to view that car for a while, and it has a Godzilla motif on the side, but we got other fish to fry right now. As you can see here, Primer, he is right behind the Aston Martin is Will Hammond, with Duran Abe Sekera fighting so hard to keep a position. Melissa is the McLaren as well, having the advantage on the straight line here, Primer.
Oh, I can see Abe Sekera moving left and right, trying to disrupt Will Hammond from taking up the slipstream, but it seems that the straight is a bit too long as Will Hammond is taking on the inside with a higher top speed than the Aston. Will anything happen? Oh, that's a goes! There it goes! Will Hammond spun out after having a collision with Abe Sekera. That's what I want to see.
But did we allude earlier that the Hammond surname has a propensity for accidents, especially if your name is Richard? But unfortunately for Will that time, it wasn't really his fault, wasn't it? Because he had the line, but then Abe Sekera was very brave to hold it on the outside and just cause a collision for both of them. There's Hammond on screen right now. He doesn't seem to be too happy right now. In fact, look at that scowl. Definitely is quite miffed by the fact that he had second in hand, and now he has lost it here. As meanwhile, Iga Yudhishthira comes into the pit, so that could have been easily a battle for the lead of the race.
Yep.
What? Let's go. It will. Did Episakera took over?
No, he's still second. He's still second.
He's still second. Oh boy, let's go. It's gonna be a 1-2-3 battle here between these three drivers. What will happen? Oh boy.
Yeah. No, that's the waste, isn't it? Because if they didn't have that collision, 1, 2, 3 in the AM class would have been nose to tail right there. But Yudhishthira somehow dodged that particular bullet. And guess what? They're on the same strategy because right now, Yudhishthira just comes out of the pits, 30 seconds on his stint time. Episakera 19 minutes, close to 20, while Hammond's on 14. So they're about close in terms of range, but Yudhishthira will have the tire advantage. So imagine if that accident didn't happen just now, Episakera and Hammond would have been in front of the number 89 Balaban Random Motorsports car.
Yeah, I mean that's again just motor racing at its like most at its essence, right? It's like scenarios constantly shifting. You're always having to be on the attack, having to adapt and make those moves. And sometimes, you know, luck just having to be an important factor here.
Whoa!
No! Slide! Keeps it under control, though. Still stays on the black stuff. Good for him. Maybe the tires are not quite warmed up enough out of the pits there, isn't it, Emo?
Yeah, not like that, Vic. Not like that. Don't ever give your team a fright, especially given the fact that these are fresh set of boots that he's just taking on. You do not want to take a tire into another stint in ACC because they just can't last. That time, Yudhishthira just survived by the skin of his teeth. Can you imagine if he lost it there? That would have been the end of it, of his chances of a win. And now, there's Episakera right behind him.
Yep, he's already seeing him right there. Snid Primer.
Yeah, Episakera saw the opportunity, seeing the slip up. Now he's like, okay, you know, I want you next. And now he is unleashing every single piston in that Aston Martin, trying to catch up to Yudhishthira, trying to get that P1 as much as he can, as Yudhishthira is now being hounded by a driver in front and a driver in back. What? And that's what I said, the pressure. He is trying his best to get out of the way from these two cars as much as he can, because he knows if he is stuck in between that traffic, he is going to get chased by Episakera and he will lose his P1.
Yeah. In fact, like, I think he can already see Episakera right behind him, so he knows that the pressure is already amping up. He needed to get past those cars quickly, though, because he's got a bit of clear air in front of him, and hopefully he can try to use that to his advantage. But I would tell you what, like, having the slipstream from those other cars actually would have actually helped him in the main straight. Now, let's see whether or not Episakera will be able to do the same as well as we get onto the Mistral, a little bit far off from where the car that McLaren in front is, so I don't think he'll be getting much of a tow this time around. Yudhishthira in the meantime attempting to pull as far away as he can right now. This is absolutely on right now. An actual battle for the championship here inside the AM class. Given how close the points are, this is so important right now. No pressure at all. He got Yudhishthira.
Yudhishthira goes up and takes one out of the car. Would you believe it? Just as you said, he had no pressure. You can see on his camera there, he was actually turning the wheel so much. I don't know why the car just reacted the way it did, but Episakera is the main benefactor of all of this. Would you believe it? Then would Lee change his hands again?
I literally cannot believe it there, man.
Oh my gosh, that's a literal commentator curse by you, Victor. My gosh,
always ready to serve here, apparently. GP.
Honestly, I wonder what happened to Yudhishthira, because if I remember correctly, previously, in the previous lap, he made the mistake at that particular corner as well, when going a bit too much of an inside. But now, his mistake really did cost him 2 places, as he got overtaken by Hammond as well. Now he is in P3.
Oh, okay.
My God. We're all calm down, right? We're all calm down.
We're gonna be calm now. I mean, I'm hoping that Yudhishthira is getting calmer in his side as well. I mean, he's still inside the top 3 as far as I can see, just stuck behind Will Hammond right now. May even have an opportunity to try to fight back for P2 possibly. But yeah, I mean, I'm speculating a little bit. Maybe the damage that he has sustained on the car has actually come to bite him really bad here, because again, you can clearly see the marks all around the car, on the front, on the back, on the sides. So maybe a bit of like instability as a result of like aerodynamic inefficiency. I'm just speculating here. I think it is modeled inside the ACC as well, so perhaps the car is not feeling that great actually, especially towards the end of this race here, given how many incidents that this car itself has really had.
And another point to note, Vic, did you see just now when he turned, he yanked it.
Yeah.
He really yanked it.
Yeah.
And I don't know why he would have to do that, because that corner, you didn't really have to put that much steering lock. Now it's interesting for us to see whether or not he's going to do the same thing here as we come up now to scene once again, the scene of the previous accident just now, as it looks as though, yeah, the car's not really feeling it. It's just a bit unstable as well. I thought Hammond for a second lost it for it too.
Now it seems to be under control right now. I mean, Will Hammond has now just gotten past that BMW there. Doesn't seem to be too much of a trouble there, but that means that there's 2 cars now between Yudhishthira as well as Hammond. But then for Will Hammond though, he has Abe Sikera in his sights though, so I think we are still gonna get a battle for the lead here in the M class.
Would you believe that? We thought that the battle for the lead was gone when these two collided just a couple laps earlier, but then Yudhishthira proved that, well, okay, let me try to flip the script on its head on my own. And he's done so, but at his expense. Now, let's see then if this is going to be the case, whether or not it's going to happen as... Oh no, Will... in fact, Taufik Moyen has actually gotten a penalty drive-through for cutting the track as well. So, at least he's a bit far away from Imarayan, so that will not be a factor. But the question is, will Hammond get by Abe Sikera?
I mean, he's closing the gap right now, 0.7 seconds around the last the last marker. We'll see what that's going to look like by the time to get onto the Mistral Straight. In fact, he's closing in corner by corner now. This looks very good for a setup here for a pass. Bro, we got commentator cursed there, says Nur Isan. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. That's just, it is what it is. And unfortunately, Yudhishthira is going to have to do this the difficult way around. But back to the action here. Will Hammond getting closer and closer. He is getting the toe for sure over the Aston Martin. Now all important is how he's going to take this. He takes onto the inside. No problem here. Tries to get a bit of that side drafting action, but still that Aston Martin is a little bit ahead. Still has the outside. Can the McLaren keep it true? Yes, it does. Keeps the door closed all the way through the exit, and both the cars still stay on the track, still stay in the race, and Will Hammond is in the lead of the AM class.
And remember, they collided that time around a few laps ago, but this time Abe Sikera didn't have enough of a drive on the outside to defend it. So probably both of them were being a bit circumspect. They did not want to get another one, especially the fact that they were given the lead almost on a silver platter. It literally was right there for the taking until the incident happened. Now they didn't want to have it a second time. There we go. A brilliant move there from Hammond to take the lead of this race in the AM class. Now then, the question is, can Abe Sikera actually have a response to this?
That is a good question, because just now we can see it is a second round battle for Hammond. I'm sure Hammond would be feeling very much relieved that he gets back that P1, the P1 that he deserves when, you know, during his accident with Abe Sikera a few laps ago. And now Abe Sikera will do his best to make it into a round 3 battle with 36 minutes left into the race. Will this become a round 3 battle between Abe Sikera and Hammond? We will see after this though.
Yeah.
Still like 36 minutes of racing, so yeah, still lol at the Richard Hammond jokes here from us at the commentary booth. Hey, we aim to entertain here at ERGP, so hope you guys enjoyed all the references that we've been pulling off in the stops. 36 minutes, as I said, so there's still a chance here for Abe Sikera to regain the lead if he can just keep up, but it seems like on the straights, not going to be able to keep up with the Ferrari at all.
Yeah, and remember we said earlier about the propensity of a surname for Hammond to get involved in an accident. We saw that with lots of the commentators' blight coming in clutch, I guess.
The commentators plague about that.
Yeah, but luckily for Hammond, he manages to regroup that and recover to somehow get the lead back away from Abe Sikera. So this will be a battle that will rage on towards the end, because they've done their final pit stops and thus will take it all the way home here. Though the same cannot be said for what's happening up in front. That's the major story, because right now Tusby has taken over the car from Russell Reyes, and on our stint clock he has clocked in 41 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, crucial question, because behind him, Nakib and Nabil, they only have 15 minutes, and Iman Ryan, Muhammad Azhar, and Muhammad Irfan, they've only done about 13.5 minutes. Can 42 minutes on the clock here, Tusby bring it all the way to the end, or he has to pit again?
That's a big question, isn't it? I mean, Primer, what are going to be your thoughts about this? I mean, you got 2 guys, fresher tires, and obviously Amigos having to pull a longer stint because of the incident at the start of the race. Do you feel it is still on here for Amigos?
I think if Amigos I think Amigos definitely know that how fast Aslan is, so I don't think they will take a risk by doing another stint. They will try to keep their position as long as they can, as far as they can, if they want to secure that P1. Because I think with like 34 minutes left, it's a gamble right now to just stop, So better just keep on with it, just stay on, drink some Red Bull if you need to stay as long as you can. Because if you want that P1, you want to get away from Aslan, you better stay up in the driver's seat as long as you can.
Well, I don't know if they drink Red Bull because being Hamilton fans.
They probably drink Monster, right?
Yeah, they wouldn't want to. They will probably see that more as poison if anything. But definitely they'll have to just G themselves up right now because they still are not home and dry. Half an hour to go, and with the tires that questionably might be running out of grip towards the end, they might have to pit again, and this will be devastating for them because they will drop to third. If that's the case, as you can see, more of the back markers are being flashed at. Jump back to Nabil Aslan. He's on the same straight as him right now. The Mistral is just separating between the both of them, and he can probably see him in crosshairs right in front here.
Yeah, only 5.788 seconds. This is like getting very close. Are we going to be seeing another battle here? This time for the pro class, and this time for the absolute lead of the race. I mean, the chips are literally falling into place right now here, Primer, I think.
Well, definitely, I agree. Aslan you can see in his eyes, he saw Stasbe and he wants that P1 back, and he is going to push out as much effort as he can using that Ferrari, and so far he is keeping it really close. And as if I'm reading this correctly right now, he is shredding microseconds per microseconds through every corner, slowly inching himself closer to Tasbe, trying to get that P1, and I would like to see what will happen for that race for P1 though.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, best lap of the session so far here for Nabil Aslan. In the meantime, Amir Naim trying to make the move on the Australian team here. Slade at the wheel on the inside, trying to keep it in head, and yes, indeed, it does keep the Ferrari ahead of the McLaren through the turn. Now it's going to be up to Naim to see whether it can try to close up on the next one here. The heavy braking point might be up soon, as soon as they come out of this curve here. But quite a good distance between two so far. I think Amir Naim may have to try again on the next lap.
Yeah, and he looks as though he's got a bit between his teeth because last time out, his best lap was almost a second faster than Slade. So it's about 0.6 of a second the difference in it here. So Naim then has clawed the advantage back into the favor of the number 363 car. Remember, these guys are the championship leaders in the silver category, so they want to actually get more points here. They just put him an unassailable distance up in front, but Kafil Slate will be a bit of a trickier obstacle to overtake here because we know how high he can fight as well. We've seen it already before. Now he has to do it all over again here against an equally tough competitor who is really coming good in the last couple of years, especially given the fact that Apex Racing Brunei have risen to prominence up in front in all three classes.
Yeah, fighting for a possible second place here in this race. You can see how close he's getting there in the first couple of corners on a Paul Ricard. Still no dice though as far as the actual overtaking is concerned, but he's getting super close just before the Minstrel Straight. This is going to be good news now for Apex Racing Brunei. Another potential attempt here at getting to P2. 31 minutes still on the clock, but this could be their moment.
Yep. So there's another car stopped there. That is the number 39 Permis car stopped out there. Let's see what happened to the car. Yeah, he's actually waiting, so that's a good move. Waiting for the other cars to come by. Let's see from his view. Yeah, I think he might just have a bit of a gap here. So this is a good lesson in good driving, to wait until the very possible moment to just get back onto the track. But unfortunately for him, he's got 40 plus cars to wait to come by, so he has to wait a gap in the train, so to speak, to just get by. And right now, there you go. That's the clean move. And good bit of driving there from Kan Pakal.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to that. Like, literally, even though we are racing in the virtual world here, it's great to see that drivers are still maintaining good track etiquette as you would in real life as well. You don't want to endanger nor disrupt anyone's racing here, especially if you're trying to rejoin the track. So good on them for being able to do that nice and safe.
Absolutely. As now we're back to the main order of business that we were watching for earlier. The fight for second place in the silver category between Amir Naim and Kafil Slade. It looked as though at one point Naim did get up in front. You can see the cycle loops, 0.003 of a second, but unfortunately Naim He lost the lead, lost that second place somewhere in the middle of that third sector when Slade came by. Now he has to do it all over again.
Yeah, I think Slade must have done a counter-attack for sure to retake the position. So that was only a momentarily Apex Racing Brunei in that P2, but they still have another 29 minutes. They still have plenty of laps to continue this battle here. Now it's just a matter of like who actually has the better tires, who actually has the better lines now, and a better performance. So it's really going to be very close between the two of them.
It's about the same. The stint times are about the same. So
Okay.
they came in the same time last time out in the pit stop. So it's a matter of the drivers being the difference here. It looks as though Naeem is the one that's faster than Slade right now as they come out to the Mistral straight once again. The draft of that Ferrari might be beneficial for the McLaren, but it looks as though it's a bit even Stevens right now. You can see that the Ferrari and the McLaren are just about the same in terms of straight line speed. The draft, though, coming in clutch here for Naeem, and once again, he'll try to move around the outside. Can he try to do it? Here he comes now, up to scene on the Mistral straight. Side by side they go. They were about thousandths of a second last time around, and once again, he swims around the outside and takes the position. But can Slade fight back? Not this time. Naeem makes the mistake in a brilliant move. Fair bit of driving for the both of them, but Slade then tries to come back at it where the Ferrari is strongest.
Yeah, again, it's going to be the straights that's going to be Slade's best hope here, but he needs to get a good exit in order to challenge Naeem on the main straight. So that remains to be seen, but it seems like Naeem might just have this in the bag. That was serious nerves of steel to be able to take that corner around the outside, especially at that speed, especially against a driver as racy as Slade here. But Naeem seems to have done it nice and well. Comes through the final corner. You can see them bumper to bumper now, so this could be Slade's attempt to try to counter-attack. Does get the toe, and again, you know that the Ferrari has a straight line speed, but the exit seems to be a lot better for Naeem as he's pulling away now towards that first turn and seems to be able to confirm his position ahead of Slade.
For the time being, though, okay, so that's the I-10 car getting there. And I wonder who was driving at that time. No, he's not in the race anymore because he's already left it.
Aye.
So,
Okay.
no.
yeah,
No problem.
Non-factor now.
Non-factor.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we go back to Will Hammond here. There's a bit of a comment coming from Tim Hammond. Not sure if he's the father or brother or relative to Will, but he's saying go counter 23. Hammond from Levi and the crew. So that is good words of encouragement from the team here. And guess what? He is doing a great job responding to that. He is about 4 seconds now ahead of Abisekera. So the Aston Martin has no response to that. Even after that collision where Hammond was the worst of the two, where he completely spun it around and might have actually sixpence all his tires, he still managed to get it up into the lead of the AM class and pull away.
Yeah, I think I see also another comment. Are 70-minute stints being enforced here?
Yeah, that's Breno Ellis, in fact. Breno actually has,
Yeah.
he was asking, no, in fact, we do not have a maximum stint time, but we do have a maximum driving time of about 60%. So you cannot drive more than that. I think everyone's pretty much safe, unless stated, but it looks as though everyone's within the driving rules here, and maybe, just maybe, Tasbe might survive that one, though I cannot say the same thing for his tires.
Yeah, again, Amigos is running a very risky strategy here. I mean, bear in mind, like, what happened to Andika last time around. Also tried to go for the longer stint, then just completely, like, lost it at the very end when he ran out of tire completely. I mean, again, it's the kind of gambles you have to take here, right, Primer? Especially when you had that big incident at the start of the race. The fact they're still able to recover up into a top 3 possibly here, it's already impressive, isn't it, for Amigos?
Definitely
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
Sorry.
definitely very. It's okay, no worries. It's definitely impressive for Amigos right now, as I believe that they have seen the opportunity, to get that P1, but now they are trying to their best to stick to it as much as they can, because they know Aslan is really, really fast. Heck, he is so far keeping his fastest lap, pretty much the whole race today. And now they know that, being not Aslan, being really, really fast, they cannot risk any stopping. They cannot take any advantage to stop, to just relax. They really have to push it if they want to secure that P1 against Aslan, just using strategy.
Yeah, but again, the gap, I think early on we saw it about 5.7 is already down to 4.6. I mean, at this rate, could be cutting it very close at the end of the 25 minutes. But anyway, Kafil Slate continues to keep hounding Amir Naim throughout. I mean, even though he's gotten past for position, he's not giving this race up quite yet. Still knows that there also still is another 25 minutes. There's still always a chance here for the Oz Team Racing team to get themselves back up into P2 here.
Yeah, indeed. And was about to... Oh, that's a big slide! Big slide from Slade! Wow!
Oh.
Manages to hang on to that. Slade in a slide. That was a great recovery from the Australian. Could have actually ended in tears right there and then. And somehow, he did not even lose time at all.
Literally on the razor's edge, that Slade guy. What is he, Blade? My
I was
goodness.
about to say, what is he, Max Verstappen? Because Max did that once, and he did a 200 plus kilometer per hour drift there. Very well, good drive by Slade there for controlling the car, and at the same time as well, not losing that much time between himself and Naim there.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Slated.
Slated, really.
Oh, okay. Tim Hammond is responding in the chat. It says he's a friend from Levi. I think that's where Hammond's hometown is, maybe?
Yep.
Ah.
Levi, Australia, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Ah.
there we go. That's a really great was encouragement from Tim, and hopefully he'll still be watching in earnest because, again, they're just a couple, 20 minutes plus away from a double win after the last time with Team Uncle Evo winning in Valencia. Now they're going to do it here in Le Castellet with another storming drive, even with some obstacles in the way, which include a dramatic high-speed spin that somehow he managed to recover it quite well to go through. And in fact, we're going to jump to Hammond's camera view. Let's see then, 4.6 seconds in front of Abisaquera. So now it's just up to Will if he can just will it home here in what could be said is a dramatic way to win a race.
Dramatic. It's like putting it, it's really just summarizing it in the worst way possible. It's incredible. You guys will be enjoying the highlights out of this race here because god dang, that's a lot of really good stuff that has happened over the last 4 hours. But now it is down to the final 23 minutes. Car number 23 in the lead here for the AM class. Can he keep it there here? Can Will Hammond bring it home for Levi, Australia?
Yeah. Yeah, we can say Aussies.
Hey.
Oi, oi, oi.
Oi.
Yeah, there we go. That will be the way to do it. But it is, of course, a cross-border team with not just Hammond being from Australia driving that one, but there's Drayden Le and Aiden Tan from Singapore driving for a Singaporean team that have often, the case, more often than not, been involved in the highlights for all the wrong reasons. But now, this has definitely been turning around here with an amazing drive once again to make it 2-2 and put themselves in firm contention for the title as, is that Raja Miroshak? Is Alistair going wide behind him?
It's Alistair.
Yeah. Luckily, he kept it together, and hopefully that did not incur a corner cut penalty.
Another drive-through.
Yeah. I mean, what are the odds of that happening again, though?
Please stop. No, he's dead already. Come
Don't
on.
be Alcon. Please don't do an Alcon move here. Please don't do an Alcon move here. We
Right.
understand. Don't do that anymore, please.
No, we'll leave the man be. He still has a life to look ahead to. Anyway, now then, back to. Oh, in fact,
Oh.
Naim has actually lost the
Whoa.
position back to Slade.
Oh.
Slade's gotten ahead of him.
No.
Wow, what a turnaround
What-
here. Just off
What
of
happened though?
I think we missed that because we were
Yeah.
focusing on Hammond there for a second. But there, Amir Naim's face says it all. A pensive look once again. But he knows full well that the top speed of that McLaren is just slightly higher than the Ferrari. He might want to try to do another brave banzai outside maneuver coming up the scene.
Yep, just feels like deja vu. I've been in this place
This is
before.
This is round three of these two people.
Oh,
What will oh no!
Runs it a bit too wide. I think he gave a lot of space there to Slade. Fair play to him, but it just compromised his exit so much that there was no way for him to recover that one. He lost a bit of time, at least didn't lose the car completely, but that would just put pay to any sort of effort he would try to do on this lap at least.
Yeah, I think he still can get a reset, and again with the car, the traffic in front of Slade preventing him from pulling away. That's going to be helping him a lot. A person.
Sorry to Tim Hammond there. Tim is a person, so not a place. Apologies for that one. we will try. We will just make amends to that one because we're trying to comment in the heat of the moment. But thanks for Tim for correcting us. Meanwhile,
Sorry.
Meanwhile, Tehane Ranga, a champion as well in the global edition, is willing on Duran Abisekera, Lord Denon as they call him. Unfortunately for now, being circumspect is not going to be possible. As you can see there, Amir Naim nearly whacks into the back of Slade. It's about 5.5 seconds at least between Hammond and Abisekera. Now, we focus on this battle that has been raging on for quite a few laps.
Yeah, well, it's going to continue to rage on quite a few, I think, given how close these guys are, both in tire phase as well as driver skill here. This is raw racing and its finest, and it's the tail end of a 4-hour endurance race. Both of these guys certainly would have felt the fatigue that has already been set in for the last several hours, and now it's really about this moment here that will determine who will be able to take the second spot here for the silver class. Amir Naim yet again getting a good toe of a Slade coming at the start of the minstrel straight. I think this could be enough actually for him to get side by side very much earlier than before. In fact, he's already going to try to get a peek in the move yet again. Oh boy, this is now absolutely on the razor's edge once more here. Slade on the inside, Amir Naim on the outside. Naim goes for the wide move here, this time keeping it nice. But he still touches on the inside, and Slade was still on the racing line. Nevertheless, the two of them continue to roll on here. Amir Naim rejoins the track, still alongside Slade, still trying to fight for that position. Slade still has a nose just ahead and tries to close up the exit, but Amir Naim tries to have to look around the outside, the other end. Not going to be able to close the gap this time. Slade still remains in front.
What are these two on? What are these two on? They are literally just not kissing. I'm trying to say they're bumping into each other as much as they can. Even on the Mistral straight just now, as we can see, Slade saw and knew that Naim has the straight line speed. And as he's trying to go a bit on the outside, Naim kind of blocked him a bit, kind of not letting him getting the outside, making him lose speed as much as he can. But it seems that both of them kind of lost it at that corner, as both of them are side by side, keeping it together. But now Naim is trying his utmost best again to chase into Slade. I think Naim is trying to use the Mistral straight.
Sliding the exit there for Naim, and thankfully managed to save it, but unfortunately that's lost him quite a bit of time, opening up the gap, opening up a bit of breathing room, I guess, for Slade here, but still gets immediately back on attack and immediately back on his tail light as soon as they get through the sector. And again, I think another draft on the Mistral straight is on the cards again for the Apex Racing Brunei silver car.
But I tell you what, I think he might just have an opportunity to make the move stick before coming to scene right now. He is much closer here, so let's see then. Onto the Mistral straight, he gets the draft. I think Slade might have just had a bit of a leg up in the initial part, but that draft will become very, very strong as they come out to scene here. So the draft is going to be very strong. There's Naim behind Slade. Slade will hold the inside lines per usual. Naim will try to go the outsides per usual, though this time Slade just got the legs up on him.
Yeah, you're keeping it out of control. Amir Naim is still close enough though to try to attack on the unfortunately ran into the back of the Australian. Both the cards off the track. Amir Naim is going to try to roll on, continuing here, while the Slade is going to have to join in just behind him. That's going to be controversial for sure.
Oh, and Slade.
And they bumped again.
That's a bit of afters.
Yeah.
I think he did not appreciate that one bit. And
but Naim still gave the place back to him, so fair play for that.
But I wouldn't blame him though, because I would be a bit miffed knowing the fact that that was an accident that was very needless, and it's damage that's mostly is going to be angering Slade, because you can see he has emergency lights on to say thanks, I guess. But oh wow, look at that! Drive-through penalty for Nabil Aslan. Would you believe that?
Yep, I saw that early on during the battle. I didn't want to point it out until now, but oh boy, this is, I think, like fate actually handing another one here for the Amigos Racing team. Their nearest competitor was closing that gap here. Almost 2 seconds here to catch up to the number 44 and caught a drive-through penalty, I think most likely for corner infractions here, Ammo.
It is. And the fact that in Paul Ricard, as what Primer alluded to earlier, it's just easy to get because there's no grass, there's no gravel, there's a lot of acres of tarmac that you can just abuse the heck out of and try to get a bit of time. But some drivers just pushed it too much to the extremities, and in this particular case, it has put the battle completely on ice for what could have been a grandstand finish here today in round 3 at Le Castellet. But alas, this drive-through will now send that into a tailspin. We were robbed of what could have been one of the most exciting finishes of the year.
Oh, I mean, again, I'm
gosh.
disappointed that didn't happen, but at the same time, I mean, my man, Amigos Racing Team might just be on to actually take this round here. What an incredible story for them, actually.
Indeed, but here's the thing. We don't know if they can actually last the entire stint either.
Exactly,
So that's why this is actually quite a crazy thing. So
Well,
both of them might just come into pits at the same time if that's the case of the tires right now. And remember what happened last time where Moreno Pratama ran out of tire, it just deflated on him and it cost him, well, at least a chance to finish closer to the winners, which was the Amigos car. But it could even be a possibility here. And knowing how Paul Ricard, if he hit at least one of the curbs wrong, it could puncture the tires. It could still go right here. And somehow the guy in third place, Iman Ryan, would just probably be there to pick up the pieces.
man, I would just hate to be the teammates of these guys right now, both from like Stratos, from Amigos, and not to forget even car number 333 as well. Like all these guys that just had been through the ringer here. What a roller coaster of a race this has been, and still the fat lady has yet to make an appearance yet. 14 more minutes, in fact, before the checker flag is raised. So wow, I mean. Nabil will still definitely have to take that drive-through, I believe, before the end of the race. Otherwise, there will be an even heavier penalty for that, like literal disqualification, in fact. So that's just so unfortunate. Again, we are robbed of that final, perhaps that final lap battle for the absolute lead of the race here. In fact, literally, he's already caught up to where Tasby is, but because of that drive-through penalty, he knows he's not going to be able to challenge him for that lead.
The question that I have in my mind right now is that when will Nabil take
there
that
you go.
drive-through?
Right now.
So speaking, it's right now.
Yeah.
He's doing it right now. He's trying to get it clear as soon as possible. You know, giving him a fight, at least a fighting chance to get into Tasbe. But at the same time as well, will Ryan take this opportunity to get as close as he can to Nazlan to get at least a P2?
No, too far.
Nope, so far, too far.
too
Like
far.
a 1 whole minute behind, so he's just still on the minstrel straight, by the way. So by the time that Nabil finishes his dive-through penalty, it's still going to be very far away.
Yeah, but again, that is such a gut punch for not only the Aslan brothers, but also the fact that for a lot of people who are waiting to see a grandstand finish here towards the end, what has been a frenetic race here at Le Castellet, we just were missing that one key ingredient, which was a final lap battle, but it looks as though that has been put on ice, and Tasby now, and I mean, it's still a question whether or not the Amigos guys can actually get their tires to last, but
Yeah.
I think Tasby can just let his foot off the gas now and just stroke it home.
What a way to put it. But I mean, speaking of last lap battles, there still could be the potential for Slade and Naeem to come together, to come to blows. They're still within touching distance of each other, still trying to get that toe off of that Ferrari in front. So Amir Naeem is not out of his battle yet. I think this could be the final lap battle here for the rest of us in this next 12 minutes.
And there's a bit of an asterisk, of course, because if, let's say, Naeem were to overtake Slade again, that might be a protest that Slade will put up, because he has every right to protest that incident that came up to scene where it was Naeem that rammed to the back of him. So it's a rock and a hard place for Naeem right now. He can't really overtake.
I think like if Naeem is going to overtake, he better make it as clean as possible, because like that incident is still hanging over his head as far as he's concerned. The protest can still come through from Slade's side.
Yeah, but even if he makes it clean, he would still be penalized, because Slade felt that that was a chance that they had of a clean battle towards the end was gone. And if you look closely right now, Primer, if you can see it, if we come up to the back of Slade's car, the sign at the back literally says, "You are close." There's a license plate at the back of that Ferrari. There it is.
But I think I agree with how Amo says it. Basically, no pun intended, basically Slade has ammo in case that Naeem overtakes him, and can use that ammo to protest and hopefully getting that placement back from Team Apex Brunei. So yes, now it's up to Naeem. Does he want to take that chance to overtake and get that protest, or just let Slade take the win and hopefully not getting any protest?
Because here's the thing, like what will be the kind of penalty for Naeem? Those will be the post-race at a time, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. It'll be a 5 or 10-second penalty, depending on what our race stewards think of that. It's a matter of formality, if that's the case.
I mean,
if
the way,
it stays that way.
yeah, the way I look at it, it's risk versus reward because again, it's not guaranteed if the steward make it through. Although from our perspective here, it definitely looked like Nine was at the fault for that incident. But who knows once it gets to Afik's desk here. But again, yeah, it's risk versus reward here for him. Do you want to risk getting that 5 or 10 second penalty here, or do you want to just try to play it safe, still stay on the podium, still get a maximum haul of points here? I mean, again, that's now the decision point here. Another 10 minutes to go here. They have to be really decisive about how they want to play this out.
Yeah, without Naeem, I would just probably settle for this third place. Damage limitation to the points because, again, the guys in front of him are not even in championship contention. So he can just probably take it home with the fact that it's good points, no risk, no point in getting into a risky battle again, and probably throw away the entire race. So Naeem probably is thinking of that because look at the gap that he has between himself and Slade. It's almost a second now. He might be thinking about that because it's not worth re-overtaking Slade, knowing with the knowledge of the fact that Slade will just protest the incident anyway. It will be pointless to go into the overexert himself. Anyway, that's a battle for the stewards and the battle of words towards the end after this. Meanwhile, the real battle on track is this battle for, incidentally, another podium position. Would you believe that? Second and third that we saw in silver. This is second and third in AM. And we saw earlier how Iga Yudhishthira, with over-exuberance, I would like to put it lightly, in his steering input, cost what could have been an easy win. But all is not lost. There's still a podium position up for grabs. And here he comes right now to take on the Aston Martin of Duran Abisakera. Abisakera's not going to fight it, but they touch each other. Close door handle to door handle, and they're still going for it. Abisakera on the outside coming through Scene. Now through Labouze. He might just try to retaliate, but no. Yudhishthira closes the door, and there we go. That's second place for the Balapan random car. It could have been first if it wasn't that slide earlier.
It could have even been a pit maneuver there, the way that Abisakera was almost trying to rejoin the track, but still kept it together, kept it cool here. Both of the cars still in the running. Yudhishthira in front of Abisakera for now, but they still have a bit of traffic in front. I think for Yudhishthira, this might actually help him a little bit now that the traffic actually just goes out of the way there. That keeps this battle raging on here. No disruption as we get onto that main straight. So, wow, yeah, again, I mean, in spite of everything here, Yudhishthira still recovering very well here for the AM class, and now on for P2.
Yeah, very good job by Yudhishthira though on that overtake just now. A slight bump, but good job both drivers for keeping it in check and not causing another incident for pole position, because I think we have seen quite a few bumpies between pole positions for now, even in all kinds of classes. But it seems that now Abisakera is trying to find that opportunity again to fight against Yudhishthira. He's keeping it really, really close. Maybe Yudhishthira's damage is affecting his cornering as Abisakera is keeping it really, really close. But if he wants to get that advantage, he has to do it before the straight, as that's where the Ferrari shines the most in terms of top speed. As now we are approaching the straight. Will the Ferrari run away, or will the Aston catch the draft and keep himself as close as possible though?
Seems a little far though to be able to catch a toe, but he is gaining on to Yudhishthira regardless though. But I think by the time we get to Scene, I think he may not even have the momentum necessarily unless he can catch it under braking, which could be very, very risky here. But I think he takes the safe side here. The traffic gets way out of the way. He don't have to go all the way off, but he still does it anyway. Again,
I mean,
yeah.
And that's it's him. He was the one that gave way when he got spun out just now. But that's a very close one. Alistair looking at the Aston, and then the LOR team be like, "Oh, excuse me, let me take these 2-for-1 deal. Let me take a 2-for-1 deal, please."
There goes the car earlier.
Oh no.
Oh no, it's Crisano.
Yep,
Okay,
still
but yes.
back on though for the LOR car, able to get in front of Alistair, holding on, but Alistair fights back on the final corner, takes the inside and forces the LOR car wide off the track and gets himself back in front of the pack.
And this is
a three-way battle.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's gonna be a three-way battle between these three cars. LOR looking behind Alistair, trying to go for the outside, but no, it's a three-way battle. Who will break first? It seems that the LOR stayed behind as they bump each other.
Yeah, Alistair continues on. Almost gets together with the LOR.
Right.
Still
This
trying
is
to
what we
get
want to
out.
see. This is what we're gonna see in the last 5 minutes of the race as the LOR took those two cars, get that 2-4-1
Oh.
yield complete sign, and a bit of a bump there by the Aston as the Ferrari slides up a bit, but not giving up. As now 4 cars are entering into the battle with one Ferrari, 1 Mustang, 1 Aston, and 1 McLaren. All of them are gonna approach the straight
Yes.
right now.
But then that's not for position though. The Aston and the Ferrari on our screens right now between Fikri Aska and Alistair. That's for position overall. But Aska is driving as if he's in the pro class as well. Look at that. This Aston
Whoa.
is not giving up on the fight, and it has the legs up on the Ferrari. Looks as though it's been tuned more for straight line. But look at that. Alistair has that final bit of grunt from the Ferrari to just edge out in front and takes the position away. But he doesn't have to worry about it too much because Aska just been given a penalty anyway. 10 seconds on his clock.
Yeah, and just behind him as well, the McLaren passes the Mustang, also side by side, almost like a synchronized overtake between the two of them on the same corner, no less. But yep, it's Aska who unfortunately has conceded that position here as Alistair continues on. 4.5 minutes still remain though, so that could be another couple of laps at most here for everyone involved. The race leader at the moment, Mohamed Tasbih, still is hanging on for dear life. Duran Abisekera at the moment is still attempting to try to keep out Yudhishthira. Lost that position there, but still is in the fight for P2. Wow, this is, again, like I said, the end of the race is really where the real racing starts. This is where all the strategies, all the planning, and all the action that's happened on track, this is where it all comes home to roost. And, well, for Abisekera, he's really hoping that he has a little bit more performance there because he's still struggling to try to find any kind of gap here. Yudhishthira doing an absolute bang-on job on trying to keep that track position.
Yes, indeed. And the fact that this is like a great crescendo to this particular race, not even the season yet. Imagine if this was the final race of the season, we had a match scramble towards the end. Though that will be for another time, in a few months' time. This is the now, and it looks as though second place in the AM class is still far from over. Not by a long shot, because here comes Abisekera once again onto the Mistral straight. He gets the draft. He will try again on the outside, and that particular move has actually gone up in smoke for him once. He might want to try again this time on the attack. He was defending that time around. Now he'll try, but the Ferrari once again, the grunt that he has on that straight. Yudhishthira managed to hang on, and Abisekera might have to regroup and try another place. Or maybe he might want to try the inside here, coming out to Le Bouzet. He's on the inside. He goes for it, and does he make it? Yes, he does. Yudhishthira didn't put up much of a fight there because he knows full well he can only block it once, and Abisekera gets it back into second place for the CMSC Lions team.
What a move by Abisekera, though. Honestly, I was about to say that Abisekera went a bit too early, from the draft to get that speed. But it seems that Yudhishthira feel the pressure, went a bit too wide, and lets Abisekera overtook him. That's crazy.
Yeah, in fact, like, even when looking at Yudhishthira's car, it looked very nervous actually on the inside anyway. Like, I think it was a little bit of oversteer for him, in fact. So I think the issues that he's facing with that corner has not quite subsided. And unfortunately, in that time around, Abisekera was able to get the leg up on him due to that little slide on the inside. So yeah, I mean, very well played there actually by Abisekera. Again, looked a little bit early, but still managed to make an absolute finish out of that move.
And meanwhile, somebody looking to have a good finish here as yellow flags for the final corner. That's the Permis car once again. We'd have to really focus on him. It's No Rafai, who's actually up to the back of Taufik Moy. And these guys go way back. In fact, these guys have been doing sim racing, well, even I've been with them in that particular group for the last 10 years. So they know each other quite well, and they can race each other cleanly. But when it comes to the punch here, who really wants it more? It looks as though Rafai may just have the legs up here. The GTR is really coming alive and wants to put another feather in its cap by overtaking a pro car to finish well in that top 5.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm also keeping an eye on Mohamed Tasbih. I mean, so far his laps are looking good, and let's hope it keeps that way. The GTR, though, getting a little bit of a slipstream off of Taufik Moyin's car, is going to be able to easily get alongside. Also gets a slipstream off the car ahead of him as well, so it might be just 2 in a row here for Nur Rafai. But again, like, this guy's already done so much now to stay in the lead of the silver class, and just passing a pro class driver, just another feather in the cap for him for his debut.
Up the notch a bit. And Prime, what you about to say there?
I was about to say, what a drive by the GTR though. He's like, you know what? I just want to get, I'm already P1 right now in silver class. Let's just add up another notch in my trophy list. Let's just have fun with the pro class. And he's driving like a pro class right now because he is currently in P4 overall, but P1 in his class, which is crazy. He's definitely bringing the Godzilla name into the screen, literally, just by being the only GTR in the track.
All it's missing right now is to get the actual French band Gojira to play the music as he comes across to take his checkered flag, that's for sure. And the timer has officially run out. Mama Tasbe has just gotten past the line before the timer, so there still will be one more lap here to go. Mama Tasbe, now this is going to be literally the lap of his life here to make sure that he brings it home successfully for that checkered flag, and Amigos Racing will take this round. But still, it is not over yet. It is not. The fat lady is waiting on the main straight just for Tasbe to come through to confirm his win here.
Wow, the tires have hung on for so long. I'm surprised that it has actually gone on well over the 1 hour and 15 minute mark. Now then, he's just taking it so easy. He doesn't want to get into unnecessary fights. And guess what? There it is. Just lets Rafay and Taufik through. Just as I was saying it, he's just playing it safe. No need to get into any histrionics. Bring it home.
I mean, again, 19 seconds ahead of Nabil Aslan, who's already taken his drive through, so there's no worry at all for him to lose that position. You can already see Alif already hanging out behind his younger brother right now, already ready to celebrate, already donning the red colors of Ferrari here. I mean, wow. It's an absolutely amazing story here for Amigos Racing Team. When you thought you could count them out after that massive shunt at the start of the race, to their credit, climbed all the way back up, made their way back to the top 3, and through their tire strategy, through their pit strategy, has successfully converted this into a possible win. Now they just need to bring that car home.
And meanwhile, the battle between 4th and 5th overall is still heating up here. We'll just probably let that slide because we can focus on that another lap. Meanwhile, this is the story of the entire race and season. Back-to-back wins for Amigos Racing Team, with Tasbe now bringing it home in an amazing strategy. Would you believe that? A great recovery drive that makes it 2 in a row to really cement themselves up in front of the Pro Class Championship. What a win for Amigos Racing. Tasbe, Alif, and Russell Reyes will take a hard-earned win here and will take it all the way to the bank and will definitely be the ones who sleep easiest tonight.
Yeah. Nabil Aslan will be coming in to take the checkered flag for second place, confirms it on the line. Imran Ryan should be following behind him. About 40 seconds, so still a long way to go before it gets to that main straight. How is the battle going on for the for Amir Naim and Slate? Still about half a second off of each other right now, but just coming into the final section here could. I don't think this is going to be likely. This is going to be able to make a move unless Slate leaves the door open. Imran Ryan, though, will be able to come through the final few quarters now to confirm his checkered flag. In fact, already checkered flags are coming out for some of the amateur drivers who have already been lapped, but Imran Ryan will be able to take his spot on the podium alongside Tasbe, alongside Nabil Aslan. What a race it has been for Apex Racing Brunei. Still on the podium, still keeping that championship hope alive.
Yep, and meanwhile, second and third have crossed the line. So Naim did not get the second place after all. Slate hangs on to it. Naim avoids a penalty post-race by just staying where he is.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, where are the M-Class guys? There is now Will Hammond. The guys from Australia will definitely be singing Vans Australia Fair, because here comes Hammond out of the final corner to take it. Also a back-to-back win for this team. Team Uncle Evo, number 23, makes it 2 in a row with a stonking victory up in front. We thought they lost it for at one point, but they managed to make it so in the end. Second place will go to Duran Abisekera, and third, just right behind, Iziga Yudhistira. So that's your podium for the M class completed. Now we're just waiting for No Rafay to come around. There he is.
Yeah.
Viraj Dupont. And welcome to the winner's circle for the Blue Flag enjoyers. They're not living up to their names. They're beyond that. Rafay crosses the line, shakes the car home, and Godzilla triumphs once again.
The one time you want to see Godzilla actually win. And yes, he does win. The only GTR on the grid. And what a debut here for Blue Flag GTR GT3. It's again, just the fact that he'll use a car that is considerably off the meta, but still is able to bring it home for a win. What a fantastic race we have had so far here. This has been round number 3 of the Endurance Edition, and what a way to finish the race there. So much action we had in the last half here, and so much trials and tribulations, I would say, for some of our championship contenders here. I mean, Amigos Racing Team, incredible story. Like, the comeback is so real for them. I mean, I would put a lot of that credit onto Muhammad Alif, not only being able to recover well in his stint where he got spun out, but was able to catch back positions, and no doubt was leading the team with the strategy that, okay, we got screwed in that first part of the race. Let's just keep our heads down. Let's just try to do our very best, and look at that.
Yes.
Straight into a race win here for the Pro class.
Indeed, and of course, Russell as well, being there to bring it on home as well. It's amazing. They got 3 really good drivers in that particular squad, and no doubt they will try to go all the way to the end. Primer, what do you make of that?
I think honestly, I love it. Today is probably one of the best days that I have in my life, because it is such a crazy battle. A lot of plot twists, especially with Nakib Aslan just now, having to serve a drive-through, just losing his win to Team Amigos. It's sad, but that's racing for you. A lot of plot twists, more than Indonesian Sinetron, basically.
At least you didn't say K-drama, because that's getting overrated.
I mean, my go-to is always more dark drama than TV3, so I get it.
Show your age.
Yeah, indeed, my age. Oh, man.
Anyway.
Yep.
What a race. As we can show the final results on screen. Sorry, not final results, provisional results on screen after this. As you can see, in fact, that's the pre-qualifying results from round number 2. We'll jump back onto the main feed for the results on screen to show where everybody finished in relation to the drivers, where the drivers finished in relation to each other, and where the cars are in that particular standing. Surprised to see that the number 89 car was still thereabout. In fact, we just lost that particular feed, but yeah, there we go. We're back.
Yeah, back on the race.
We are so back.
We are so back.
But the number 89 car, throughout the trials and relations, I'm surprised that it didn't go out even worse than what he did at the start, because Yudhishthira was literally cross-arming every time he was turning the car into that fast right-handed scene.
Which is why I speculate that there is damage on the car to begin with, which is why he was so nervous through the scene corner. Like, you could see the car sliding on the inside, and the 2 times that he actually lost control of it actually through that very corner itself. So, but in spite of that, still able to keep it on the top 3. So still a good haul of points here for car number 89 anyways, and still provided us plenty of entertainment, actually, considering for all of us here, and also for you viewers at home.
Yeah, all things considered, a very good race. Even if we were robbed a straight fight towards the end, but nonetheless, it was 4 hours of absolute mayhem here in Le Castellet. Now then, do we have anybody to interview, producer? I don't think so. I think everybody's left.
Yeah.
Again, we did say at the start, everyone's tired. So, I think we just only have to say, but any final words here, Primer?
I would say that good job by all the drivers. Thank you for the entertainment today. I love it so much. Great Saturday, great way to spend the Saturday, and thank you very much as well to you guys for calling me over.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Yeah, Primer. It's great to have you on board here. Would you like to share your socials, so where people can find you online?
Oh yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So basically, guys, I am a sim racing VTuber as well from Malaysia. So I have a great partner here, Ammo. We have raced together very well. We had fun. And please do, if you would like to follow my socials, you can go to my Twitch channel. You can just enter Primer_IceT, or if you like to go to my Twitter, you can search for Primer_IceT as well. Although the alias is called _Gundam. I will leave it up to that later on explanation. But yeah, those are 2 my socials. But please feel free to search for Primer_IceT and follow me there. Would love to see you guys come by as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome, Primer. I mean, for what it's worth, like my favorite Gundam is still the RX-782. So, yeah, I definitely got a lot of things in common here between all three of us in the booth. But yeah, great racing all around. Hope you guys at home enjoyed all of that entertainment out here so far. It's great to see the chat engagement continuing to bring the support for the drivers out here who have been racing so hard for the last 4 hours. So thank you all for joining us here. This has been eRacing GP Endurance Edition round number 3. We're going to be moving on to round number 4. It's going to be quite a while before we get to that, isn't it?
Yes, it'll be around next month, but later next month at Imola. That's going to be quite tricky. We already saw that before a couple of years back during Sprint Edition, that the racing can be quite frenetic as well. So we'll see how that plays out. It's a true driver's track, even if it is going on the opposite direction, which some people might find a bit odd at times. But again, sim racing, you don't have that kind of feeling where, oh, your neck's feeling a bit odd here. It's just something that comes naturally when you do sim racing. But I think that's all for today. We'll end it right here, and let's see what entails in the championship standings.
Yep, thank you so much, and see you guys in the next one.